Section 1 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, The Alchemist.
On répondra qu'il est roi. Je dis au contraire que ce nom de roi m'est inconnu. Qu'il soit en Castille ou Aragon, à Naples, aux Indes et partout où il commande à plaisir. Qu'il soit, s'il veut, en Jérusalem, paisible dominateur en Asie et Afrique, tant il y a que je ne connus en ce pays qu'un duc et un comte, duquel la puissance est limitée selon nos privilèges, lesquels il a jurés à la joyeuse entrée. Apologie d'Orange.
Magister Gustav van der Linden, astrologer and alchemist to that great Protestant prince, His Highness Augustus, Elector of Saxony, sat somewhat gloomily in the laboratory of his house at Leipzig. It was August, and the sun fell merrily through the diamond panes of the casements onto the dusty and mysterious objects which filled the high and narrow chamber. In one corner stood a large furnace with 2 ovens, a tripod and pot, and a wide chimney above. On the shelves near, on the ground, and on the fire were all manner of vessels and pots and retorts of glass, of porcelain, and of metal. Nearby stood a large quadrant, beautifully engraved, a huge celestial globe swung in a frame of polished ebony, a small telescope of brass and wood, and a little desk or table, covered with curious objects such as compasses, a large portion of lodestone, several seals, drawings, diagrams, and charts. The other end of the room was occupied by a large and fine clock of very exact workmanship, and 2 shelves of rare books and manuscripts in Greek, Latin, Hebrew, English, French, German, and High Dutch. Beyond, a door opened into an inner room stored with chemicals, vases, jars, and boxes in considerable confusion. The owner of this apartment was a man in the prime of life, tall and spare, wearing a long, plain frieze gown, and a flat black velvet bonnet. Round his neck hung a charm consisting of several Hebrew letters on a fine gold chain. His face was thin, and his expression discontented and weary. He was, indeed, an unsatisfied man. Though he held a good position at the electoral court, and the elector never undertook any action without consulting his charts, it was neither in philosophy nor astrology that his interest lay. He was an alchemist, and his life was devoted to the magnum opus, the discovery of the wonderful stone which should heal all diseases, turn all metal into gold fairer than that found in the earth, and confer eternal youth, the secret of secrets of Aristotle, the goal of Hermetic philosophy. He had traversed the greater part of Europe on this quest, and even travelled in the East, gaining much curious knowledge and meeting other Hermetic philosophers, but 20 years of wandering had brought him no nearer to his object, and poverty had driven him to his native land and the protection of the elector. Within the last few days, an experiment which consisted of the combination of the essential mercury, silver, oil of olives, and sulphur, so many times distilled, rectified, dissolved, and fused that the process had taken 3 years, had utterly failed in the final projections, and the baffled alchemist was struggling with a despair not unmixed with bitterness, the bitterness of continued bareness in his long, earnest, and painful labors. He was roused from his weary, almost apathetic musings by one of his assistants coming to tell him the elector was below. Van der Linden rose with a sigh, pulled off his black cap, and went down into the humble parlor where his highness waited. "The experiment?" asked the elector, as the philosopher entered his presence. "It has failed, highness," replied Van der Linden. He very much disliked discussing with a layman the great act, the holy and mysterious science, but could not refuse to do so with the patron who supplied the money for these experiments. To his present relief, the elector made no further comment on the eternal search for the philosopher's stone. He merely shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I did not come to talk of that," he said, "but of the wedding." Van der Linden repressed a sigh. There was no need to ask whose wedding his master referred to. To all Saxony, nay, to all Germany and the Low Countries, it was the wedding. It had been in debate for nearly 3 years, and during that period the elector had consulted his astrologer so frequently on the likely success, failure, or general results of this union that he had a full cabinet of charts and diagrams by which the fortunes of the famous couple had been told according to every possible form of divination, and the chances, good and evil, of the marriage had been expounded in every possible way. Van der Linden had discussed it, argued it with his master, drawn horoscopes of bride and groom, exhausted his skill in foretelling their future, and, therefore, he was heartily tired of the subject, and his spirits fell when he heard his master again introduce it. He wished the interview over and himself back at his books. He had suddenly recalled that in the works of Raymond Lully he had once seen a good formula for making the famous red and white powder which is the first step towards the stone itself, but he had to conceal his impatience, for the marriage was as important to the elector as the magnum opus was to the philosopher. "Yes," continued his highness, "I wish to be further heartened, encouraged, and advised about this marriage." He leant back on his chair and keenly looked at the alchemist. He was a fine knight of great bodily strength and pleasing appearance. His expression and manner conveyed force and dignity and a kind of candid simplicity. He was a strict Protestant, according to the Augsburg Confession, and, amid the confusion of creeds that then bewildered men, he stood out clearly as one of the foremost princes of Germany to defy the Pope and support the Reformed faith. This was his great, perhaps his only, distinction. "I wish you," he added thoughtfully, "to draw me another chart, and to once more try if the numbers promise good luck or ill." "Nay," replied van der Linden hastily, "I have done all that is possible, Highness. It is but folly to again and again search for an answer to the same question. By no method I tried did I get a result, therefore this marriage will mean confusion, or else the future of it is hid from us." The Elector was not satisfied with this ambiguous answer. He wanted a definite reply from his oracles, a direct announcement from the fates. He sat a little while gloomily, his blunt-featured face overcast, meanwhile the alchemist standing patiently before him, fingering the flat black cap. "You know well enough," remarked the prince at length, "that if I could send some well-tested augury, some pleasant prophecy to the Landgrave of Hesse, it might overcome some of the bitterness of his opposition." Van der Linden doubted this. He had himself been sent as an envoy to Kassel, with the mission of trying to persuade the old Landgrave to give his consent to this marriage that was so near the Elector's heart, and he had found Philip of Hesse extremely determined and not a little bigoted. He ventured to say as much. "I know," replied the Elector. "He has indeed made such a sturdy opposition that I have been tempted to wish him taken to his rest this last year." "But why does your Highness still trouble about the obstinacy of the Landgrave Philip when you have decided on the wedding, when the very cakes are being baked, the dresses made, and the groom is already on the road?" asked the alchemist wearily. "I trouble," said his Highness, "because all the responsibility is mine, and it is no light responsibility to wed the daughter of the Elector Maurice to a papist prince." Van der Linden had heard the Elector say this many times before. He certainly thought that this match was about as incongruous as any could well be, an opinion shared by most of the Elector's subjects, for it meant uniting the Lady Anne, daughter of the great prince who had checked and humiliated Charles V, with a Romanist noble who had been page to that emperor and was now high in favor with King Philip, his son. But the alchemist had, as did others, to bow to the reasons, personal and political, which had caused the Elector to urge on this marriage in face of the equally stern opposition of the Romish King of Spain and the Protestant Landgrave of Hesse, the grandfather and part guardian of the bride. He therefore took refuge in a vague answer. "Your Highness has successfully overcome all difficulties, and there is little use in repenting at the last minute." "I do not repent," interrupted the Elector, rising and frowning, "but I have taken a great deal on myself, and in such matters it is ill to stand alone." The alchemist had no consolation to offer, no advice to give, since both advice and consolation had long ago been exhausted. It seemed, too, mere weakness on the part of the Elector to still be torturing himself with doubts as to the wisdom of a marriage which could not now be prevented. "Have you ready the talisman for the bride?" asked the Elector abruptly. Van der Linden drew from the pocket of his robe a boxwood case about an inch square and gave it to his master. The prince opened it and took out the jewel it contained. This was a triangle of gold to represent the Trinity, interclasped by a green enamel serpent, symbol of eternity, since it had its tail in its mouth, and therefore neither beginning or end. In the middle of the convolutions of the reptile was a clear diamond, for purity, set on a little square of virgin gold which bore the Hebrew letters signifying "God guard thee." The Elector turned the curious little jewel, which was carefully and beautifully fashioned, about in his strong soldier's fingers and examined it with an air of approval. "God grant," he said in a tone of sincerity, "that this keep her from popish errors and follies, but it is difficult for a young maid to stand alone in a foreign country and not follow the ways of it, Van der Linden?" He placed the little case in the embroidered purse that hung at his waist, gave the alchemist a preoccupied farewell, and left the house with a heavy step and a little click of his long gilded spurs. Van der Linden waited until he heard the clang of his Highness's horse's hoofs over the cobbles, and then he returned to his laboratory. One of his assistants, young Hans Gottman, was leaning from the window watching the departure of the Elector, another was heating over the clear furnace some clay vases sealed with lead. Van der Linden caught Hans Gottman by the white apron. "Fetch me the manuscripts of Rosses, Alfarabi, and Geber," he said. "They are locked in the chest in the still room." Young Hans withdrew his head and shoulders from the window. "You know those sages by heart, master," he replied, half in irony, half in flattery. "True," replied Van der Linden, "but there may be something the meaning of which I have not completely understood, and it is very necessary that we start another experiment at once." "The last cost $13,000, remarked the young man, doubtfully. The alchemist frowned away this unpleasant truth. "Bring me also," he said, "Le Livre de la Philosophie Naturelle des Métaux of Bernard Trevisan, and the works of Raymond Lully." But the young man still lingered. He was more interested in the world about him than in the science of his master. "Did his Highness come about the marriage?" he asked. The alchemist vented on his assistant the impatience he had concealed from the prince. "Am I never to hear the last of this marriage?" he cried. "I would the maid was wedded and gone, then maybe we should have a little peace in Leipzig." "But it is a wicked thing," cried Hans, "to marry a princess of the true faith to a popish noble, a friend of King Philip, a friend of the Bishop of Arras, one who hates the reformed religion. I have some right to talk, master, for my father fought under the Elector Maurice against the late emperor. Who thought then that the only child of the Elector would wed with the minion of the emperor? A shame and a scandal it is to the country, and his highness should be above sacrificing a young maid to the idolaters. Thus grumbling, he went into the still-room to search for the manuscripts his master required. The other assistant, a stout young Burgundian, by name Walter de la Barre, had now brought his pots to the right heat and set them aside to cool. He came forward, wiping his hands, which were stained with clay and lead. "Did the elector command you to the feast, Magister?" he asked. "I heard today it was to be in the town hall, for the palace is not large enough, and all attending are to bring their own butlers and cooks and plate, and there is to be a 3 days' tourney." "Walter, Walter," interrupted van der Linden sternly, "is it a wonder that your metals will not fuse, your minerals dissolve, that your liquids turn, and your furnaces fall out, when your head is full of such idleness as this? How often have I told you that it is the spirit and not the mind shall conquer in this pursuit of ours? Leave these worldly, silly things, and fix your thoughts on the great mystery, the awful secret which God is pleased to withhold from us." The young man flushed, and turned again to his furnace, which he was keeping at white heat, for the melting of more lead, wherewith to seal a further row of pots containing a strange solution with which van der Linden was experimenting. Hans returned with the 3 rolls of manuscript and the book. The alchemist, with a severe injunction to them to keep up the furnace and refrain from idle speech, withdrew to his private chamber in the roof or gables, where he usually meditated and struggled with the problems he discovered in the mystical writings and oblique instructions, veiled hints and tortuous references of the ancient sages and masters. The 2 young men, as soon as they were alone, at once went to the window and leant out, squeezing themselves together with some difficulty, for the casement was narrow. The furnace made the chamber intolerably hot, and both sighed with relief at the comparative coolness of the summer breeze on their flushed faces. Leipzig, roofs, gables, towers, spires, spread before them, pleasantly glimmering in the gold dust of the heat, and softly outlined against the rich blue of the August sky. There was an air of festival, of languor, of midsummer joyousness abroad. The little figures below in the street all looked as if they were making holiday. It seemed as if no one in the city was working, troubling, or grieving. The 2 youths at the window sighed with contentment, rested the elbows of their stained sleeves on the warm sill, and forgot the furnace, the chemicals, the minerals, and all of the materials of the vases, pots, and bottles in the chambers behind them. "If I were a knight," said Hans, "I would offer myself as a champion to the Lady Anne, to challenge this Romanist and rescue her from him. What would she be doing now, Walter? Weeping, perhaps?" "Have you ever seen her?" asked the Burgundian. "Never. She is kept close in the castle, poor soul." "Well, it is a cruel thing," agreed Walter, "to exile a young girl from her home and her faith, for some whim of policy no one understands." "Nay, the reason is simple," replied Hans. "If the Lady Anne were to marry a German prince, who might put forward some claims, what of the elector's position? Whereas, wedded to a great foreign noble, she will give her uncle no trouble at all. At least, so said Graf von Jebers to the master the other day, and he added he would not marry his daughter to a papist to save his head. But then, as I said, the elector is afraid. If the Lady Anne had been a man, she would have had Saxony." "But these great ones," remarked Walter, "they marry regardless of their faith." "As to that," said Hans wisely, "all is confusion. A king will burn at the stake a subject who is of the true faith, yet take a Protestant to wife if it suits him. Who shall explain these great ones? But it is an ill thing," added the young man earnestly, "to ask a man to die for what he believes, and then to wed his princess to one of those who are his executioners. King Philip burns the Protestants whenever the Holy Inquisition can seize them, yet our Protestant princess is to be wed to the friend of King Philip." "A question of policy," said the young Burgundian vaguely. "They always say that, state reasons, policy." "I say it is a cursed marriage, and one which God will not bless," returned the Lutheran with some heat. "So declares the old Landgrave Philip," remarked Walter, "but what is the use? And we may as well see the festivities. I hear they are to cost 100,000 thalers, and a 3 days' tourney." "For the great ones. Where will there be a place for you or I?" "Oh, like enough we shall get in behind the rope as well as another. It would be a gracious thing to see the elector tilt, and the princess will be there in her grand dress. We must go." "The furnace," cried the other with a start. "If we let that out we are not to see much of the Lady Anne's wedding." They withdrew their heads hastily from the window, and applied themselves to the furnace, which was already beginning to turn a dead color at the outside. While these 2 young men bent their perspiring faces over the fire that was to be the womb, they hoped, of the philosopher's stone, and discussed the marriage of the elector's ward, Philip of Spain in the Escorial, Margaret of Parma and the Bishop of Arras in Brussels, the old Landgrave of Hesse and Kassel, the Emperor in Vienna, and the King of France at the Louvre, were all occupied, more or less completely, with this same marriage, for the groom was one of King Philip's most important subjects, his father's most intimate page and confidant, and also, in his own right, a person of unusual riches, power, and position, one of the first cavaliers of his age, an extremely popular noble, and a man already in his first youth, distinguished as a soldier and governor. Therefore all these rulers and statesmen were so keenly considering his marriage. The name of the bridegroom, a name obnoxious to the Lutherans of Germany as belonging to a great papist noble, was William of Nassau, Prince of Orange. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2. Fräulein Anne. When the Elector returned to the palace occupied by the Saxon court during his stay in Leipzig, he was still engaged in considering the wisdom of this marriage of his ward. He had striven for it during 3 years, and he had accomplished it in spite of King Philip, in spite of the Landgrave of Hesse, but now, on the eve of success, his heart misgave him. True, there was no possible objection to the marriage from any worldly point of view. Anne of Saxony could not hope for any better match, and so the Elector had always argued. There remained also his strong personal reasons for getting the girl, whose sex alone prevented her from filling his place out of the country with a husband whose interests did not lie in Germany. But there was always the one fact that troubled the conscience and vexed the repose of Augustus, the fact that had caused the old Landgrave Philip to withhold his consent and only bestow a very chary blessing on his granddaughter. She was to marry a Roman Catholic prince, a friend of Philip, a one-time favorite of Charles, and the bridegroom's assurances that she should be allowed to practice according to the Augsburg Confession were extremely vague and unsatisfactory. Indeed, he had stated that the Lutheran princess would be expected to live Catholically when she took up her residence in the dominions of Philip of Spain. However, it was a fine marriage, a brilliant marriage, a marriage eminently convenient to the Elector, and he endeavored to stifle these late doubts and scruples. As soon as he reached the palace, he went in search of his niece, that he might at once present her with the protective amulet, which was to preserve her from the snares and lures of popery. The rooms were overcrowded with people, everywhere was confusion and excitement. No one, from the scullions to the Electress, talked of anything but the wedding. Preparations for receiving the guests, the comings and goings of armorers, tailors, cooks, confectioners, filled the air with noise and bustle. The stewards and heralds were overwhelmed with work. Loud disputes as to the arrangements for the feasts and tourneys echoed in the corridors. The pages and valets were too excited to be useful, and the women did nothing but chatter about clothes. As the Elector made his way through the confusion and thought of the cost of his share in all this elaborate merrymaking, he too began to be sick of this wedding, to wish it well over and his niece safely in the Netherlands. He found the Lady Anne in the dark, lofty antechamber of her apartments. Here the confusion of the palace had culminated. The whole room was strewn with dresses, hats, cloaks, and bales of stuff, waiting women, serving women, and tailors were running here and there, displaying, explaining, and arranging their wares. Near the tall, pointed Gothic window stood a structure of polished wood the shape of a gallows, and on this elegant gibbet hung several brilliantly dressed dolls, swinging by their necks like so many gay little corpses. They were the models showing the bride the completed splendors of some of her bridal gowns, and she stood near them, pulling them out on their strings and examining them. The strong sunlight was over her and them, and lying in a pool of gold at her feet. Anne of Saxony, the heroine of this important and long-debated marriage, whose name was now in everyone's mouth, and whose approaching union to a Papist noble had roused the compassionate chivalry of others beside van der Linden's 2 apprentices, was now 16 years of age. Being the sole child of the great Elector Maurice, she would, if a boy, have been in the place her uncle now held. Connected by her mother's side with the Hesses, she was of the finest blood in Germany, and numbered most of the great families among her kinsmen, and her early orphanage, her high rank, the glory of her father's fame, and this famous marriage project had made her a heroine in the eyes of Lutheran Germany. The maiden who stood turning over the dressmaker's dolls looked, however, far from a heroine of any manner of romance. She was of medium height, and her whole body was twisted, crooked in shoulder and hip. When she walked she halted in the fashion known in her country as the devil's limp. Her figure was thin, undeveloped, her face pale, her features commonplace, save for the mouth, which was abnormally wide and loose, though closed with a certain firmness. Her eyes were light, large, and expressive, her hair dull, between brown and flaxen, and growing in a straight, ugly fashion from her high brows. In her whole person there was not one charm nor grace. Ill health had robbed her even of the bloom of her early youth. Nor did her manners or her expression compensate for her defects. Her gestures were awkward and ungraceful, her voice shrill, and her look conveyed the utmost arrogance and unbridled temper. She was indeed both so unattractive and so unamiable that the Elector had used her defects with the Landgrave as an argument to induce him to consent to her marriage. "There will not be too many suitors for one crooked in mind and body," he had said, and, looking at her now, as she stood eagerly snatching at the swinging dolls, his scruples and regrets at having found her a Papist husband banished in satisfaction at having found her any husband at all. "Gracious uncle," said Anne, giving him a quick glance, "I am very much occupied." Augustus took no notice of this rebuke. He was used to her curtness. She considered herself his superior, and her haughtiness, her tempers, and her unreasonableness had often caused the Electress to beseech her husband to hasten, at any cost, the marriage which would relieve them of her. "I have brought you the jewel which van der Linden made for you," he said, and held out the little boxwood case. Anne turned from the dolls and came forward with some interest. She wore a long gown of tawny-colored cloth, and a white lawn wimple. The heaviness of her attire added to her years, but hardly disguised her deformity. She took the jewel case with hands that trembled a little. Her lips were dry, her eyes bright, in her cheeks an unusual flush showed. Excitement burnt her like a fever. Her whole poor distorted body was quivering. The Elector saw this, and a strange sort of pity for his brother's only child touched him. After all, she was but a girl, and this was 3 days before her wedding. "Dear niece," he said, putting his great hand gently on her crooked shoulder, "may that amulet preserve your faith pure in the strange land and keep you safe in body and spirit." Anne laughed affectedly, and gazed critically at the jewel in her palm. "It is not very beautiful," she remarked. "It is very potent, and I hope you will always wear it," replied her uncle anxiously. "And every time you look at it, remember you were born and bred in the Reformed faith." "As to that," said Anne, "His Highness himself said I was to read Amadis de Gaul and play the lute, and enjoy such diversions as were fitted to one of my station, and not trouble my head about matters of religion." Anne had often quoted this remark of her future husband, and the Elector frowned to hear it again on her lips. "The prince spoke as a man to a child," he returned, "but you are no longer a child, and cannot reason as one. His Highness has promised to respect your faith, and you must respect it also in heart and in spirit, Anne." The girl carelessly placed the amulet round her neck. "Oh, I shall do very well, dear uncle," she replied. "I am quite content to trust to His Highness." "But it is you who must keep the faith alive within you when in the midst of idolaters," said the Lutheran prince sternly. "You speak like Grandfather Hesse!" cried the girl peevishly. "I believe you regret my marriage already, but as I wrote His Highness, God wills it, and the devil shall not hinder it." His frown deepened, and a flush of anger mounted to his cheek. "I shall regret it if you behave like a wilful child, dear niece." "I have put on your amulet," returned Anne ungraciously. "What else would you? And my serving woman wait—"
"I shall not keep you from them," interrupted the Elector, "but remember that there are more serious matters than gowns and chains appertaining to this marriage."
With that he turned away, for he saw that to argue further with the bride was useless, since her natural pride and vanity had been augmented past reason by the excitement and importance of her present position. Anne was, indeed, almost beside herself. For 3 years she had been bent on this marriage with all the passion of which she was capable. She wanted her freedom, she wanted increased grandeur, she wanted the enjoyments of the gay court of Brussels, of which she had heard so much, and she believed herself violently enamored of the gorgeous cavalier whom she had seen once on the occasion of his visit to Dresden and who was to be her husband. She watched with pleasure the departure of her uncle, and impatiently called the tailor who was responsible for the dolls. She had some fault to find with each of them. One model had the skirt too long, in another the color was hideous, the gold lacing of a third did not please her. These objections were taken at random, for she was far too overwrought to consider or even notice the details of the beautiful little dresses. When the man had bowed himself out with his small gallows full of puppets, Anne sank into one of the deep chairs of blue and yellow velvet. Her back ached from standing, her head throbbed, her heavy gown dragged at her shoulders. She had not slept for several nights, and her whole feeble body was fatigued, but she would spare neither herself nor those who had to please her humor. Gowns, petticoats, mantles, caps, hoods, gloves, shoes, jewels, every ornament or trinket luxury she could devise was brought before her for her inspection. She had been most extravagant in her purchases, and it was already said that when her debts and the feasts had been paid, there would not be anything left of the 100,000 thalers that formed her dowry. Her thin, feverish fingers handled the brocades and velvets, the silks and lawns, the girdles and chains with a kind of eager energy, as if these things were so many weapons she was piling up against fate. and so unconsciously she regarded them. She meant to be the grandest lady at the court of the Regent. Her whole small soul was centered on this childish ambition and had no room for any other emotion save a fierce, jealous, but in choate desire that her brilliant husband should love her. She thought all this bravery would help her accomplish both ends, and therefore devoted all her passionate interest to these splendors of silvered silk, Venetian velvet, cloaks of miniver and red fox, skirts of many-colored brocade, doeskin-fringed gloves, and shoes sewn with gold thread. At last her weakness could endure no more. With a hysteric petulance that bordered on tears, she dismissed everyone, and, taking the arm of her favorite waiting-woman, she limped through the bowing ranks of tailors, jewelers, and sewing-maids into her inner and private chamber. There she dropped into the cushion-piled chair near the window that stood open on the sunshine, and so sat, looking huddled and dwarfish, her right hand, sparkling with the hard brilliance of an emerald ring, supporting her aching head, her feet resting on a great footstool, her knees drawn up. The waiting-woman stood at the end of the huge crimson-curtained bed, waiting the pleasure of her mistress. She was a tall girl, subdued, quiet, patient, qualities to which she owned the dangerous favor of capricious Anne's preference. Her father had served under the Elector Maurice, but returning to his native city, Ghent in the Netherlands, he had been executed as a heretic under the rule of the late Regent, and his entire property confiscated. His wife had fled with her child to the Saxon court, where she had soon after died of her miseries, leaving her daughter under the protection of the Electress. Such was the short, sad experience of René Lemung, which had left her reliant, reserved, self-effacing, humble, but passionately attached to the faith for which her parents and her happiness had been sacrificed, and of an earnest gravity beyond her years. She endured the whims and caprices, the tempers and tyrannies of Anne with more than the usual submission of the dependent, and her lack of vanity and her indifference made her a foil that was precious to the arrogance of her mistress. René was beautiful with the opulent beauty of her country, but she ignored it, and she had no lover, so Anne was content to ignore it too. Besides, her own vanity was too great for her to be aware how her own unattractiveness was heightened by the loveliness of the graceful Fleming, with her crimson-brown hair and eyes, her rose complexion, her white skin, and exact features, though she was so plain in her dress, so grave in her manner, so always and completely in the background, that many besides her mistress might have discounted this beauty that lacked all flash and allure. As she stood now, outwardly patiently at attention, her thoughts were far away, returning as always to the dear past when she had had a home and those who loved her, the times when she had heard her father laugh, her mother sing, when she had herself been full of life and hope and all pleasantness. Her present situation, that of an exile employed by charity, she forgot. She seemed for a moment free, as she had once been beyond the loved walls of Ghent. "René," said Anne, opening her eyes, "the prince wrote to know what my colours were. When he enters Leipzig he will have 1,000 knights and gentlemen with him. Is it not magnificent?" The waiting-woman closed her thoughts. "Indeed, your grace is very fortunate," she answered quietly, taking up her wearisome part of confidant. She endured Anne's futile vanities, not so much from good humour as from sheer indifference. Her disinterest in her present life was her surest buckler against what she had to endure. "He is indeed a very splendid cavalier," said Anne, with vast satisfaction, "and he made me such fine speeches and compliments. I wish you had seen him when he came to Dresden, but you will soon see him now. And I am higher born than he, for he is only a count in Germany. Yet he is a sovereign prince too, and I shall give way to no one at the Count of Brussels. Is it not all very pleasant?" So the girl chattered on in her shrill, high voice, and the waiting-woman dutifully assented to all she said, but René's calm, René's self-effacement, usually so grateful to Anne, today offended her. She wanted a more human interest shown in her affairs, some excitement, some envy, some jealousy. "You talk as if you were sick," she cried fretfully. "Do you not care at all about my wedding?" René flushed at the rare personal address. It was seldom Anne spoke to her as to another human being. "Of course I care," she answered gravely, "but how can I comment on matters so much above me?" Anne was mollified. "Would you not like a husband, rich and handsome?" she asked, trying to provoke the flattery of the other's envy. "I?" asked René, in genuine surprise. "Who will ever marry me?" Anne smiled. "Perhaps some day I shall find someone for you. How old are you?" 25, your grace." "That is not very young. 10 years older than I am. Is it not very fine to be married at 16? Would you not like to be married soon?" "I would never marry any but a Lutheran," replied Hannah calmly. Anne flushed, and her bright eyes flashed with amazing fury. "Ah! You too dare to blame me because the prince is a papist!" she exclaimed. "Nay," said Hannah gently. "I know there are reasons of state." "Reasons of state!" shrieked Anne. "I love him, and he loves me. You are jealous because you will never have such a knight." "Never, truly," replied the waiting woman with undiminished sweetness. "It is only great ladies like your grace who can wed with such as the Prince of Orange." "You would not marry save with a Lutheran," said Anne. "Then you would not marry the prince?" "That is a jest to suppose such a thing." "But would you?" insisted Anne. Hannah's native courage and honesty flashed through her long reserve, her self-effacement. "I would not wed with the papist were he the emperor himself," she replied firmly. "You proud, hard creature!" cried Anne, vexed to tears. "But it is all a lie, a jealous lie. You would wed the first papist who asked you." Hannah was silent. "Wait until you see the prince," insisted Anne childishly. "There is no one like him, no one." "So I have always heard," said Hannah sincerely. "Did you ever see his first wife?" asked Anne abruptly. "Was she pretty? Did he care for her?" "I never saw the first princess, your grace. They were very young when they married, and she died very soon." "Well, I am sure he has forgotten her. If you are so afraid of the papists and hate them so, why do you come with me to Brussels?" she added maliciously. The bitter truth, "I must go where I can earn my bread," rose to Hannah's lips, but she suppressed it, and merely replied, "I am not afraid of anyone corrupting my faith, your grace, and I shall be with a Protestant mistress." "I suppose you would rather stay here," said Anne, "if you could find some Lutheran to marry. But you are not very young, and you have red hair. Therefore you must make the best of it and come to Brussels." Hannah was absolutely unmoved by her mistress's rudeness. She hardly heard the words. "Have you any relations in Brussels?" asked Anne. "No," replied the waiting woman, "nor any in the Netherlands. I think we are all scattered, wandering, or still forever in the grave." Then quickly changing a subject on which she had been betrayed into speaking with feeling, she asked, "Has his grace's alchemist's experiment succeeded? It was to be known whether or no this week." "The elector said nothing to me of it," replied Anne fretfully. "He gave me a silly little jewel van der Linden made. Of course the experiment has failed." "Poor alchemist," said Hannah. A vast pity for all endeavor, all disappointment, was now her strongest feeling. The grief of others had more power to move her than her own distress. Anne began to moan that her head was aching beyond bearing. She indeed looked ill. There was something tragic in her frailty and her excitement, her deformity and her vanity. Hannah went to fetch the sweet wine and comfits for which she called, and which were her usual medicine. As always, she drank greedily, and soon fell heavily asleep. The waiting woman put back the engraved silver plate and tankard on the black sideboard, and crept softly to the window where the August sun might fall on her face. She turned her full, gentle eyes with a great pity on the wretched little figure of her mistress, whose thin hands were nervously twitching even in her sleep. What could this marriage promise, the groom one of King Philip's courtiers, worldly, handsome, able, the bride this miserable, fretful, ignorant child, mad with vanity, sick with excitement, diseased in body, unbalanced in mind? Hannah, who knew Anne as few did, was almost sorry for the papist prince who could not know her at all. "And for such a union they rejoice and dance and hold their jousts," thought the waiting woman wearily. She gazed out into the sunny air. It was near late afternoon, and very peaceful. Hannah did not see the towers of Leipzig. Her mind spread the world before her like a great map painted with bright pictures, great tyrants slaughtering, burning, oppressing, poor people flying homeless, dying unnoticed, everywhere wrong, violence, cruelty, and no one to rise against it, no one to defy such a man as King Philip. Everyone was for himself, his private gain, even the Protestant princes of Germany who had stood for the faith of Martin Luther. They put their own convenience first, as in this marriage which the elector had urged forward for his personal interest. There was a Protestant monarch on the throne of England, but she remained friendly with Catholic potentates, and raised no finger to help those of her faith so horribly persecuted. "Always policy, ambition, self-seeking," thought Hannah wearily. "Is there not one in all the world would stand for his God, his country only? Not one to be the champion of liberty of faith? Not one, she believed. They kept the gaudy show of chivalry in the tourneys and jousts, but the spirit of it was long since lost. There were no more knights. There was no one to stand forward for the weak and the miserable, the humble and the helpless. The Reformed faith had produced saints and martyrs, but not yet a champion or a protector. They all bow to circumstance, these great princes and nobles, thought René. There was not one of them who would endanger the 10th part of his possessions for the cause of the poor Protestants, for liberty, for country, not one. She leant her sick head against the mullions and closed her eyes. Life seemed so long, so futile, the world so wrong, so ugly. There have been heroes, the eternal romance of youth whispered in her heart. Why should not one come now when he is needed, so sorely needed? She opened her eyes on the sun, on the hot, silent city with the languorous air of festival and holiday. If I ever met such a one, or knew of him, how would I worship him? Love she never thought of. She did not believe that it was possible for her to ever love. But she knew that she would gladly die for one who would champion her persecuted faith, her oppressed country, very gladly die, or live in happy abnegation in his service. The clock struck 6. The tire women entered to rouse Anne and dress her for supper. It was René's one time of freedom. She hastened away before her mistress's peevish caprice should have decided to detain her, and went forth into the clean, bright streets. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3. Louis of Nassau. Leipzig was unfamiliar to René Lemon. She did not know where the sunny streets she chose would lead her, but as she knew no one and had no object in her walk, this did not trouble her. She walked slowly, enjoying the sun, which was the only thing left for her to enjoy. She did not seem a lady of the court, so simple and even poor was her dark green kirtle and mantle, so unpretentious her whole appearance. Even if she had wished to follow some degree of fashion, she was unable to, for her sole resource was what was given her as waiting-woman to the elector's niece, and that was little enough. But she was utterly unconscious of her plainness of attire as she walked unnoticed by the hurrying crowd that now and then pushed her against the wall or the street posts in their haste. Everyone was full of the wedding and the subsequent festivities. The name of Anna and of her groom was on every lip. There seemed no room in Leipzig for anything but rejoicing. The air of gaiety, of idleness, and holiday was accentuated by the great glory of the late afternoon sun, which filled the air with golden motes, blazed in golden flame in the casement windows, gleamed on the weathercocks, and filled the upper boughs of the elms and chestnuts in the squares and gardens. As René was turning into one of these squares, she met the elector's alchemist walking thoughtfully under the shade of the trees with a small brass-covered book in his hand. She would have passed and left him to his meditations, but he chanced to see her and instantly paused and saluted her. He had a kindness for her. She had always been gentle and interested in his work when they had chanced to meet. "This may remind you," he said, holding out the little volume, "of that wonderful book given by a Jew to the great Nicholas Flamel, by which he finally discovered the secret of secrets. Does he not describe it as with brass covers, leaves of bark engraved with an iron pencil, and symbolic pictures finely colored?" "And he discovered the stone?" asked René. "Aye," answered van der Linden wistfully, "and in evidence of it may be seen his statue to this day in Paris, together with 14 churches and 7 hospitals that he founded with the gold he manufactured." "And the secret died with him?" "He disclosed it to no one," admitted the alchemist. "I bought this book in memory of his. It cost but 2 florins, and I doubt it is worth more." He put the book under his arm and asked René if she would see his house, which was but a few yards away. He had taken, he said, for his stay in Leipzig, the dwelling of another alchemistral philosopher who had lately gone travelling. This man had a shop for perfumery, soaps, and engraved gems which he, van der Linden, was continuing to hold open, and where he did some little trade among those gathered in Leipzig for the wedding. I would rather have stayed in Dresden, he added, and concluded my experiment there. But his princely grace insisting on my coming hither, though not paying my expenses of the road, so I am obliged to make what I can with these washes and unguents.
I am sorry the experiment failed, said Rene gently. The occupation of the alchemist seemed to her more worthy than that of most other men. At least he had set his aim high, and was searching for what would benefit mankind as much as it would himself.
Perhaps the next may succeed, answered the alchemist diffidently, but I doubt if God hath reserved this great honour for me, this high favour.
They turned towards the house, which was situated at the corner of the square, and entered the shop, a room which was opposite the parlour where van der Linden had received the elector. The room faced west, and the full light of the setting sun poured through the broad low window on to the shelves where stood the pots, bottles, cases, boxes, vases containing the alchemist's wares, and on to the long smooth counter where the glittering scales gleamed, and where two men were leaning over a tray of engraved gems such as are used for signet rings. He behind the counter was the alchemist's foremost assistant, the companion of all his wanderings, and the sharer of his fortunes, a lean, silent Frenchman named Dupré, who was a noted spirit-raiser, and possessed a mother-of-pearl table on which he could bring the angels to discourse with him, and a tablet of polished jet in which he could foresee future events. He was now engaged in holding a violet stone, clear and pure as crystal and engraved with the first labour of Hercules, against the strong sunlight which flashed through it, giving a glorious strength of colour to the little square gem. The customer was a young cavalier, not much over 20, splendidly vested in black velvet cross-cut over stiff white satin. A cloak of orange cloth hung from one shoulder, fastened across the breast with cords of gold. 3 ruffs encircled his throat, the topmost or master ruff being edged with silver lace and touching his ears. His appearance was singularly charming, though rather below the average height. He was extremely graceful, and he carried his small, well-shaped head with the noble carriage of a fine stag. His features were aristocratic and aquiline, and expressed gaiety, frankness, and good humour. His thick dark brown hair fell in waves onto his ruff, and was curled low onto the brow. His well-formed right hand lay open on the counter, palm upwards, and was filled with a sparkle and light of yellow and red stones. Rene knew this young seigneur well. He was Louis of Nassau, the brother and envoy of Anna's bridegroom, whose mouthpiece and proxy he had been during the 3 years of the negotiations. The waiting-woman, with her instinct and training of self-effacement, was drawing back at sight of the young count, but with his usual gay friendliness he rose and addressed her, asking her opinion of the jewels before him. "I am a poor judge of such things," smiled Rene. "I do not know why I am here at all, save that I was asked very courteously." She came and stood by the counter, looking, with her habitual utter indifference, at Louis of Nassau. She did not know much of him, nor had they ever spoken together further than a few words, but she did not like him despite his courtesy, his charm, his undeniable attraction. And this dislike was because he, a Protestant himself, had been eagerly forwarding the marriage of his Papist brother with Protestant Anna, because he was known to be looking for a wealthy bride himself, and because she judged him frivolous, extravagant, and thoughtless. "Will you be glad, Seigneur," she asked with a flicker of curiosity, "when His Highness, your brother's wedding, is really accomplished?" He raised his young, fresh face quickly.
"If I shall be glad," he said, and for the first time Rene noticed the lines of fatigue and anxiety beneath the brilliant eyes and on the fair brow. "We shall all be glad," said Dupré, with the freedom he always assumed, "when this little lady is safely in the Netherlands."
"Not I," said Rene. "I would rather live in Saxony than Brussels."
"Does the Lady Anne hold that opinion?" asked the Count.
The question at first amazed Rene, when she swiftly recalled how Anna had been shut away and guarded by the Elector, her sickly unattractiveness being more hedged about than beauty, for fear reports of her should reach and disgust her prospective husband, and that Louis could only have obtained rare glimpses of her, and never have had an opportunity to know her temper nor her mind as the waiting-woman knew both. "My mistress is very glad to go to Brussels, and very devoted to His Highness," she answered conventionally, adding, with more feeling, "She is very young, princely Count, and frail, and the excitement of these days exalts her spirit."
"She does not regret Saxony, I think," remarked the alchemist, "which is well for the future tranquillity of His Highness." "Nor is she afraid of a Papist court, eh?" asked the young Count with a frank laugh. "I believe the maiden thinks more of her gowns and her new titles than of the sermons and prayer books she leaves behind." He spoke carelessly, slipping a ring with a dark honey-coloured stone on his finger the while. Renée wondered at him. "Her Grace will remain of the Reformed faith," she said. "But she will live Catholically," quoted the Count with a smile. He spoke as if he was pleased, as indeed he was, that the laborious negotiations had ended in the prince getting what he had been striving for from the first, namely, the lady without any conditions as to her faith, for a Protestant wife was obviously impossible for a noble of King Philip. Renée had watched the troubled course of the tangled diplomacies of guardian and suitor with equal disdain for the elector who gave his niece to a papist for his own convenience, and the prince who took a bride, who was to him a heretic, merely because it suited his ambitions. Louis of Nassau noticed her silence. He had remarked before that she was strangely quiet, and also that she was exceedingly comely. His glance, quick to appreciate and admire fair women, now fell kindly over her graceful figure, her face so finely coloured and so delicate in line, the rose carnation of lip and cheek, the glow of the heavy, carelessly dressed hair. "I wonder what you think of," he said. Renée started at the personal address. She had been so long a mere part of the background that when one treated her as an individual it always confused her. "What should I think of, princely Count?" she answered. "Foolish things, of course." Louis handed the ring and the violet gem to Dupré, who packed them into the little cases of cedar wood. "You do not look as if your thoughts were foolish," he replied, with more gravity than she had ever associated with him. "Nay, I think she is a very wise lady, noble seigneur," said the alchemist. "Your thoughts, then?" smiled Louis of Nassau. Renée's deep-set indifference to all things overcame her momentary confusion. "I am too good a Protestant to rejoice at this marriage," she replied quietly, "and my thoughts were all sad ones, noble Count, and did not in any way touch your high policies." Louis of Nassau answered gently. He knew something of her history. "It is all a question of policy, certainly." He paid her the compliment of sincere speaking. "The marriage suits the elector, and my brother, the lady too, I think, and religious differences are easily accommodated among people of sense. The prince is no fanatic. Your faith will be protected as long as you were in his household. He, too, was bred a Protestant." Renée could make no answer. She knew the prince had left his faith when the splendid heritages, rank and honours of his cousin Renée of Orange had fallen to him. His father had sent the German Protestant to the emperor's court to become a papist, and almost a Spaniard. Renée saw nothing splendid in any of this. It was a piece with the rest of the world. "You dislike my brother?" asked Louis shrewdly. "I like no one," said the waiting woman calmly. "Have you seen the prince?" "Nay, when his highness came to Dresden I was very ill." "I thought that you had not seen him," remarked Louis. "No one who has seen him dislikes him." "You put me in the wrong," persisted Renée. "Who am I to judge great ones? Take no heed of me, gracious Count. I am looking for a hero, and that is as hard to find as the Holy Stone," she added, with a smile at the alchemist. "You have been reading Amadis de Gaul, or Charlemagne and the Paladins. Fie, I did not think it of your gravity," jested Louis of Nassau. Renée flushed into animation, and it was like the sudden blooming of a tightly closed flower. So did the quick flash of her feeling light her features into beauty. "There were such men," she said, "and might be again. Surely. Do you not believe so, Magister? And never were they more needed than now." She checked herself sharply, and the lovely flush faded. She turned away and picked up one of the slender glass bottles of essences van der Linden had placed before her. Louis of Nassau looked at her curiously. "She is beautiful," he thought. "Perhaps one day you will find your hero, and van der Linden is stone," he said, and the sun flickered like a caress over his brilliant person and his pleasant young face. "Perhaps? Nay, surely," replied the alchemist, "or if we do not, another will, for both are there as surely as God is in heaven." "You, too, think the world needs some knight, some paladin?" asked the Count, drawing on his white gloves stitched with gold. "I have travelled much," replied the alchemist, "and could not avoid seeing, albeit that I was ever engaged in abstruse studies, the great horrid cruelties and wrongs abroad, especially under the reign of his Majesty King Philip, in whose dominions God grant me never to set foot again. I was in England, princely seigneur, while he was king of that country, and I did see things that made me weary of life. So too in Spain, from whence I fled hastily. And lately it is no better in the Netherlands. Indeed, there are few places where a man could think as he pleased and speak freely, save only in these states of Germany." Louis of Nassau looked thoughtfully at the speaker, and then at Rene, whose fair head was bent over the rows of alabaster pots and bottles of twisted glass and crystal. He had never lived under a tyrant, his brief, joyous life had passed in absolute freedom, and with him his faith was not the result of conviction but of heritage. Still the old man's words and the girl's eloquent face were not without effect on him. Some emotion, strange and vague, echoed in his heart, and he sighed as he took the 2 little boxes from Dupleix. "There are many changes abroad," he said. "Who knows but that this hero may appear to put straight all these tangled wrongs?" He took up his high-crowned white hat with a cluster of black plumes, and, saluting all very pleasantly, left the shop. "There goes no hero there, at least," said Dupleix softly, glancing through the window at the Count, who glittered in the sun without. "He spent 50 thalers today in unguents, conserve of violets, lotion of citron, sweetmeats, a pistachio nut, rose, and orange water."
"Is his brother like him?" asked Rene.
"I have never seen the Prince of Orange," answered the alchemist, but Dupleix, who appeared to have been everywhere and seen everyone, declared that he knew the prince well by sight. "He is more magnificent than Count Louis, and more to be feared though so few years older, for he is certainly a great prince. But prodigal and greatly in debt, they say, and not very pious, nor straight-living, at least no more so than any man of his blood and youth."
"Ah, Dominus," said Rene, "cannot you look in your jet tablets and see what future of this marriage will be?"
"I have looked for the elector time enough," replied Dupleix with a little smile, "and saw nothing but confusion."
"Have you tried to see the future of the poor Protestant peoples?" asked Rene earnestly.
The Frenchman carefully put away the tray of gems. "That is too large a thing to be looked for in a square of jet or any magic mirror whatever," he replied.
"We must look for it in our own heart," said Rene sadly. "Well, I have outstayed my leisure. Give me leave to come another time and see your treasures."
Van der Linden took up a tall bottle of milk-white glass with a stopper of scarlet porcelain and filled with jasmine essence. He offered it to Rene with a half-awkward kindness. The waiting woman, who never received any kind of gift, felt the tears quickly sting her lids.
"I shall not come to see you since you treat me so well," she said with an eager little smile.
She did not realize that she was the only lady who would ever come to the shop without a cavalier to buy gifts for her, nor that if she had been as other women Count Louis would have offered her as much perfumery as she could need. She was unaware how her reserve and her indifference hedged her from common courtesies. She did not miss gallantry and compliments, but she often missed kindness, and therefore the alchemist's action stirred her heart, while Count Louis's flattery would have left her cold. She passed out into the street, the aromatic odors of the shop still about her. She saw Van der Linden's 2 apprentices hurrying along with rosettes of Anna's colors threaded with orange ribbons. The streets were now in shadow, for the sun had set behind the houses, but over all was that sense of festival, of excitement, and in the air were the names of Anna and William of Orange. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. The St. Bartholomew Wedding. Anna of Saxony stood at the top of the wide stairs of Leipzig town hall waiting to welcome her bridegroom. About her spread the motionless pageantry of harquebusiers, burgher guard, nobles, gentlemen, and pages, all ranged up the stairs and on the landings in groups of brilliant colors and shining weapons. It was St. Bartholomew's Day, the 24th of August, and intensely hot. The air of the town hall, though constantly refreshed with perfume sprays, was close and dry. Through the windows, carefully shuttered against the heat, the sun crept in through odd chinks and made spots of dazzling gold. The pages sighed under their breath. The gentlemen heaved their shoulders under the heavy weight of velvet, brocade, and jeweled chains. The ladies behind the bride swayed to and fro with little whispers and glances among themselves. The electress stood slightly apart, covertly fanning herself and lamenting to the bride's uncle, the Landgrave William, son of the old Landgrave of Hesse, that the electoral palace, which was so much more commodious than the town hall, should be under repair. The bride herself stood in advance of all, on the very edge of the top stair. Her eyes were directed fiercely down between the 2 rows of soldiers that glittered against the dark wood balustrades. The long weeks of tumultuous days and sleepless nights had reduced her feebleness to utter exhaustion, but passionate excitement supported her, and gave her the strength to stand there bearing the weight of her heavy robes, the heated air, the fatigue of standing. The Elector, with 4,000 nobles, gentlemen, and soldiers, had ridden to meet the bridegroom and his escort outside the city. To those waiting here, the return of Augustus and his guest seemed wearisomely delayed. "Why do they not come? Why do they not come?" muttered Anna again and again. René Lemung, who stood close behind, remarked her mistress's gorgeous figure with a tired curiosity. The waiting woman was herself so remote in heart from all this festivity which she stood in the centre of, so far in spirit from all the excitement by which she was surrounded, that these people seemed to her in a strange way lifeless, splendid puppets like those the tailor had brought on the polished wood gallows, and when she looked at the bride she was sorry, in a vague way, that Anna was not more lovely, more gracious, more sweet. The long-stifled romance of her own youth told her the central figure of all this pageantry should be more worthy. Since 7 that morning Anna had stood on her feet, being attired, and it was now towards 2 of the clock, the actual time of the wedding being 5. All those hours of her women's labor and fatigue, her own screaming impatience and trembling nervousness, had resulted in an appearance almost grotesquely brilliant. She wore a gown of stiff satin, interchangeable wine red and yellow, the color of old amber. It flowed fold on fold from her tight waist, to fall heavily on the floor, weighted by a hem of ruby and topaz embroidery. In front it was slightly caught up by a gold cord, to display a petticoat of black and crimson brocade in a design of flowers, and the pointed shoes cloth of gold with red silk tissue roses. The bodice was crimson cloth of gold, cut low in the front and rising behind to a high upstanding collar of finest gold lace. The full sleeves were of pale yellow satin, laced across and across with gold and crimson cords. Round the throat and over the bosom hung strings of pearls and rubies and long chains of curious enamel. The dull-colored hair was crowned by a gold cap sewn with pearls, and long emeralds swung in the ears. From Anna's stooping shoulders there hung, despite the heat, an orange mantle lined and bordered with ermine, which lay a full yard on the polished boards behind her. But none of this costly and princely magnificence could disguise the thin, malformed figure, and the fierce fire of the gems only served to make the pale, weary face look like a colorless mask, and colorless she was from her pallid lips to her light brows. Only in her pale eyes burned the flame of her passionate, jealous, eager soul. So she stood, waiting for her lover, as she was pleased to consider him, and René was sorry for her mistress from her heart. And now the doors at the foot of the stairs were opened, and the full August sun fell on the black and orange of the halberdiers, the spearmen, and harquebusiers, the gleaming weapons and fluttering banners that rose above the heads of the crowd that filled the market square. Outside the town hall the whole splendid cavalcade had halted, and presently, through the broad shaft of sunshine, and in at the doors, came the Elector, accompanied by several other German princes and the bridegroom, escorted by his 3 brothers, the Counts John, Adolphus, and Louis. At the foot of the stairs these gentlemen paused for a second, and among those waiting at the top there was the slightest movement and murmur, a bending forward of expectant faces, the rustle of stuffed satins. There was indeed great curiosity to behold the bridegroom, many of those present having never seen him before. René, more curious because more thoughtful than the others, stepped lightly from behind her mistress and gazed down the stairs. She saw one cavalier come forward from the others and descend the stairs a little in advance of them. This was he whose fame had travelled so far, who had been so criticized, so discussed in Saxony, whose marriage project had been the subject of so many intrigues and broils in Madrid, Brussels, and Dresden. Slowly he came up the stairs, his eyes fixed on Anna, in himself the subject of all regards. René watched him long, intently. This was her first sight of him, and she was long to remember this brilliant scene, long to recall in other scenes of terror, misery, and exultation that figure coming up the stairs with the blaze of sunshine and the little group of princes behind him. This, her first impression of William of Orange, was of a gentleman of extreme good looks, with the carriage of a soldier and the grace of a courtier. He was slender, 28 years of age, and of a southern type, dark, warmly colored, with a small head and regular features, the nose straight, the lips full, the eyes chestnut brown, large and well opened. His red-brown hair was short, thick, and curling, his beard close-shaven, his complexion dark. He wore still a simple dress of tawny velvet buttoned high under the chin and, turning over with a little collar of embroidered lawn, it was slashed over an undervest of scarlet, and the sleeves and breeches were of black silk fretted with silver work. His one adornment was a long gold chain of massive links passed 6 times round his neck. He carried his gloves and a black cap with a heron's plume in his left hand. Straight up the stairs he came with an ease that seemed unconscious. Anna swayed towards him. He kissed her cold hand, smiled at her, and stood so a moment beside her, looking down into her pale, almost frightened, face. In that moment René saw, as by a sudden light, the bride as she was in contrast with him. By the standard of his complete manhood, his finished accomplishment, his undeniable charm, gaiety, and power, she beheld Anna a peevish, sickly, malicious, ignorant child, and she turned her eyes away. This contrast to bride and groom seemed to her to touch this maiden with horror. The prince now turned to the electress, and Anna, with a deep reverence to her future husband, withdrew with her women to the apartments prepared for her use. No sooner was she there than her strained control gave way. She scolded, she stamped, and finally broke into hysterical tears. The frightened, agitated women ran hither and thither with cordials and essences and all the details of the resplendent wedding gown with which their mistress had to be vested. René, a little bewildered by the sight of the Prince of Orange, went about her duties quietly. She believed she knew the cause of Anna's untimely tears. Deep beneath the princess's vanities, ignorances, and arrogances lay a woman's intuitions. These warned her, sometimes in a manner not to be ignored, that she was crooked, undesirable, and now they told her that the prince's kind glance had not been that of a lover. Anna, too, René thought, had felt the bitter difference between herself and her betrothed. At last the bride, alternately shaken by nervous temper and stormy sobbing, was arrayed in the wedding gown of milk-white velvet, over-veiled with a skirt of braided pearls, transparent silver wings rising at the back in lieu of a ruff, and over all a train of pale purple embroidered with crystal flowers. A wreath of myrtle twisted with an orange ribbon was placed on the stiff waves of her crimped hair. The traces of tears were powdered away, as well might be. The rings, necklets, bracelets, chains were replaced. She was perfumed with costly essence extracted from eastern lilies, then escorted to an upper chamber where waited the elector, the electress, 2 town councillors, the Prince of Orange, and his brother counts. All the women now withdrew save the electress's ladies, Sophia von Militz and René. In a corner, before a table, stood one Wolf Sesdel, a notary. The Prince of Orange had changed his attire. He was in rose cloth of gold, from head to foot, with a short cloak of dark violet velvet lined with blue, and a triple ruff of gold tissue. René glanced at him again. A mere courtier like his brother, she thought. Her eyes turned to Count John. He, too, was a princely young man, though without the great charm of William or the infinite grace of Louis. Bride and groom were now placed opposite each other before the notary, his brother and one of his gentlemen behind the prince, Dame Sophia, one of the councillors, and René behind Anna. In front, elector and electress with Hans von Ponica, the second councillor, who addressed the prince, reminding him that the elector had sent him a memorandum requiring him to preserve Anna in her present faith, to allow her to receive the Augsburg sacraments, even, at extreme need, in her chamber, and to instruct her children in the doctrines of the Reformed Church. This memorandum William had always refused to sign. He listened to the councillor's long speech courteously, but with a look of amusement, René thought, as if he appreciated at its true value this last attempt on the part of Augustus to salve his conscience on the question of the bridegroom's papistry. "As your princely highness," continued von Ponica, "has been pleased to so far give no agreement in writing on these points, it has been arranged that you should now give your consent verbally, before these princely witnesses." William, with laughing eyes and a grave face, looked at the elector, whose stern features were impassive. Anna was trembling like one in a fever, and continually pressing her handkerchief to her dry lips and burning cheeks. Von Ponica proceeded to read the memorandum which William had rejected since April last, and asked if his highness was prepared to keep the articles contained therein. The prince advanced a step towards the elector, and answered. René noticed his voice, low, deep, and soft, a very masculine voice. "Gracious elector, I remember the writing that you sent me in April, and which this learned doctor has just read. I now declare your highness that I will act in all as becomes a prince, and conform to this note as I ever said I would conform." This evasion was all the Elector had hoped for. He knew as well as William did that no subject of King Philip could live according to the Augsburg Confession, nor practice the rites of the Reformed Church. But he had finally satisfied his conscience, and when William offered his hand, the Elector took it heartily. The notary then put the prince's reply on record, and all left the room. The bridal procession was now formed. In front the court musicians playing bravely, after them the marshals, the nobles, the guests, the envoys, the Elector and his wife, and the bride and groom, followed by the councillors and such of the Netherland Grandees who had dared King Philip sufficiently to attend a wedding his Majesty secretly frowned upon. So, to the sound of drums and trumpet, they entered the great hall, which was hung from ceiling to floor with fine silk tapestries of Arras and carpeted with Eastern rugs, and furnished with 5 round tables and chairs, each chair like a throne. There the marriage ceremony took place. If the Elector had tacitly accepted William's evasions on religious questions, William as tacitly accepted the Lutheran marriage rites, which would have been little to the taste of King Philip. After Dr. Pfeffinger had united the two, Anna was conducted to a gold couch with gold curtains set on a dais at the upper end of the hall. The prince seated himself beside her, and kneeling pages of noble blood handed them goblets of rock crystal filled with sweet wine, and comfits on plates of engraved silver. The rest of the company were also served, and all drank standing and looking towards the bride. Anna's spirits had now risen. She was flushed with pride and happiness. Her eyes sparkled, and she drank her wine with a relish. The prince had rather an absent look, though completely at his ease. His mind did not appear to be wholly in the ceremonies in which he was taking part so gracefully. He now rose, and the Margrave of Brandenburg raised Anna and presented her to her husband. "Gracious Highness," he said, "I give you this maiden on behalf of the Elector, and I recommend your grace to cherish her with all care and affection, and to leave her undisturbed in the right use of the Holy Gospel and sacraments." The bridal couple parted, to a second time changed their garments. Anna was in a rapture. "Is he not noble and fine?" she asked her weary women as they again disrobed her. "I think there is no knight like him in Europe. And how foolish my uncle is with his notes and promises, as if I could not trust my princely husband." She used the new title with an affected laugh. "I am now the Princess of Orange," she added. "Yes, Highness," said Rene. She was weary from the long hours of standing, her head ached from the noise of the drums and trumpets, the glare of all the mingled gems and flashing gold, and the bright colours of the dresses, the intensity of the heat and lack of food. None of the overworked women had eaten since morning. The kitchens were wholly absorbed in preparations for the wedding feast. Anna's shrill, excited chatter fell distastefully on the ears of Rene. What will they think of her in Brussels? She wondered. It seemed grotesque to imagine her the head of the Prince of Orange's gorgeous and extravagant household, the greatest lady in the brilliant court of the Regent. But Anna, at least, seemed not to doubt at all of coming triumphs. As she was arrayed, she talked incessantly of her future glories. She now wore a gown of blue satin with an overskirt of silver brocade worked with raised yellow roses. Her bodice was one stiff piece of silver, as if she was encased in the precious metal itself. Her long yellow sleeves were caught together and fastened with sapphire studs. Her bosom was bare, but round her throat was a fine ruff reaching to her ears and sparkling with little brilliants. Her hair was confined under a cap of silver tissue, and from her shoulders hung a mantle of darker yellow satin with a great collar of rose velvet and a lining of blue. Thus she returned to the great hall, where covers for 50 were laid, 10 at each table, and the first course of 25 dishes being immediately served. She took her place beside her husband, who wore crimson satin cut over violet cloth of gold, and so sewn with gold that no more than a gleam of the stuff was visible. The Elector's choir began to play a gay measure, and 12 young counts with gold wreaths on their heads brought forward the wine, the water, the napkins for the use of the bride and groom. It was now past 6, and the great heat diminishing. Rene and the other women went slowly about the princess's apartments, putting straight the disorder, and beginning to lay by the gowns and the long travelling coffers. The sound of the bridal music came faintly to their ears, and faintly they could savour the mingled odours of the extravagant wedding dishes. As they moved about their task, they ate cakes and comfits, having little hope of a supper that night, and in a tired, disjointed way they talked together. "She is quite right. He is very handsome," said one, "and very magnificent, too. They say he is greatly in debt." Well, there will not be much of her fortune left to repair holes in his, replied another. Such extravagance! And she looks all the uglier for it all, and I hear he is fond of pretty women. The speaker glanced with some satisfaction at her own pleasing reflection in Anna's mirror. Was his first wife well favoured? Well, she was straight and had a quiet tongue. Herr Jesus! Why should he wed Fräulein Anne? Cried another damsel, wearily seating herself. Not for her beauty nor her money, for their reasons of state, quoted Rene, and also because he does not know her. This will prove an ugly marriage. He does not look a man to suffer a cursed wife. Perhaps she will be sweeter now, replied the other. There is no sweetness in her, said a third, gathering up the bunches of lavender, allspice leaves, rosemary, and orris root that were to be laid among the bride's clothes in the long carved caskets. How my head aches, said Rene. It is her voice, replied one of the women. It rings in the head like the clanging of a brass bell. Come and see the dancing. We can leave this work for a while. Rene and 3 of her companions slipped away and went by the back entrances to the gallery overlooking the grand hall. The soldiers allowed them to pass, and the pages brought them sugar sticks, fruit, and comfits left from the feast. I am sickened with sweets today, said Rene, with a faint smile. She rested her elbows on the carved balustrade of the gallery and looked down. The tables had been removed, and the hall cleared for dancing. The summer sun still shone without, but had left the high windows, and already lamps, hanging to the ceiling bosses by gold chains, were lit, sending a soft light over the polished floor and silk hangings on the wall. The choir was singing and playing, and the courting guests were moving through one of the elaborate figures of the prearranged dances. The ladies in their great farthingales, stiff bodices and long trains, the gentlemen in their huge ruffs, formal cloaks, embroidered doublets, and gleaming chains, moved slowly and precisely through the intricacies of the dance, as if they traced some complicated pattern on the floor with their fine and sparkling shoes. To Rene they seemed as if they were being moved by invisible strings from the dark ceiling, so many puppets moving with stiff grace and immobile dignity. She sought out the rose red and gold figure of the Prince of Orange. He was dancing with the Electress. She noticed that he moved with more spirit and gaiety than any of the others, also that he kept bad time to the music, and more than once was a little out of step in the long galliard he had not previously rehearsed. The dance at an end, the bride and groom returned to their gold couch, and a band of maidens in green and purple entered the hall and presented them with long sheaves of lilies bound with silver cords, round bunches of crimson and white roses, sprays of myrtle blossom, and parcels of sweets and gold tissue. After this, the chamberlain clapped his hands, and a party of maskers ran in, curiously habited as Turks, Russians, fools, bird-snarers, and giants, and began executing a fantastic measure. The prince brought them from the Netherlands, said one of the waiting women. It is a silly show, replied Rene, or else I have no heart for these things. She left the gallery and returned to Anna's temporary apartments, which would no longer be used, as others had been prepared for the prince and princess. Rene mechanically sorted and folded the confusion of garments, locked away the hastily discarded jewels, arranged the brushes, combs, unguents, crimping irons, curling sticks, powders, perfumes, that had been used in the adornment of the bride, then opened the curtains and stepped out of the narrow window onto the little curved balcony that overlooked the market square. The pale purple sky spread, stainless of cloud, above the roofs, gables, and towers. The bells were ringing gay peals from all the chiming belfries of Leipzig. Joy fires flared up here and there against the crystal light of the stars. The breeze was perfumed with the scent of summer, and still sun-warmed. Rene was not thinking of the gaiety and loveliness of the festival night. Through her mind ran a few sentences she had overheard from 2 Netherlanders of the prince's suite as she went up the back staircase to see the dancing. "How long will these feasts last?" one had said. "The cardinal plays his own game at home. It would be well to return immediately." "They say he will persuade the king to enforce the Inquisition," the other answered. "So resolute is he to extirpate heresy." And the 2 men had looked stern, gloomy, and anxious for guests at a bridal feast, and Rene recalled their words with a bitter shudder. It was the Inquisition that had arrested her father and handed him over to his death. It was the Inquisition that had confiscated his entire property and left her mother and herself dependent on charity. Her face grew hard and almost fierce. "Extirpate heresy," she said half aloud. "Well, I will die that way too." The joy fire sprang up, and the bells and the music blended. Presently the stars faded in the light of the risen moon. St. Bartholomew's Day was over, and the famous marriage accomplished at last. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. William of Orange. The morrow of the wedding, in the still early hours before the tourneys, mummings, and festivals had begun, while Anna was in the hands of women again being combed, perfumed, and arrayed for the gaieties of the day, the prince left the town hall unattended and crossed the market square to the handsome residence where his brothers were lodged. Count Louis and Count Adolphus were still abed, weary with dancing and feasting, but Count John was in the great library of the house writing letters. This Nassau was a fine member of his fine race, well-made, alert, with intelligent, noble features, though blunter than those of his brothers, and too broad for perfect comeliness. His eyes were dark and unusually brilliant, his close hair and moustaches light brown. He had not the great courtliness and magnificence of William, nor the singular charm of his younger brother, but he was a very frank, open, high-minded gentleman of a winning appearance, though somewhat grey for his 25 years. He still wore his morning gown of purple velvet, with great sleeves purflued in gold. Like all his house, he was eminently a grand seigneur. When his brother entered he rose and greeted him with real affection. Although William had so early left his home for a new faith and more splendid fortunes, which had made him an intimate of an emperor and placed him high above all his family and rank, his relations with his parents and his brothers and sisters had always remained warm and sincere. The recent death of his father had left him Count of Nassau and head of the Dillenburg branch of his house, and his brothers regarded him with augmented devotion and affection both as their hereditary chief and the most famous and brilliant wearer of their name. "So early?" said Count John. "I had news from McMillan last night," said William, who had his agents everywhere. "Did you hear?" "Nay," replied his brother. "How should I hear everything yesterday save jests and compliments? And how is little Anna?" William raised his brows and smiled. He moved to the sunny window, and seated himself in the red-cushioned embrasure. John, with a quick excuse, turned to finish his letter, which was to his mother at Dillenburg, giving her an account of yesterday's ceremony. The prince looked out on to the market square. The long tension of his marriage negotiations being now over, he felt a kind of disappointment mingled with his relief, almost as if in his heart he doubted if this much-disputed match had been worth the immense pains he had taken to forward it. Hitherto his relations with women had always been pleasant. He had been first married, when he was 17, to Anna of Egmont, the wealthy heiress of the Van Burens. Her hand had not been sought by him, but had been in the nature of a magnificent gift from the favour of the emperor. Anna, however, had been gentle, prudent, tender, and he had lived with her in contentment and peace. The other women whom he had known or courted since her death had all had some quality to attract or enthrall. He was a knight who could choose among the finest by reason of his person as well as of his rank, and his taste had always led him to the gay, the magnificent, the loving. The few hours since he had met his bride yesterday had seemed to show him a specimen of womanhood with which he was unfamiliar. The fretful, deformed, passionate, and ignorant girl who was now his wife a little bewildered, a little troubled him. Already he had been stung by her tactless exhibition of the pride that could rate him her inferior. Already he had winced a little at the unattractiveness her hysteric excitement and her over-sumptuous attire had emphasized. Count John closed up and sealed his letter, then glanced at William, who still sat thoughtfully. The sun was over him from head to foot, and sparkled in the thick waves of his chestnut hair and in the bronze and gold threads of the dark green damask doublet he wore. "What news from McMillan?" asked his younger brother. "Granvelle made a public entry to celebrate his appointment as archbishop," replied William briefly. "No one of consequence was there, and the people went into their houses and put the shutters up." "It is believed that he will enforce the Inquisition in the Netherlands," remarked John thoughtfully. "He most assuredly will," said William. "He seems to have unbounded influence with the king." John looked at him and hesitated. He saw that his brother was unusually grave, and he had a shrewd guess at the cause, but he did not venture to probe William's unusual reserve. "What did you come to speak of?" he ventured at last. "Of Cardinal Granvelle," answered William, looking at him. Count John cast down his brilliant eyes. He was a keen follower of the political events in the Netherlands, and knew perfectly well how matters stood between Cardinal Granvelle and his brother. It was a difficult position, and one that promised great storms in the future. Anthony Perronneau, at first Bishop of Arras, recently created Archbishop of Mechlin and Cardinal Granvelle, had at one time been an intimate and supporter of William of Orange, and was still by the world considered his friend. His brother had been William's tutor, and numbers of his relatives held posts and offices in William's lavish and magnificent household. The prince, as Stadtholder of Holland, Utrecht, and Zeeland, and member of the State Council, and the priest as the most powerful member of all the three boards which advised and controlled Margaret of Parma, Philip's recently appointed regent in the Netherlands, had been much brought together, and at first had works as colleagues and friends. But lately Granvelle's violence toward heresy, his smiling insolence, his rapacity, his underhand intrigues with Philip had alienated him from William, who was averse to persecution, and, moreover, since their last stormy parting in the streets of Flushing, no longer in such high favour with his master Philip. The friendship between Granvelle and William had changed to coolness, then to dislike, and would soon, it seemed, approach open rupture. The priest's new dignities, which set him above all Margaret's counsellors, who had always regarded him as their inferior, he was the son of a Burgundian commoner, did not please the prince, and this triumphal entry into Mechlin during his absence was a piece of defiance on the part of the new cardinal that further irritated him. "This Perronneau grows too great," he said now impulsively. "He has the ear of the regent." He checked himself, looked at his brother, who was watching him eagerly, and then added, "John, what do you think would happen if the Inquisition were set up in the Netherlands as it is in Spain?" "The States General, the councils, the stadtholders would protest, and if their protests were of no avail, then I do not know," said John gravely. "The people would revolt," replied William of Orange, "for I tell you nearly all in the Netherlands are at heart of the Reformed faith. When His Majesty delivered to me my charge, he counselled me to stamp out heresy, and he gave me several papers containing lists of those suspected. There were many hundreds of them. Some great ones I warned, and I burned the lists. But Cardinal Granvelle has already ferreted out many whose names were thereon." "I did not know of this," exclaimed John. "Lock it in your heart," said the prince. "I was bred a heretic," he added, with a smile. "You have always seemed one of us to me," returned the brother simply, "and never a true papist." "Oh, I am a good Catholic," said William, looking out of the window, "but I do not think any man should lose his life for his faith, nay, nor his property, nor his honours. I believe in tolerance, John, and there are few of that mind." "It would be a monstrous thing if you should become a persecutor," said Count John, "seeing our father was the first prince to bring the Reformed faith into Germany." "Had I been of that inclination," replied the prince, "I should not have made this match. What do you think was the reason of it, if not the alliance of Saxony and Kassel, these Protestant states?" He rose now, and, looking very earnestly at his brother, came forward into the room. "John," he said, narrowing his eyes a little, "it is in my heart to tell you of something I have as yet told no man. Do you keep it secret, even from our brothers, who are as yet very young?" "Speak what you wish, it stays with me," replied Count John. "It is this, then. When I and the Duke of Alva were hostages in France, there was an occasion when I was with King Henry hunting, in the forest of Visson it was, and we two being apart from the others, the king fell to talking of the peace between him and King Philip, and his great eagerness for the concluding of this. Then, drawing on in his discourse, he did disclose to me a deep design there was between him and my king to exterminate heretics, which design the Duke of Alva was privy to in arranging with him, and he thought I too knew of it, so discussed it with me. And it seemed that this secret project was no less than to destroy all heretics in the realms of France and Spain, and to so uproot the doctrines of Luther that they would never grow again. And this, he said, might be partly done by a general slaughter of these heretics, but the time was not yet ripe, and from his speech I understood that if one looked but askance at an image he might be cast into flames." "And you, what did you do?" asked John, startled. "I feigned that I knew as he thought I did, marked and noted what he said, and breathed no word of it," replied the prince simply, as if such self-control and astuteness were the commonest things. Count John was silent with astonishment and interest. "And therefore, as you remember," continued William, "as soon as I was returned I did influence the States General to beg the king to send forth the foreign soldiery, which he could not well refuse." "Ah, it was you, not the States!" exclaimed John. "As his Majesty guessed," smiled William. "Not the States, but you, he said in the second person. John, that was in a Flushing street, and I left him there and would not see him to his ship." "But since then he has been as favourable to you as always," said Count John anxiously. "Even in the matter of this marriage, which was hateful to him, he gave in and sent you a gift." "Yet," replied the prince, "he would put me and the other stadtholders beneath the foot of Granvelle, who is, I do not doubt, his chosen instrument to commence this work of exterminating heresy in his states. And you? I was much dismayed when first I heard from King Henry of this ruthless policy, for I knew it meant the ruin and death of many virtuous people, and then I resolved I would do what I could for them, especially in the Netherlands. And so I will." Count John looked slightly surprised to hear his magnificent brother speak with such unwonted gravity. "Why, who is to withstand King Philip and King Philip's men, such as Granvelle?" he asked rather hopelessly. "The House of Nassau might do it," smiled William lightly. "You do not mean to oppose the king?" cried the count. "Why, God forbid," said the prince in the same tone, "but I might oppose his policies, and I shall certainly put a stone or so in the path of my lord cardinal." "I fear this marriage has done you little good after all," remarked his brother regretfully. "Here is the king and the regent displeased, and the Landgrave of Castellangre too. Apart from your religion, he says, his son told me, you have too many debts to take a wife." "Those same debts must be looked to," said William, in the assurance of a man of unlimited wealth and unassailable position. "And the story has got abroad," continued the count ruefully, "of that banquet you gave, with the cloth and plates and dishes all of sugar, and the Landgrave is spreading it round Saxony and Castle as a proof of your great extravagance." "And what of these festivities?" laughed William. "Will they not cost every thaler of the Fräulein's dower that has been so much vaunted?" Count John sighed. The Nassau family had largely built up their present position through prudent and splendid marriages, and he was sorry that his brother, who had married the richest heiress in the Netherlands for his first wife, should not have done more magnificently with his second choice, for he saw nothing to recommend Anna but her rank, her father's fame, and the possible alliance of her Protestant kinsfolk, all, Count John thought, doubtful benefit. William came up to his brother and placed his shapely hand on his shoulder. "These debts will be looked to," he repeated. "Wait till I return to Brussels." The door opened hastily, and Louis and Adolphus entered, both in their great tourney harness, and laughing together from sheer gaiety and amusement. Adolphus was equipped from head to foot in a crimson-padded jousting suit studded with gilt metal nails. He was the youngest of the four, no more than a youth, noble in appearance, and wholly lovable, fairer than his brother in colouring, but of the same slenderness of make. Both greeted William with great affection, and Louis, who was clattering in gold-embossed cuisses, vambrances, and greaves, broke out laughing with the jest that had so diverted him and Adolphus. "Highness, we want the old magician to foretell the future for us. He has a spirit who can reveal all things. He said he would call it if we wished, and ask what our fate would be." "Tush," said John hastily, "belike it were a mummery, or else a trick of the devil." But William was always ready for curious trials and experiments, though he had strangely little belief in any such things. "Who is this magician?" he asked gaily. "A Frenchman, who has his abode with the Elector's alchemist," replied Adolphus. "They say he has done wonderful things. The Elector declares he really has such a spirit." "His Grace is very credulous," remarked Louis. "He will take no action but after he has cancelled his charts and his tables, his wheels of fortune and his crystals." "I believe," persisted John, "that the devil is in it all." "Well," declared Adolphus, "the man is coming here tonight before supper. Then we shall have a little leisure." "I will come if I may," said the prince. "Perhaps I shall have time while Anna is with her tirewomen." He took up his hat and prepared to leave. He saw that there was no chance of a further private talk with John, and he was too much of a courtier to risk being late in his return to the town hall. As he passed Louis and Adolphus, he put them back against the wall and laughingly criticized their appointments, while John came and leant on his shoulder. The four brothers, all so young, so charming, so magnificent, so full of noble life and vigor, made a fair picture as they stood so, laughing together from sheer good spirits, because this was the lovely morning of their days, and none of them had yet known sorrow. In their slender knightly persons, the very erect carriage of their small heads, their warm colouring, something quick and fiery in their movements, there showed a great likeness between them, proclaiming their common blood, but each was a distinct personality, the prince dark, dominant, superb, despite his gay, smiling air; John serious, lightly austere; Louis graceful, charming, modest, with his long, light brown locks and laughing eyes; Adolphus blond, handsome, eager, very princely in bearing. So, still laughing, they parted, William hastening across the sunny square, where every cap was lifted and every head bent to him, to the town hall. As he approached the antechamber to his apartments, he saw Anna through an open door. She was ready clothed for the midday repast, an attorney in a gown of violet cloth of gold, veiled in falls of silver lace, and finished by a ruff of pure gold thread a foot deep. William heard her sharp voice raised, and instinctively slackened his step. A lock of Anna's tresses had caught in the stiff edge of her ruff. One of her women, in disengaging it, chanced to pull the crimped hair. Anna turned and smacked the girl's face smartly enough to bring the tears to her eyes. The prince saw this little episode. A new type she was indeed, this fierce little cat with her claws always ready, he thought. As he entered the room, Anna became all softness and affection and gentleness. William saluted her rather absently, but she flushed with joy at his conventional courtly compliments, which her inexperience took literally. "Tell me of Brussels," she implored, clinging to his arm. "What shall I do in Brussels?" "Amuse yourself, mummy," replied William lightly, "and learn the courtesies of the country," he added with a gentle sarcasm which was wholly unperceived by the bride. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Prince and the Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by EVKesserich of Southern Ohio. The Prince and the Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Chapter 6. The Crystal Gazers. When Dupré, the alchemist's crystal gazer and spirit raiser, heard that he was commanded to the lodging of the young counts of Nassau with the object of foretelling their future, he gave one of his usual whimsical smiles, as if he despised the credulity and curiosity of those who sought him, and proceeded to pack up his magic table. Van der Linden, who had found his colleague's spirits more tantalizing and vexing than helpful, tried to dissuade him from putting his powers to the proof before such reckless young cavaliers, who have no respect or taste for holy things, he said, and mean but to mock and jest at the spirits. But the Frenchman was a mysterious creature given to whims and impulses and secretive ways, and wholly beyond the control of the alchemist who kept him for his undoubted gifts, but found him the most trying of companions and allies. On this occasion he made no answer to his master's protests, but continued his preparations. "This is Count Adolphus," complained van der Linden. All the while Count Louis was at Dresden, he showed no wish to consult the spirits. This was quite true, and the scant leisure allowed him by his brother's marriage negotiations had been employed in the more full-blooded amusement than that of spirit-raising. His eagerness for reckless adventure had, however, caused him to at once accede to his brother's suggestion that they should put to the test the powers of the Elector's magician, as they called him. "I hear the Prince of Orange will be present also," said van der Linden, vexed, "and he is a great person, and not one to be lightly brought into affairs of this kind." Dupré gave no answer. His strange, dry, and rather impudent face was wrinkled with a smile. "Well, you do it without my sanction," remarked van der Linden, who knew he could not control his unruly assistant, and, drawing his robes about him, he retired to his turret. Before he set out for the Count's house, Dupré, after his wont, looked up the careers of the personages who had called upon him in a great notebook which was always with him, and in which he had gathered details of all the notable people of Europe. Of the three brothers there was little to be said. They were too young to have had any career, and were merely great nobles, born and bred in the Reformed faith, all unmarried and residing in the ancestral castle at Dillenburg together with the youngest brother, Henry, and 7 sisters, of whom one, Catherine, had recently married the Count of Schwarzenberg, who had been Louis's joint envoy at Dresden. Louis himself had lived largely at Brussels under the protection of his brother, and in an official position, despite his faith, under Philip's government. This was all there was to be said of these three, but William of Orange occupied a conspicuous and unique position, and had already had a career of exceptional brilliance. There was much about him in Dupré's notebooks. He seemed, indeed, fortune's favorite. Through the Nassaus he came of a family that was one of the most illustrious in Europe. One of their members had worn the imperial crown. The others, as Dukes of Gelders, had been sovereigns in the Netherlands hundreds of years before the House of Burgundy, to whom Philip owed his throne, had ruled there. Engelbert of Nassau had been one of the councillors of Charles the Bold. His eldest son had been the confidential friend of the great Emperor Charles V, and had largely helped to place the imperial crown on the head of his master. He had further increased the splendor of his house by a marriage with Claude de Chalon, heiress of her brother Philibert, Prince of Orange. His son, René de Nassau-Chalon, succeeded to the united possessions of Nassau and Orange, and, dying young and childless in the Emperor's arms at the Battle of Saint-Dizier, bequeathed all these honors to his boy cousin William, the present prince, and eldest son of Count William, the younger brother of René's father Henry, head of the branch of Nassau-Dillenburg, and of Juliana of Stolberg, his wife. The price of Charles' consent to René's will was that the young heir to such power should be brought up a papist under his own eyes, and to this his father, though now a Protestant, had, in the interests of his son, consented, and the young Lutheran, at the age of 11, was sent to the imperial court to be educated and trained. He soon enjoyed a remarkable degree of favor with the emperor, and at the age of 17 was given the hand of Anne, daughter of Maximilian van Buren, and the richest heiress in the Netherlands. Soon afterwards being appointed, over the heads of many tried and splendid soldiers, commander-in-chief of the imperial forces on the frontier, a post that he filled to the emperor's satisfaction. He had been further distinguished by being the support of Charles on the occasion of that monarch's flamboyant public abdication, and by having been deputed to carry the imperial insignia to the new emperor, Ferdinand. Immediately upon the accession of Philip, he had been employed by him to negotiate peace with France, which was soon after signed, and which he had conducted in a manner highly satisfactory to Spain, leaving the king considerably in his debt, for the peace was a triumphant one for Philip. The prince had been selected, with the Duke of Alva, as one of the hostages given by Spain to France, and, immediately upon his return from Paris, had strenuously supported the states in their demand for the removal of Spanish troops from the Netherlands, thereby putting himself in sudden and unexpected opposition to Philip, from whom, on that king's departure from the Netherlands, he had parted with considerable coolness. He retained, however, the stadtholdership of 3 important provinces, and remained a member of the State Council who advised the regent. Lately, the Saxon marriage was supposed to have embittered his already strained relations with the king, who had, however, recently given his consent to the match, and even sent a sum of money to the regent to buy a ring for the bride. He was believed to be estranged from the arbitrary and stern measures of the new cardinal, and to favor the ancient liberties of the Netherlands and tolerance for the heretics. For the rest, he was the most magnificent grandee in the Low Countries. His splendid hospitality was famous, his table renowned in Europe, his cooks coveted by Philip, who was a greater glutton than any man in his own kingdom. His debts were supposed to be huge, but there was never any stint in the lavish extravagance with which he kept up his princely residences, and his fortune, together with that left him by his first wife, was known to be enormous. His revenues were but 1/3 less than those the king drew from the Netherlands. As Prince of Orange, he was a sovereign ruler, owing allegiance to no one. His other titles were perhaps more numerous than those any noble in Europe could boast. As his father's heir, he was Count of Nassau, and head of the Dillenburg branch of that ancient house. He was also Count of Katznellenbogen, Count of Brabant, Marquis of Tervuur, Viscount of Antwerp. As heir to the Orange, Beau, and Chalon families, he claimed the kingdom of Arles, the dukedom of Gramine, 3 principalities, 2 margraveships, 2 viscountships, 16 countships, more than 50 baronies, and 300 lordships. And though most of these French titles were but shadowy honors, he drew a princely revenue from his estates in Franche-Comté, and his claim to the lands in Dauphine had been admitted. He also owned estates in Brabant, Luxembourg, and Flanders, and all the property of the Van Burens which his first wife had been able to leave him. He was a Knight of the Golden Fleece, that sumptuous and princely order, a grandee of Spain, stadtholder of 3 provinces, a member of Margaret's council, and had been, until their withdrawal, commander, with Lamoral Egmont, Prince of Graverne, of all Spanish troops in the Netherlands, as he had been commander-in-chief during the late war with France. Such was the outward history of the prince, who, though still in his first youth, was already so unusually distinguished both by his fortunes, his position, his magnificence, his charm. "One of the great ones of the earth," remarked Dupré, carefully locking away the notebook after having committed to memory the leading points in William's career. The spirits did not always prove tractable, and when they were dumb, Dupré was always ready to satisfy the inquirer with a few judiciously vague replies of his own composition. He indeed cheated so often, so shamelessly, and so skilfully, that van der Linden had lately lost all faith in him, and for this reason alone had been reluctant that Dupré should experiment before the young princes. The alchemist, whose position under the elector was his sole revenue, was in constant fear of losing it through some trick or freakish jest on the part of his assistant. He made, however, no further attempt to interfere, knowing well enough that it was hopeless, and towards the appointed hour Dupré, with the 2 apprentices, sour at having been summoned early from the tourney, behind him carrying the magic table, went forth into the sunny, dusty streets filled with merry, idle crowds in their best clothes, most of whom were discussing the prowess of the elector at the jousts, his grace having held the field against all comers, and shivered the spears of many a famous knight. Reaching the count's lodging, Dupré dismissed the 2 young men, and himself proceeded to unpack his table. The cavaliers had not yet returned from the tourney, but Dupré was served very civilly with wine and comfits. The room into which he had been admitted was a fairly small cabinet, panelled in dark oak, and looking on the garden. It could be lit by a lamp depending by a copper chain from the centre of the ceiling. There was neither fireplace nor candle sconces. The furniture was composed merely of a few black chairs, a table, and an armoire. The spirit-raiser declared himself satisfied with this chamber as the right setting for his experiment, as he modestly called it, but he desired the servants to remove the armoire, lest he should be accused of having an accomplice within. It was large enough to hold a man, and also the table, as he wished to set up his own in place of it. When this was done, he asked them to take away all the chairs but 5, one for himself, and the others for the 4 princes. He also requested that the shutters should be closed, the lamp lit, and silence kept without during the experience, lest some unusual noise should fright or vex the spirits. His preparations being now complete, he set himself nicely to adjust the magic table in the interval of waiting. This table was a curious and precious object, and Dupré had carried it with him through many adventures and over the greater part of Europe. It was of sweet wood, 3 feet high and set on 4 legs, each of which was set on a seal of pure wax engraved with a mystical sign and the 7 names of God, the whole put on a thick square of red and gold changeable silk. In the center of the table was another of the seals, larger and more deeply imprinted, and over this was a red silk cover with knots of gold at the 4 corners. In the center of this cloth was a large crystal ball, egg-shaped, and of a most special brightness. Dupré now wrote certain characters with sacred oil on the legs of the table, and all was complete. The spirit-raiser, or scryer as he had been called in England, was himself attired in a plain black coat and breeches, with velvet half-socks of purple color, a plain band, and a black skull-cap, an attire which he affected to give him an air of greater gravity. Soon after the appointed hour, laughter, the jingle of spurs, the clink of armor sounded without, and the young counts impetuously entered the apartment. William of Orange, to Dupré's secret satisfaction, was with his brothers, but Count John was missing. In his place was a youth still in dusty armour, with a face fresh as a rose. Dupre knew him for Duke Christopher, son of the Elector Palatine, and as this substitution upset his calculations, he demanded why Count John had not come. "He was afraid of the devil, Dominus," replied the young duke, as they all seated themselves, laughing, on the 5 chairs placed in a row ready for them. "As to that," replied Dupre coldly, "I would have your grace know that I keep no such company. I associate with neither imps nor hellhounds, being no conjurer nor magician, as the vulgar may suppose, but a good mathematician, alchemist, and astrologer, which are noble sciences, and have accomplished great marvels, as, notably, the brazen head of Albertus Magnus, which could speak, the sphere of Archimedes, the dove of Archetus, and the wheel of Vulcan. And for myself I have seen clay birds that fly and iron insects that crawl." With that he seated himself before the magic table, and the young princes, who had but a little while to spare before the evening festivities called them, besought him to hasten. The scryer looked at them over the crystal ball. They were pleasant to see in their youth, their splendor, their comeliness and gaiety, as princely and as fair a company as could well be brought together. All were in their light armor, with silk scarves and jeweled chains and ladies' favors tied to their arms, save only William, who wore a suit of green cloth of gold with pearl embroidery on the sleeves, a scarf of violet, and a mantle of black velvet. He leaned forward, his elbow on his knee, his dark face in his fine hand, looking at the scryer. At his breast was a cluster of roses, and their perfume filled the small chamber. "O ye great ones," thought Dupre, "what is before you but idleness, luxury, and pomp? Wherefore should you seek to know the future? Your ways are very clear set before you." He asked one to lower the lamp, and Adolphus rose and pulled the string. A dim but clear light now filled the chamber. "I would have you notice, princely seigneurs," said Dupre, "that I am not in communication with any but good angels. From the 7 names of God proceed 7 angels, and from each letter of their names proceed 7 more angels. From the male letters, male angels. From the female letters, female angels. And they are unable to speak anything but the truth, coming as they do from God's footstool. They are to be regarded with awe, humility, and reverence. Which of them will come, I know not, but whoever it be, I beseech your friendly graces to observe a decent silence and a discreet behavior." He then set his elbows on the table, clasped his hands about his brow, and gazed into the crystal. At first he beheld nothing but the gold curtain which usually at first concealed the spirit world from his view, and this remained for a while until he was beginning to fear that the spirits would not come today, and that to satisfy these young men he must resort to trickery, which was dangerous, difficult, and fatiguing. Presently, however, the gold curtain was caught together and hurled into the center of the globe, which changed to a luminous color, like amber with the light behind it, and began to throb and pulse with radiance, so that Dupre looked into an immense distance of pure gold like the strongest sunshine, troubled by changing, moving forms which seemed to turn together, mingle, and then again separate. The globe itself gave forth a strong glow, which illuminated the head and face of the scryer as if he sat in front of a lamp, and rendered pale by contrast the light hanging above him. Adolphus pointed out this mysterious light to the others, and they leant forward in tense silence. "I see," said Dupre, "2 of the spirits, Volvengel and Kendrick. They are walking together, hand in hand." "What is their appearance?" asked Duke Christopher. "Volvengel wears a black suit of tabinet," replied the scryer, "a little sword, and his hair falling down long, also slippers of a red color. The other angel is more fantastical, and has a doublet of white satin cut into points below the belt, and yellow hose." "Methinks they lack dignity," said Count Louis, who had expected something more strange and awe-inspiring. "Surely these are bad spirits or imps." "They are good angels," replied Dupre coldly. "The ill angels have but 3 letters in their names, but if your graces are not silent, these will not speak." At this the young knights forbore, and the scryer continued to gaze into the crystal, which now appeared a ball of fire. "They speak," he said. "They reprove the princely counts for playing with eternal mysteries in a spirit of lightness. Kendrick says, 'Is life so long that you can be so careless of time? Be careful in your comings and in your goings, lest you waste precious moments, and death come upon you unawares, and snatch you away in your prime.' Volvengel says, 'Why would you know the future? It is better not to draw the curtain.' And now they fall to pieces as if they were of ashes, and there is no more of them." The globe was now radiating such intense light that though it was motionless, it appeared to spin in its place. Duke Christopher rose and put out the lamp, but the chamber remained lit with a delicate, soft, and flickering glow. The scryer now appeared of an ashy paleness. Drops of sweat stood on his brow. His lips trembled. He spoke again in a hoarse and unnatural voice. "Liliana has arisen. It is a female angel, very witty and wise. She is coming into the room." A broad beam of golden light projected from the globe and fell, like the vast blade of a sword, against the dimmer light of the chamber. "It is Liliana," repeated the scryer. "She runs about the room." There was a moment's utter silence. Then Adolphus unexpectedly cried out, "I see her! She wears a gown of flowered tabinet and yellow hair rolled up in front and hanging long behind." "That is she," said Dupre. "She is standing now by the knee of his highness, and she bids him remember that the angels of God are more to be believed than any priest or pope." "She fades," cried Adolphus. "She changes into a wheel of fire. She breaks. She goes." "She has returned to the crystal," said the scryer. "She asks what you want of her." "Let us know the future," said Count Louis. "Let us know the fate of the 4 who sit here, not from wanton curiosity or irreverent meddling in matters beyond us, but that, with God's help, we may know how to shape our lives as becomes men and princes." "She says," replied Dupre in the same tense tone, "that it is best you should not know, but she can answer your questions, 1 question to each knight." Adolphus spoke first. "Shall I gain honor before I die?" "The answer is great honor." "Who will our wives be?" asked Duke Christopher. "The answer is all 3 shall die unwed." Louis of Nassau, almost as pale as the scryer, raised his fair face as he put his question. "Will the house of Nassau endure or fall into decay?" "The answer is, this house will endure as long as there are princes on earth." William of Orange spoke now. It was the first word he had said since the scryer had commenced. "What manner of death shall we die?" "Liliana says she may not tell, but that in the crystal will come visions." "Enough, enough," cried Adolphus, rising. "I will not meddle with these matters." But the others caught him back to his seat. "Hear it to the end," said Louis. The strong beam had now disappeared from the globe, which burnt suddenly dim with a sullen fire that lit the red table cover and left the rest of the room in darkness. The scryer now seemed to be in a trance or swoon. He swayed to and fro the crystal. His face was blank as virgin paper, his eyes like glass. "I see blood," he muttered. "Nothing but blood and black horses. And men. It is a battle. The sun is setting. Again the blood. There are 4 knights trampled under the horses. One is taken from the melee and his bones laid in holy ground. The other 3 disappear. There is a search for them. They are not found. They are all young. The blood and smoke clears. I see trees. I see an older man, worn, gray, murdered. There is great lamentation. And now the black curtain falls. All the light in the globe went out, and the scryer dropped forward across the magic table. William sprang up, opened the door, and called for lights. A servant instantly brought a lamp. Louis and Christopher were calmly in their places, but Adolphus had his head bowed forward in his hands and was shuddering. "Herr Jesus, I saw her," he murmured, "a little maid. And is there bloody death for all of us?" But William's serene laugh, the flood of light, the stir and move of ordinary things about them swept away the sense of dread and mystery. The scryer sighed, stirred from his stupor, and began packing up his appliances. He did not seem disposed to speak, and the knights did not urge it. They severally left to change their armor, on which still lay the dust of the tourney. The prince lingered last. He put a purse of thalers into Dupre's hand and thanked him courteously. "Seigneur," said the scryer with emotion, "I will tell no one, but I will tell you, who are a very prudent prince, that those knights I saw slain had the faces of your brothers, of Count Louis, Count Adolphus, and one who is not here, and Duke Christopher." "And the murdered man?" asked William, turning on him his powerful eyes. "It was your highness," replied Dupre, bowing his head. "All of us," said the prince lightly. "Was it John you saw, or Henry, that 3rd cavalier?" "It was not his grace, John, but the younger, whom I have never seen." "It was a fearful vision," said William, "and maybe it was but some distempered fancy. Yet," he added with sudden gravity, "if honor called, the house of Nassau would make even the sacrifice you saw prefigured." He smiled at the scryer in the fashion which made all men his friends, and hastened away to the festivals at the town hall. Again the city belfries rocked with the ringing of the joy bells. Again the summer night was lit with splendid illuminations, and all the sweet languor of this rich season of the year was blended with the magnificence of princely rejoicings. The young grandee, crossing the town square, lifted his eyes to the stars, and gazed at those 3 which form a diamond sword in the heavens. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. Brussels. After the 3rd day of tourney had completed the marriage festivities, the Prince of Orange, his bride, and their train, swelled now by Anne's attendants, set out for Brussels. Van der Linden was among the magnificent assembly who wished them Godspeed, and he found occasion to hand René Lamung a charm in the shape of the figure 7 cut in jade and set with little studs of gold. This would, he said, keep her from harm while she resided in Brussels, for 7 was the lucky number of that city, which was under the direct influence of the 7 planets, and owned 7 churches, 7 gates, and 7 senators. René thanked him with tears in her eyes and a sad smile on her lips as she turned to leave the land that had been a refuge, even if in exile, and set her face towards her own country, which was so full of peril for her and contained unutterable memories. Already, from those in the prince's train, and from such Saxons as had been in Brussels, she had heard much of the state of affairs in the Low Countries. The Inquisition, which the late emperor had established in the Netherlands, had always been resisted, notably in Brabant. Into 2 of the provinces it had never been introduced, with such effect that, though an avowed heretic, as was René's father, was certain to be apprehended, yet many who were not of the orthodox faith had managed to live quietly and unmolested. Now, however, it was being enforced with great severity by Philip's orders and Granvelle's warm support, and the chief inquisitor, Peter Titelman, was performing his office with the ruthlessness and cruelty of Torquemada himself. Everyone even suspected of heresy, anyone who did not bow low enough when the host passed, anyone who read the Bible or ventured to criticize the priests or preach any contrary doctrines, was at once seized by Titelman, accused before his secret tribunal from which there was no appeal, tortured to force a confession, and finally put to death in the most horrid fashion the monks could devise. Already this monstrous tyranny was spreading over the Low Countries with a combined force and power impossible to resist, the religious force of the Pope, the secular force of the King behind it. Already Titelman, Granvelle, the Regent, the King, were rejoicing that they were tearing up by the roots the seed that Martin Luther had planted. Already some of the most splendid and prosperous towns in Europe were being devastated with executions, fines, confiscations, and the spectacle of tortured men, women, and children flung living into the flames with Marat's hymns on their lips and the light of undiminished faith in their eyes. And this was only the beginning. There was no length to which the king was not prepared to go to re-establish the pure Catholic faith in his dominions. He was willing to depopulate cities, render barren the countryside, ruin the trade from which he drew so handsome a revenue, force into revolt the people who had been his father's faithful subjects, in brief, to utterly destroy and scatter one of the bravest, most prosperous, most intelligent, most thrifty nations of Europe, rather than see them tainted with the doctrines of Luther or Calvin. And to this resolve Cardinal Granvelle gave his enthusiastic support. René heard enough of the prelate to realize that he was nearly as dreaded and disliked as Titelman himself, and that to him was ascribed the enforcing of the Inquisition and the creation of the hated new bishoprics, by which the supremacy of the true faith was to be enforced and the organization of the Inquisition maintained. It was from the creation of these bishoprics, and his own elevation to the See of McMillan, and then to the Cardinal's hat, that the growth of the breach between Anthony Perrenot and his one-time patron, the Prince of Orange, might be traced, and René learnt that William, together with Lamoral Egmont, Prince of Graverne and Stadtholder of Artois and Flanders, abetted by Philip de Montmorency, Count Horn, then at the Spanish court, had actually written a letter to Philip protesting against the increasing insolence and presumption of the cardinal, and that the king on receiving the message had warmly defended Granvelle, and so abused Count Horn that that nobleman had hardly been able, from wrath and amazement, to leave the royal presence. These circumstances, which were common talk in the Netherlands, and rousing immense interest and speculation, caused René to regard her new master with added curiosity, with a growing respect. From the first moment she had seen him she had felt his charm. Now she began to surmise his power. Along the journey she marked his patience, gentleness, and courtesy with Anna's unreasonable jealous affection, peevish tempers, and fits of hysteric gloom. Some of the other women laughed at so much softness, but René admired this gentleness in one whom she knew could be masterful and believed could be fierce, but it had the effect of rousing her former half-compassionate indifference towards Anna into active dislike. Never had the sickly, bad-tempered girl seemed so hateful to René as she did now when plaguing the husband she professed to adore, chattering over her coming triumphs in Brussels, and boasting of her new rank and dignities. She seemed to see in the magnificent and tumultuous scene onto which she was about to enter only a stage on which to display her own enormous vanity, and her infinite pretty questions and speculations as to her position in relation to the Regent and the ladies of her court fatigued René almost beyond endurance, for the waiting woman's mind was full of the great problems now agitating her native country, and of the coming struggle between prince and cardinal, of which Anna was so entirely in ignorance. When they reached the beautiful plains of Brabant and the hill-built capital, Anna fell ill from the excess of her own spleen and passions, and it was on a litter that she was carried into her husband's gorgeous home on the heights of Brussels. This was an establishment that filled Renée with astonishment, and was indeed much more splendid than even the Saxon princess had ever expected. Situated in the most beautiful part of the ornate and rich city, and amid the residences of other great nobles, the Nassau Palace formed a fitting scene for the festivals, the hospitality, the pageants provided by one of the most wealthy and generous princes in Europe. The turreted and gabled mansion, crowned by a tower or belfry, and built in the most elaborate style of Gothic art, stood in fine gardens filled with statues, fountains, pleasant walks, exotic shrubs, summer houses, and fish ponds, all laid out at great expense and lavishly maintained. The rooms, halls, galleries, and cabinets were most handsomely and luxuriously furnished with all the famous rich splendor of the Netherlands. Tapestries, hangings, pictures by the most renowned artists, carpets, rugs, objects from the East and the Indies, all the ornate beauty that taste could desire and wealth execute, distinguished the dwelling of the Prince of Orange. The household, with stewards, secretaries, clerks, musicians, chaplains, falconers, huntsmen, gardeners, cooks, valets, pages, servants, and now augmented by Anna's women, amounted to over 1,000 persons, and one of the most lavish and famous features of the establishment was the perpetual banquet kept in one of the halls, from which extravagant hospitality was indiscriminately extended to all corners at any hour of the day and night. The dishes, fruits, confectionery, and wines were constantly replenished, but never removed. In this household, beside which that of the Elector was simple indeed, Renée felt herself utterly alien and overwhelmed, but during the first days of her residence there, while in attendance on Anna's nervous illness, she observed as closely as she was able him who had already so excited her curiosity, namely, the Prince. She found he was good-tempered with all, loved by all, extravagant, reckless of his own interests, and very much the master. From her high window, round which the pigeons flew, she would wait for a glimpse of those who came to wait on him. Egmont, the stadtholder of Artois and Flanders, as magnificent a lord as William himself, and of almost as proud and ancient descent, Count Horn, another great seigneur, but a sombre and gloomy man. Rhetoric, handsome, reckless, usually inflamed with wine, Count Horn's brother, the Seigneur de Montigny, and de la Marck, the Seigneur de Lumey. And Renée soon perceived that these great nobles were all animated with one object, and that object hatred of Cardinal Granvelle. How far the prince was heading these malcontents she could not tell. She noticed that though he was so gay, and appeared so open, he was not reckless in speech, and she divined that he was reserved and prudent in all serious matters. She believed, too, that his position was difficult, even perilous. If so, certainly his new wife contributed nothing to soothe either difficulties or perils. Indeed, her behaviour would have hampered any man. In her vanity and arrogance, she was ungracious to his friends. She quarrelled with Egmont's wife, who was the sister of the Elector Palatine, on the question of precedence, and she chose to consider herself injured because the Regent kept her waiting when she first went to pay her duty. But though she was behaving like a fretful child, she could not fail to be an important pawn in the great game that was beginning to be played in the Netherlands, and Renée wondered who would try to rouse her to a sense of her position, for at present she was showing capricious favour to the cardinal's party by patronizing the wives of his creatures, Aerschot and Barlaymont. The warning or advice came most unexpectedly from Sabina of Bavaria, Countess of Egmont, Princess of Gravern, the lady whose only previous acquaintance with Anna had been haughty disputes as to their order of precedency. But Egmont's wife was not the woman to endanger her husband's interests by feminine vanities. She came personally to offer her friendship to Anna, and to instill the good counsel the Saxon princess so sorely needed. Anna, though tolerably flattered at the visit, received her rival with a haughtiness she deemed due to her station, retaining with her Renée and a little German girl who waited on her, and barely rising when the Countess, she was generally known, as was her husband, by her prouder title of Egmont, entered her presence. Renée had been told by her mistress that Sabina of Bavaria was an old woman, ill-favoured, but the waiting woman found that the Countess was as splendid as Anna was mean, as courtly as Anna was rude, as fascinating as Anna was unattractive. After the first few moments of commonplace compliments, it was plain that the Princess of Orange did not know how to behave. She sat in the window-seat eating nuts, which she held in the lap of her brilliant blue satin gown, and the shells of which she cast from her window. The Countess of Egmont, leaning back in her dark chair, her delicate tired face framed in the high, rich ruff, her soft hair threaded with pearls, and all graceful, composed, and gracious, surveyed the princess through half-closed long eyes, and, seeing that all subtlety would be wasted on Anna, came directly to the point. "Your Highness has already some knowledge of how matters stand in Brussels?" she asked. "None at all," replied Anna flippantly. "Naturally your Highness has had little opportunity," said the Countess pleasantly. "I have been some while at the court, and can enlighten you on some particulars." "It is best for ladies not to meddle in these matters," remarked Anna. "Truly, we women play a poor small part in these great affairs," smiled the other lady. "None the less we may be of some use and help. You have observed the great discontent there is against Cardinal Granvelle, how all the seigneurs are against him, especially your lord and mine." "The prince does not talk business with me," said Anna. The Countess bit her pretty lip. "I speak as a sister of a Protestant to a Protestant," she continued. "Your ladies are of the Reformed faith?" she added, glancing at Hannah and the other girl. "Oh, yes," said the princess, roused at last, "but I assure your grace that we shall give no trouble. I have promised to live Catholically, and I will keep my word." "I did not mean to speak of that," returned the Countess gently, "only to say that his princely highness your husband has always been considered too lenient to those of the Reformed faith, has always Count Louis with him, and continually others of his relations who are Lutheran, and this has been used as a handle against him by the Cardinalists, and will be even more so now that he has a Protestant wife." "And what is the upshot of this speech?" asked Anna, hardly pretending to disguise her impatience. Egmont's wife replied with a serene grandeur that was so infinitely patient. "To explain I must weary your Highness with some business. Cardinal Granvelle is already endeavouring to enforce the Inquisition in the Netherlands. Some hundreds have already suffered under his instigation. Now the late Emperor and the Queen Mary, the late Regent, did promise this should not be, and to break those oaths is against the conscience of many good Catholics and of most of the great lords, save only Aerschot, Barlaymont, and Meghem, who fawn on the Cardinal, but Granvelle wishes to enforce the edicts issued by the late Emperor against heretics, and this the seigneurs consider a fatal course. So there is a powerful party against this priest, and a letter has already been writ to the king against him." "I hear he is very upstart, and of low birth," remarked Anna, who was incapable of grasping the wide aspects of the question put before her. "That is no matter," smiled Sabina. "He is favoured at Madrid, and he rules the Netherlands, not Madame Parma." "I heard the Signor Rhetoric speak of him the other day," said Anna, with an affected laugh. "He made some fine jests on him. He said he wore those foxtails in his cap as a memory of the old fox, as he called Granvelle, and frequented the masques in a cardinal's gown to do his eminence a spite." "The Signor Rhetoric is reckless," returned the Countess gravely, "and does us little good." "Oh, I think he's amusing," said Anna perversely. "He told me some fine stories of the cardinal." And she laughed coarsely. Sabina knit brows. "Beware of laughing at the Signor Rhetoric's tales," she said. "I tell you his pastimes are dangerous." Anna shrugged her shoulders as she replied. "What has your princely grace to say at the end of this?" Egmont's wife flushed. She was not used to the rudeness she was so patiently enduring from this ill-bred girl. "I wish your Highness to be one of us," she said, "to help us. To be ductile, circumspect, to submit to the Regent, to give no confidences to Aerschot's wife." "She is my husband's kinswoman," interrupted Anna. "She is of the Cardinal's party," flashed the Countess, "and they are none of them to be trusted. I appeal to you," she added with dignity, "to stand by us who are standing by those of your faith."
I tell you, King Philip is only waiting for the decision of the council at Trent to force all his subjects into conformity with the ancient faith. Yea, even at the price of depopulating the Netherlands. I tell you, no liberty, no charter, no privilege will be safe, nay, not the joyous entry itself. And we must all turn into persecutors, scourgers in Granvelle's hand, or be ruined. Anna was now a little frightened. She dimly wondered what her own position would be if all these fearful edicts against heretics were enforced. "What can I do?" she asked foolishly. "Bear yourself discreetly. Flatter the Regent, eschew the Cardinalists. Do not encourage Seigneur Brederode." "I am sure no one takes any notice of what I do," returned Anna. In her heart she was sorry she was not an Orthodox Catholic. The sufferings of fellow heretics did not move her in the least, but she was alarmed at the thought of being involved in any of their misfortunes. "The actions of the daughter of the prince who forced the peace of Passau from the late Caesar must always be important." Anna was flattered at this. She was always inordinately proud of her famous father, while not sympathizing in the least with the principles or the actions that had made him glorious. "I will do what I can in the matters you tell me of," she said, "but it was never my husband's wish that I should be troubled with grave business of any kind." Sabina took this ungracious concession as the utmost she was likely to get. She rose, feeling that the whole interview had been rather useless. Anna rose too, and as she stood, the bright cruel light of the window over her, the other woman noted afresh how crooked she was, how sickly, how plain, and was sorry. And over Anna's shoulder she glanced into the gardens which showed through the open casement, and saw the prince playing tennis in the sunlit court. His gay spirits, his splendid health, his pleasant handsomeness formed a bitter contrast with his wife. The countess, with the generosity of the woman who has everything, felt sorry indeed for this woman who had nothing but a position she could not hold, and a husband she could not please. The ladies parted, and Anna called for wine and sugar, mixed herself a sweet drink, and presently fell into a flushed sleep in the window-seat. She was still asleep when the prince came up from his game. He looked at her in silence, rather sternly, rejected Anne's offer to wake her, and went away. The waiting woman kept her distasteful vigil during the rest of the long sunny afternoon. The little German girl crept away. The sounds of the palace came dimly through the shut doors. Without, the pigeons flew to and fro with a sharp flap of wings, and Anne sat motionless, with locked hands and compressed lips, her mind and soul in the struggle between Granvelle, who stood for the tyranny of Philip and the power of Rome, and the great nobles who stood for the liberty of the Netherlands and the protection of the wretched heretics. End of section 7. Chapter 8 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8 Margaret of Parma. The governess of the Netherlands, Margaret, daughter of the late emperor and wife of Ottavio Farnese, Duke of Parma, sat in her chair of state in the small chamber leading to the council room, and before her were the 3 Netherland nobles who were the avowed enemies of Granvelle, and who had complained so long and haughtily that they were no longer consulted, and that the regent took advice solely from the cardinal and his creatures, Barlaymont, president of the Council of Finance, and Viglius, president of the Privy Council. Margaret favoured the cardinal. He had an immense influence over her, and she knew him to be as deep in her brother Philip's counsels as his father had been for 30 years in those of the emperor. But the situation in the Netherlands was increasingly difficult, and she dared not alienate men of such importance as the 3 that were before her now, the brilliant Egmont, Victor of Gravelines and St. Quentin, Horn, Admiral of Flanders, and Orange, the most powerful of the princes and stadtholders in the States. She sat now erect, and a little drawn back against the burnished leather of her seat, rather in the attitude of one at bay. Her presence was majestic and graceful, with something of the commanding fascination which had made her father so popular,
But the Flemish blood of her commoner mother told, too. She lacked refinement and softness. Her features were bold and haughty, her brow heavy, her upper lip shaded with dark hair. Her hands were large and strong, and seemed ill adapted for the embroidery they now held. Indeed, her most notable accomplishment was horsemanship, as it had been that of her aunt, the former regent, Mary of Hungary. Her attire of gold brocade and black velvet, stiff cap, and flowing veil of black tissue folded over her shoulders, was more rich than tasteful. She wore no jewelry nor adornments, for she affected a masculine strength of character and disdain of detail. Her needle went in and out of the embroidery, but the work was largely a pretense, and the flower she was making was stitched false, for her full brown eyes were continually glancing from one to the other of the three before her. Count Horn was speaking, in words slow, but full of intense feeling. He was putting before her the noble's case against the cardinal. The Admiral stood by the pointed window, on which gleamed the arms of Brabant in the leaded glass. A grave and gloomy figure, dark and careless in attire, with a haughty and rather sad face, brooding eyes, a discontented brow, and black fan-shaped beard. Standing behind him, leaning against a side table covered with a small cloth of Persia, was Lamoral Egmont, the famous soldier, the popular Grandee, Knight of the Golden Fleece, Stadtholder of Brabant and Artois. Half his exceptional popularity he owed to his unusual good looks, his beautiful head with the brown curls carried so splendidly, his soldier's figure tall and strong, his noble port, the brilliancy of his attire. His silk and brocades, jewels and gold, showed the more gorgeous now in contrast with Horn. Leaning against the wall near him was the Prince of Orange. He had a quiet air, and his head was bent forward on his ruff. He was not so magnificent as Egmont, though his appointments were very splendid. And always Margaret's eyes were flashing up covertly from her sewing and measuring the sombre, proud speaker, the gorgeous Grandee behind him, and that third figure with the bent head. Horn finished at length, bowed to the regent, and looked at his colleagues. "You bring vague accusations, princely count," said Margaret. Her voice was heavy, and she spoke haltingly, for she was at ease with no language save Italian. "It would seem that there is nothing against the cardinal but private spites and malices." "There is against him," replied Lamoral Egmont, "that he usurps our place in the council, as we have endeavoured to show your royal grace." The embroidery trembled in Margaret's fingers. "You blame him for much that he has not done," she said, "as the bishoprics." "Do you tell us," cried Horn impetuously, "that the cardinal did not urge these bishoprics at Rome?" "Nay," replied the Duchess, "they were intended in the Emperor's time, before I or the cardinal came to the Netherlands." "At least he enforces them and enjoys the finest," persisted Horn, unconvinced. Margaret lifted her bold eyes. They were angry eyes now. "He enforces them," she said, "because it is his Majesty's wish, and the cardinal is loyal. I would all were as he. And why are these bishoprics so odious? Methinks they should be comforting to good Catholics." She darted a sharp glance at the Prince of Orange, "since they are designed to strengthen the ancient faith and rout out heresy." "They are designed to support and spread the Inquisition," replied Horn bluntly, "and that is a thing odious to these states." "The Spanish Inquisition shall not be introduced," answered Margaret. "That has been promised." "There is no need to introduce it," said the Admiral dryly. "The Inquisition of the Netherlands is more severe." "The people will not take it, indeed they will not," said the Stadtholder of Brabant earnestly, "as witness the disturbances, riots, and revolts at Titelman's executions." "We are not talking of the people," replied the Regent with bitter vexation, "nor of their grievances, but of the great lords who foster all this sedition, and seem to have a marvellous sympathy for heretics." "We have a marvellous respect for the charters and privileges of the states which are in our keeping," said the Prince of Orange, "and which the Inquisition utterly defies and overrules." Tears of vexation sprang into Margaret's eyes. More than either of the other two was this prince vexatious to her. "A prince," she said. "We know your dispositions. You hide yourself behind the states, behind charters and privileges, but, as my brother said, in the matter of the Spanish troops, it is not the states, but you, and I perceive it. Never believe but that I perceive it." William very slightly smiled. "I have never failed in duty to the king," he replied, "nor loyalty to the church. And in protesting against the cardinal and his measures, I do believe, madame, that I serve the best interests of both." "It is well," said Margaret bitterly, "for you to speak of loyalty to the church when your palace shelters heretics and you have a Lutheran wife." "I had his majesty's consent to my marriage," said William quietly. "A reluctant one," returned the regent, "and his majesty is still not pleased that you should choose the daughter of the Elector Maurice. But that is past," she added sharply, then, with a thrust at the daughter of the man who had humiliated her father, "though we think the match still imprudent, and marvel at it more than formerly." William received this reference to his wife with courteous indifference, and Margaret continued with raised voice, the deep colour mounting to her hard face and the embroidery lying forgotten on her lap. "Methinks it would be more dutiful and fitting if you offered to help me with your advices and influences, instead of filling my ears with complaints of the only man who is useful to me." Lamoral Egmont drew his magnificent person erect. "We have no opportunity of aiding your grace," he said, "since we have been excluded so long from your councils." Margaret trembled with anger. "What do you want of me?" she asked, driven to desperation. That was too complex a matter for either the Prince of Orange or Count Horn to commit themselves to, but Lamoral Egmont, who was neither cautious nor wise, answered instantly, "The withdrawal of Cardinal Granvelle from the Netherlands." The Duchess rose in her agitation, sweeping her needlework to the ground. "Oh! You ask no little thing of me!" she cried in her indignation. "How think you the king would take that request?" "Let your grace make it," replied the Stadtholder of Brabant with a touch of insolence, "and while we wait an answer from Madrid, let your grace counsel the cardinal to comport himself with less overbearing arrogance." "Arrogance!" flashed Margaret. "What of the Count Brederode, who nightly, when in drinks, sports cardinal's attire at some public masque, and mocks and flaunts his eminence with huge indecency? What of the pasquils that reach my very closet and are thrust under the cardinal's pillow? What of these vile rhetoric plays which no punishment can stop, and which jeer at all holy things?" "We know none of any of this," declared Horn with rising anger. "Henry Brederode is not my charge," replied Egmont, "nor do I control his frolics." Margaret stopped short before him. "What of the fox-tails in your own cap?" she asked. "You wear them openly in the street. Do you think that I do not know of these things?" The Prince of Orange here interposed. "If the bishoprics and the Inquisition, the ancient placards and edicts, are to be forced on the people, there is no chance of the states passing the new taxes." These words instantly brought the regent to the practical part of the matter, and affected her more than any of the proud speeches of Egmont and Horn. The finances of the Netherlands were in a miserable condition. Philip was always demanding money, being continually embarrassed himself, and Margaret feared for her prestige, if not for her position, if she could not supply it, and cordially as she agreed with her brother's proposal to exterminate all heresy in his dominions, and greatly as she admired Granvelle's plans to carry their royal wishes into effect, she was shrewd enough to see that the prince had pointed out a real difficulty, and one that she had lately been acutely conscious of. At the same time, she disliked the prince bitterly for calling her attention to the stumbling block. "Do you threaten disobedience? Rebellion?" she asked. "I threaten nothing," replied William, looking at her calmly. "I speak of what I know of the states. The Stadtholders will not enforce the Inquisition, the people will not submit to it. Rebellion? Who knows? The provinces have revolted before, madame, against the House of Habsburg." Margaret was silent, her eyes narrowed with anger. Her sincere convictions were with the cardinal. As an ardent Catholic, she loathed the heretics. As a grateful subject of her brother, she wished to obey his wishes. She was loyal, industrious, and ambitious to render a good account of her charge. She believed the men before her, and those whom they represented, to be greedy, jealous self-seekers, and she despised them as mere worldly courtiers, but to the Prince of Orange's argument she was obliged to listen. She was shrewd enough to see that these men knew the Netherlands as neither she, Philip, nor Granvelle did, and she respected the abilities of the Prince of Orange. She stood eyeing them all, her hand on her hip, her head well up. "We cannot obey his majesty in both things," continued William. "We cannot enforce the edicts and raise the revenues." Margaret knew this to be so true that she controlled her choler, though her eyes were bright with anger. "The placards will not be enforced," she replied. "His majesty waits the decision of the Council of Trent. If that allow a certain latitude to heretics, his majesty will obey." "If not?" asked William. The Duchess flung out her hands with a gesture of annoyance and desperation. "How do I know what the king will do? I am here to execute his orders. I can but ask that the inquisitors deal gently until some decision is known." The three Grandees took this as a concession, almost a confession of defeat on the part of Margaret, as indeed it was. Nothing but a deep sense of the difficulties and perils of her position could have wrung such words from her. "And your Grace will advise moderation to the Cardinal?" asked William, taking up his hat. "Do that errand yourself, noble Prince, since you are responsible," replied the Regent keenly. William unexpectedly laughed, and turned his charming face, with a gay look of amusement, towards the angry lady. "Truly I will," he said. "His Eminence and I used to know each other well, and I cannot think that old friendship worn so thin that he would refuse me an hour's hospitality at La Fontaine." Margaret saw that she had been betrayed into an imprudence. "Do what you will," she said, "but on your own authority." "Your Grace is vexed," remarked Horn, "but we have done nothing but our plain duty." "God grant your Grace may come to see it so," added the courteous Egmont. "And may he set great prudence and clemency in your heart, madame," said the Prince, still smiling, "for we stand on the edge of chance, and may easily mistread." Margaret dismissed them as haughtily as she dared, and as soon as they had gone, sat down to write an agitated letter to Philip, full of the obstinacy of the Netherlands, the insolence of the Grandees, the impossibility of obtaining money, and the virtues of the much-abused cardinal. The three Grandees mounted and rode along the city heights, where their homes lay among pleasant parks and beautiful gardens. As they ascended the steep, winding streets, they could look back at the town lying in the hollow, ornate and gorgeous, proud and serene beneath them. The twin towers of St. Gudule rose majestically from above the clustered house roofs. Below them soared the immense spire of the town hall, and in the blue cloudiness and golden light of the late summer afternoon dozens of gilt weathercocks swung in the gentle breeze and glittered in the sun, and in and out of the crevices of the gables flashed the white wings of innumerable pigeons. The Prince of Orange glanced often at this prospect of the fair town, but Lamoral Egmont's eyes were for the bending knee and lowered head of passers-by, the curtsies of women spinning at the doors, the bright eyes of maidens peeping with admiration from behind the checkered casement blinds, and the Admiral's gaze was straight before him, as if he saw nothing. "Think you the Regent mean what she said?" he asked at length. "I think she was frightened," said the Stadtholder of Brabant. "She is not a clever woman," remarked the Prince of Orange. He turned his head stiffly in the great ruff and smiled at Horn. "I think she will render an ill account of her charge. She grows more confused every day." "Why did His Majesty send a woman at all?" complained Horn fiercely. "Because he wanted one not too strong," replied William. "It were wise to endeavour to restrain Rhetoric," he added. "His jests against the Cardinal are very daring, and may involve us all." "Who is to argue with Rhetoric?" asked Egmont. "He and de la Marck are beyond all reason, and if their jests vex Granvelle, I am not the man to stop them." "Granvelle smiles at jests. There are better ways to discomfit him than the drunken frolics of Rhetoric," returned William. The conversation ceased, for they had entered a narrow street where their voices could easily be heard. Their talk turned on falconry. "I wish I could get away for a while," said William. "The Elector gave me the prettiest hunting dog, as white as snow, and I would very willingly try him in the campaign. If I am to be ruined by falconers, I would use them," he laughed. "Herr Jesus, how they cost, sighed Lamoral Egmont, who was even deeper in debt than the prince. Never were the ducats so hard to come by, never were they so much needed. Granvelle is the ducats, broke out Horn, regardless of prudence. The abbey's benefices and plunder that have come his way would set us all at ease. And the Admiral's swarthy face darkened with wrath and jealousy. Indeed, Granvelle's persistent greed, and the lavish manner in which Philip satisfied it, was the chief reason of the hatred in which the nobles held the cardinal, as his supposed patronage of the bishoprics and the Inquisition was the chief reason for the hatred of the people. William lifted his brows and smiled meaningly. Lamoral Egmont shrugged his shoulders as if he could not bear to consider the subject. And so they went their way slowly, their equipment shining in the sun. The children ran to the doors to look after them, and the women whispered, "There go the two stadtholders and the admiral. Look what splendid princes they are." End of chapter 8. Section 9 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. Cardinal Granvelle. Anthony Perronat, Archbishop of McMillan. Cardinal Granvelle, chief adviser to the Regent and the chief reliance of Philip in the Netherlands, as he was the chief object of the detestation of the Netherlanders, Grandees and people alike, spent most of his time in his beautiful country house outside the gates of Brussels, surrounded by all that elegant luxury and worldly extravagance which particularly aroused the wrath of his enemies. His position with the king his master was as secure as any man's could be with Philip, and he flattered himself that he had an influence not easily shaken over the mind of the Regent, who was by no means the strong and masculine character she appeared, but one easily influenced, as Philip well knew when he sent her to the Netherlands with Granvelle to stand behind her chair and pull the strings of government over her shoulder. He also had some supporters among the nobles, notably the Duke of Aerschot, Barlaymont, and Viglius. For the rest, he stood alone in an atmosphere of hatred, contempt, and insult, even perhaps peril, for he believed that he was in constant danger of assassination. But the Burgundian priest preserved his serene calm, for he was absolutely fearless, sincerely loyal to his master and his church, and intensely ambitious, and courage, loyalty, and ambition combined to hold him steadfastly in the place to which all three had called him and now kept him. On this day of the hot waning autumn he finished his usual voluminous dispatch to Philip with particular pleasure, for he had been able to give his master definite news of the misdeeds of his enemies, against whom he had been cunningly and gently insinuating complaints for some while past. That morning Barlaymont had come to him with the information that he had been approached to join a league of the Grandees, the sole object of which was to force the recall or retirement of the cardinal. Barlaymont had not only refused to join, but had instantly disclosed all he knew to Granvelle, who thus had been enabled to inform his master that the chiefs of this league were Orange, Horn, and Egmont, and that all the nobles had joined them with the exception of Aerschot, Aremberg, and Meghem. Barlaymont's information had not come as a surprise to Granvelle. He knew perfectly well that the Grandees were working by intrigue and open opposition for his downfall, but he was glad that they had committed themselves by this league, and pleased that Barlaymont had proved so faithful a tool. He added to his letter a complaint of the way in which the Marquis of Bergen, Stadtholder of Hainault, Valenciennes, and Cambrai, and Horn's brother, Baron of Montigny, Stadtholder of Tournai, refused to carry out the decrees of the Inquisition in their several provinces. He advised his Majesty to add these two names, Bergen and Montigny, to those of Orange, Egmont, and Horn as dangerous men. He also added that Viglius, though his loyalty was unquestioned, was becoming frightened at the storm raised in the Netherlands by the Inquisition and the rumour that the late Emperor's edicts against heretics were to be enforced, and was counselling moderation. The minister then sealed up his letter, and went out into his exquisite gardens, where, in consequence of the continued great heat, his dinner was laid on a marble table of beautiful Greek workmanship which stood beneath a chestnut tree now covered with tawny and golden foliage. Today the cardinal took his midday meal alone. The great nobles had long since ceased to accept his hospitality, and he was not always in the mood to entertain those of the lesser sort who still cared to come. His keen, intelligent mind, highly accomplished and learned, did not disdain its own company. He found the cultured man's pleasure in a luxurious solitude. Seating himself in the gilt chair, softly cushioned in red set for him, he glanced with pleasure at the cool white table flecked with sunshine and the shadows of the great chestnut leaves, at the crystal bottles of amber and ruby-colored wine, at the curious twisted glasses sustained with opal hues like a foam bubble, the gold service with jade handles, the plates and dishes of porcelain as fine and glossy as an eggshell, the napkin of Brussels lace rich with a design of lilies, the honey-colored loaves lying in their snowy linen, the fruit reposing on ice in the delicate silver basket. The cardinal was never wearied in his refined enjoyment of the elegancies of life. As he sat over his luxurious repast, admiring the mellow light of the garden, and the way his Grecian fauns and dancers showed their marble limbs among the exotic shrubs of laurel, myrtle, citron, and bay, his secretary came across the grass with a paper in his hand. "Another Paschal?" smiled the cardinal. "A fellow passing, Eminence," replied the priest, "found his thrust into the bars of the gate." "Give him a piece of money," returned the cardinal carelessly, "and pray that the hand that put it there be not the same as took it down." "Shall I leave it?" asked the secretary. "It is, as usual, very foolish." "Leave it," replied his master. "You know I make a collection of them." The priest's stark figure returned through the sunshine, and Granvelle sipped his wine, bright as a diluted jewel in the opal-clouded glass, while his serene eyes rested on the sheet of coarse paper roughly printed with picture and verses in smeared black. Presently he set down the wine and took up the paper delicately in his fine, capable fingers. It contained a hideous caricature of himself in the likeness of a hen seated on a nest of eggs, each of which was labelled with the name of one of the new dioceses. The shells of several were already broken, and newly fledged bishops were hopping out of them. Granvelle was well used to such jests. The Netherlanders were famous for their Paschals, their pamphlets, their medals, and their rhetoric plays, and Granvelle had been the butt of all in turn. Not even the terrors of the dreaded Inquisition itself could restrain the sharp and lively wits of the people from ridiculing their enemy. Often enough they hit him on the raw. Sometimes, too, they went wide of the mark, as in the coarse Paschal he held now, for despite the general opinion to the contrary, the cardinal was not responsible for the creation of the new bishoprics. He remained leaning back on his silk cushions, gazing musingly at the caricature. The sense of someone approaching caused him to look up. Even his perfect control could scarcely repress a start. The Prince of Orange was coming across the grass. William made his salutation with smiling apology for his intrusion. The cardinal dismissed the half-doubtful secretary, who was behind the prince, and motioned his quest to the seat opposite its own. "I come without permission," said William, smiling, "but I felt a great desire for a little speech with your eminence." Granvelle's sumptuously liveried attendants were bringing the prince cushions, a footstool, and setting before him wine, cakes, and fruit. Granvelle, with a sigh, flicked the Paschal onto the marble table. "The people become extraordinarily daring," he remarked, accepting the prince's presence as if it was the usual thing for him to behold his arch-enemy at his table. "There is a general defiance, a lawlessness abroad, very displeasing to the servants of his Majesty." William leant back in his chair. He was still smiling. His graceful, youthful figure, his small, handsome head, his rich attire of black velvet with rose-colored points, all gave him the appearance of the useless grandee many believed him to be. But Granvelle was not so deceived. He knew that the young cavalier smiling at him was as astute, as experienced, as able, as wise, as prudent as himself, and that he was the most dangerous of the many dangerous men in the Netherlands. "There is much abroad displeasing to the servants of his Majesty," he answered. "I think there are perilous times ahead, if the grandees persist in what is near disloyalty, yes," admitted Granvelle, and he too smiled. "Disloyalty?" said William lightly, and raising his fine brows. "It is a matter of terms. Our remonstrances have been given to the Regent out of regard to our loyalty." "I know something of your regards, Highness," replied the cardinal, thinking of the information he had received that morning. William instantly took his meaning. "Had we not wished your eminence to know of our proceedings, we should scarcely have disclosed them to Baron Barlaymont." The cardinal's fine face hardened. He set down the peach he was handling, and took his chin in his fingers. In the young Grandee's manner was a hint of that insolence the Burgundian priest had had to endure from the lesser nobles like Rhetoric and de la Marck, the insolence of the great towards the upstart who had been born a commoner. "Your eminence," continued William delicately, "would be wise to retire from the Netherlands." "You came to tell me that?" asked Granvelle, almost surprised into anger. "The Netherlands will not endure the measures of your eminence." "Then they are rebels against the king's authority," replied the cardinal proudly, "for I do nothing of myself, but all as the instrument of Madrid. And now we are speaking with this boldness, I tell you, in the name of King Philip, to warn your friends Montigny and Bergen to be more obedient to the commands of the Inquisition in their provinces." William looked at the cardinal. "The king promised not to introduce the Inquisition," he said. "I am not the keeper of the king's conscience," replied the cardinal adroitly, "but I can bear witness that his majesty is introducing nothing. The Inquisition was in the Netherlands in the emperor's time, but it was never enforced," replied the prince, "and in many provinces unknown, so that there are whole villages, nay, townships of those of the Reformed faith." "What is the Reformed faith or the Netherlands to you?" asked Granvelle keenly. "You, a Provençal prince, a German count, a Spanish grandee." "A Catholic." "As to that," replied the prince lightly, "I am stadtholder of some Netherland provinces, and one of the advisers to the Regent. Therefore I think I do well to protest against measures which I foresee bring ruin to his Majesty's dominions, and I do not believe in punishing people for their private faith." "That sentiment would be a dangerous one were you a common man," returned the cardinal. "I know," smiled William, "and it is against such things that I protest." "Tolerance for heretics is only to be expected from a prince united so closely to them." "Perhaps," said William indifferently, "but I was not talking of my tolerance, but of your eminence's policy." "That is known, clear, and will not be altered," said Granvelle. He raised his glass and slowly sipped his wine. William leant forward across the marble table set with the mingled luxuries of crystal and silver, and fixed his dark eyes on the churchman's serene face. "Cardinal Granvelle," he said earnestly, "do you mean to force the Inquisition on the Netherlands?" "I mean," answered Granvelle, with his habitual evasion, "to fulfill to the letter the commands of his Majesty." "Whatever they may be?" "Most certainly, yes." "Even if the king enforces the emperor's edicts against heresy?" "He will not do so until he knows the findings of the Council of Trent." "But if those are in favor of greater severity against the heretics, and the king endorses them," persisted the prince, "will you be the instrument to obey his Majesty?" "I think that your Highness knows well enough that I shall be that instrument," replied the cardinal haughtily. William of Orange drew back. His expression changed to a look of decision that was almost hard, and this unusual sternness of his dark features so altered him that he seemed a different person. For a second Granvelle glimpsed the man behind the mask of the courtier. "To do what you speak of doing," said William, "is to ruin the Netherlands. The civil officers will not obey, the population will not submit, you will break commerce and industry, you will provoke a revolution." "I do not fear that," replied Granvelle. "The stadtholders are not all like Bergen and Montigny, nor all like Barlaymont." "Do you think such a man as he could do anything?" flashed William. "I am not afraid," smiled the cardinal, showing to the full that gentle contempt for his adversaries that they had always found so galling. "As for the Grandees—" "As for the Grandees," interrupted the prince steadily, "we are no longer boys or idle courtiers, as perhaps your eminence imagines us, but men able to play a man's game." Granvelle's smile deepened. "I never underrated the abilities of your Highness," he said, "but you perhaps overrate your own power, and for the people—" "The people! It is they will decide the final issue. They are not slaves, your eminence, nor a conquered race, but his Majesty's subjects through inheritance. Nor is he an absolute king here, as in Spain, but merely count and lord, and bound by oath to protect the people's charters, as they to obey him. Look back a little. Did not McMillan do penance in the square of Brugge, and Mary go on her knees to her own counsellors? These Netherlanders are easily pressed too far. Your Highness threatens revolt. I threaten nothing. I prophesy." The cardinal tossed down his lace napkin. Even if there were a revolt, he said quietly, it might be crushed. It might be supported, replied William. By the house of Nassau? Asked Granvelle. William laughed in the priest's face. I am Catholic, and His Majesty's subject, he replied, but there are certain neighbors who are neither, who might easily be induced to foment discontent in the Netherlands. Notably the relatives of your Highness's wife? Insinuated the cardinal. Nay, they are peaceful in Saxony, said the prince serenely. I was thinking of the Elector Palatine. Granvelle made a dignified movement with his hand as if he swept aside all of the other's arguments. His Majesty is not to be frightened by either rebellious people, jealous nobles, nor the heretic princes of Germany from proceeding in his duty to God and his subjects. Nay, I am so persuaded of the fervency of the king for the Holy Church that I believe he could sacrifice the Netherlands and every soul within them sooner than allow them to become a breeding ground of heresy. And in this you would support him? Asked William gravely. With all my power, replied the cardinal, and at peril of my life. You were a poor politician, then, said the prince. I am a good churchman, returned Granvelle calmly, and that is all I ever made pretense to be. So His Majesty, you think, would sooner ruin the Netherlands than suffer them to become heretical? Remarked the prince. I do believe it, and in that resolve the Duke of Alva does support him, and myself. William rose. Then we who have estates in this country must look to them, lest we be ruined too, he said, with a little smile. Your Highness will pursue one way, I another, replied the cardinal, rising also. And both of us will be serving His Majesty, remarked William gravely. The cardinal gave him a sidelong look, but the prince's face was impassive. That His Majesty must decide, was the priest's answer. Ever courteous, he now conducted his guest to the gate where his horse and squire waited. They passed the famous statue inscribed Durate, a woman with an empty wine-glass in one hand and a full glass of water in the other, by which the cardinal sought to symbolize the resistance of his own calm fortitude and temperance as opposed to the extravagance and worldliness of his enemies. He called the prince's attention to this figure. Durate, my motto, he remarked with a meaning smile. A brave word, replied William. I too have a high, aspiring motto. He looked straightly at the priest. Ce sera Nassau, moi, je maintiendrai. With that he mounted and rode back to Brussels, while Granvelle returned thoughtfully across his smooth lawns to his marble table under the chestnut tree. There, leaning back in the pleasant shade, he threw crumbs of bread to the peacocks that came strutting across the grass at his call. End of section 9. Section 10 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10. The Rhetoric Play. The months passed with terrible monotony for René Lemung, and perhaps for all at the court of Brussels. The long and bitter struggle between the Grandees and the cardinal filled the air with intrigue and dissension. The regent began to hesitate in her allegiance to Granvelle, and hung miserably undecided between the two parties. Montigny had been sent to Madrid to remonstrate with Philip, but without avail. A second letter of protest was sent, equally fruitless. The cardinal, serene as always, triumphed quietly over his enemies, and continued to be the predominant influence in the councils of Margaret. Heretics continued to be seized and slaughtered wherever the civil authorities could be induced to support the inquisitors, and the raging discontent of the people was repressed with a heavy hand. In the sumptuous household of William of Orange, life went with the old magnificence, but not with the old joyousness. Politically, it was the rallying point of the Grandees, who had now refused to sit in the councils with the cardinal, and met in William's gorgeous saloons to discuss their plans. It was also the headquarters of the prince's brothers, sisters, and brothers-in-law. During the year after his marriage, too, his German relatives visited him there, causing great offence to the Cardinalists. But all these comings and goings, all these intrigues, meetings, entertainments, were clouded by two things: the growing embarrassment of the prince's finances, and the element of bitter discord provided by Anna of Saxony. Whatever the festivities or excitements might be, Renée saw none of them. She was forever closeted with her mistress, who, now the prince's quarrel with Granvelle made her appearance at court impossible, sulked week after week in her rooms. She had taken a capricious liking to have Renée, and Renée only, with her, and the waiting woman submitted to the slavery of her position with a curious dumb patience. There was no distraction, no change, no interest in Anna's life. Her first child she had lost at birth, and this had further embittered her. Her one-time extravagant love for her husband, her pleasure in fine clothes and jewels, were completely dead. She never appeared, but she created a disturbance with her temper. She refused to admit any of the court ladies into her intimacy, and so she remained closed within her rooms, a slattern, a shrew, a scold, and daily becoming worse, entirely indifferent to the great events taking place at her very gates, but keenly alive to any detail in which she might find excuse for complaint or fury. Renée wondered why she stayed. The life was almost intolerable, and she had had 2 chances of escape since she came to Brussels. One of the Regent's secretaries had asked her in marriage, and the Countess of Egmont was willing to take her into her service. But Renée had declined both, and remained in the great Nassau palace, tending her mistress with tireless devotion, and eagerly watching what news she could of the movement of the events in which she perceived the Prince of Orange was the leader. She was like one waiting, but for what she did not know. It was in the winter after the Grandees had dispatched their second letter to Philip, and when affairs seemed to be reaching a crisis in the Netherlands, that matters in the Nassau household reached a climax of discord. Anna had taken a whim to have the prince's children by his first marriage under her care, and had been fiercely angered by William's decision to place his little girl in the household of the Regent, and to keep the boy in Louvain. As a result of this, Anna kept her room for nearly a week, but the day came when the prince, entertaining his friends at one of his lavish dinners, demanded her presence as necessary. It was, as usual, Renée's task, first to persuade her mistress to appear, and secondly to make her fit to take the head of the prince's table, and as the short afternoon began to fail, Renée went in search of her. She found Anna in her bedchamber, hunched up against her white porcelain stove. She was eating sweets. Renée, whose natural instincts were towards the beautiful, the refined, even the voluptuous, never came into her mistress's presence without a sense of absolute repulsion. Anna, though still under 20, was now as careless in her dress and person as any hag of 90. Increased ill health had deadened her always dull complexion, her eyes were swollen beneath, her mouth loose and ragged, her colorless hair was gathered untidily in her neck, her twisted figure further bent. Today she wore a bedgown of stained dark blue velvet, trodden over slippers, and a soiled linen cap, yet she cost the prince more in clothes than ever the charming and elegant Anna of Egmont had done. Though it was not yet dark, the windows were tightly closed and curtained, and candles flared and guttered untidily on the various tables. The princess had sat all day in this artificial light, and the atmosphere of the chamber was thick and close. As Renée entered, Anna looked up. "You were out yesterday," she said, breaking the utter silence she had preserved for 2 days. "Yes, Highness, it was my hour." "Where did you go?" "About the town, as always." "I saw you in the gardens with Count Louis," sneered Anna. "I met him," replied Renée, unmoved. "We spoke together for, I think, 2 minutes." "Why were you so late?" "There was a rhetoric play, Highness, and I was hindered by the crowd." "What is a rhetoric play?" "A morality, Highness," replied Renée patiently, "that the poor oppressed heretics make to expose their wrongs and strike at their tyrants. Ah, plays that make a jest of monks and nuns and all those in authority." "It is a grave jest," said Renée. "They do it at a peril of their lives." "Are they not often apprehended?" asked Anna spitefully. "Very often, Highness, and then they are strangled or burnt or tortured, or hacked to death with a rusty sword, as a poor schoolmaster was the other day for reading the Bible to his wife. And it was in her presence they slew him, and she died of it," added Renée quietly. "And they still persist?" "Aye, they still persist," repeated Renée. "I wish you would keep away from them," said the princess. "Do you want to involve me in this unruliness?" Renée smiled. "There is no fear of that," she replied, "and if they are bold enough to perform, I am bold enough to be of the audience, Highness." "Do not come to me if you are taken," said Anna. "I shall come to no one. I am not afraid to die as the others do when the time comes, replied Rene, laying out and making ready Anna's garments for the evening. What do you mean by when the time comes? Demanded Anna. Rene very faintly blushed. I mean that perhaps there may be some use for me, something for me to do. She changed the subject by adding, and now it is time that your Highness made ready for the supper. Why should I go at his bidding? Cried Anna stormily. Why does he ask me to come? Merely to slight me before these others, these rebellious Netherlanders he gathers about him. God, what a life! Her eyes sparkled widely. She clasped her hands on her knees and rocked herself to and fro. I had better have stayed in Saxony. I was better treated there, more taken notice of. Here I am nothing in my own household. What does he care? He spends his time with other women, I will warrant. His Highness spends his time in affairs, madame, and laborious business, and gives all his leisure to you, said Rene. Affairs, business, sneered Anna. What do you know of it? He will not attend court because of this foolish quarrel with the cardinal, and as for his own matters, if he attended to them, he would not be in the confusion and debt he is, with mortgages and money from the Jews. Where does his fortune go? She added, working herself up. I am a well-dowered maiden, but what I brought him was like water thrown down a well. What have I seen of it? His idle brothers and his mincing sisters bleed him, I will swear. Her glance fell on the dress Rene had put out, and her mood changed. Perhaps he is hoping that I shall not come down, and that he can roister alone with his worthless friends, but I will disappoint him. This idea seemed to give her pleasure, and she suffered two of her tire-women to array her in a gold and scarlet brocade she was fond of, a wide ruff of McMillan lace, and a violet mantle with silver tissue. As she sat with an unusual patience under the hands of the little German girl who was crimping her hair with hot irons, she asked the reason of all the grey camlet liveries she had observed from her window. I note that many of the great lords' men wear them, she added. Oh, madame, said the little maid, Katrina, glad that her mistress was so quiet. It is because of a dinner given the other day by the Seigneur de Groblendank, where the talk fell on the extravagance of the cardinal and the great splendor of his liveries, and it was agreed, to spite him, that the Grandees men should all wear a plain livery, grey camlet, as your Highness saw it. A pack of fools, said Anna. And was there no protest? They say the first device on the sleeve was changed from a cardinal's hat to a bundle of arrows, at the Regent's request, and she would have stopped the liveries, but there were too many ordered and cut. It was the Count of Egmont who thought of the design. He is a big fool, said Anna shrewdly. Does he think the king will ever forgive that? Who else was at this dinner? The Seigneur Montigny and Seigneur Bergen and others, Highness. Silly child's jests, cried the princess. Where did you hear all this? Oh, madame, one cannot stir without hearing it. The town is full of the talk of it. If your Highness had not been indisposed, she added tactfully, you too would have heard of this dinner and the liveries. Anna turned to Rene. Why did you not tell me of this? She demanded. It is much more interesting than your rhetoric plays. The rhetoric play! I saw that, cried little Katrina. I was with Rene. It was so amusing. There was a fellow with chalk on his face, made up like the cardinal, and someone called out to arrest him, but the people only laughed, and when one of the town guard came up, there was the Seigneur Brederode standing by the stage with his sword half out and offering to spit anyone who touched the players. And the guard made off, buffeted by the crowd, who cheered my Lord Brederode finely. You talk too much, said Anna crossly, and you have done my hair ill. She rose, fiercely pushing away the combs and brushes that cumbered her dressing-table, and limped to the door, a tragic enough figure in her ravaged and useless youth. It was Rene's duty to attend her to the drawing-room, for it pleased Anna to have a lady behind her chair as if she was an empress, and many a weary hour had the waiting woman spent observing the sulks, violences, and rudenesses of Anna, and the unfailing gentleness of the prince, a gentleness which, however, was becoming rather stern of late. Tonight Anna received her guests with passable civility. The brilliant saloon, the splendid dresses, the music paid her, seemed to raise her spirits, but the effect was only temporary. Halfway through the meal, she fell into sullenness. She clouded the ears of the page who brought her napkin, and then, because he spilt some drops of water on her gown, she screamed out for the music to cease, saying the sound of it was tearing her head in two. She abused the cooking, then sank into silence, emptying glass after glass of wine. Rene had noticed that the princess drank far too much of late. With the excuse of her headaches, she always had wine in her apartments, and the quantity of this she consumed had considerably increased. And tonight the prince observed it for himself, for he moved his wife's glass away, and the steward, understanding, brought no more wine to her highness. Anna noticed this, and her eyes flamed with rage. She dragged nervously at the tablecloth and pulled at her mouth. Rene shuddered. She was somehow desperately desirous that Anna should not shame the prince. But the waiting woman was powerless. She could only stand there silent, a mere unnoticed spectator. It was a brilliant company. Egmont was there with his wife, Horn, Mansfeld, Montigny, Bergen, Brederode, and other of the Grandees and lesser nobles and their wives, now openly banded against the cardinal. Most of the talk turned on the famous new liveries, and Egmont described how he won the toss which was to decide the design, and how eagerly his livery had been accepted. At this point Anna lifted her smoldering eyes and turned to her husband. "Will our men appear in this beggarly camlet?" she asked, and her tone was a direct insult to Egmont and his fellows. "Why not?" smiled William. "It will be an easy means of economy, ma mia." "Economy!" repeated Anna scornfully. "That is a strange point on which to begin economy, and is it not rather late, too, now when your affairs stand almost past helping?" "Her Highness speaks like a Cardinalist," smiled the Countess of Egmont, in the hope of distracting Anna from her temper. "Yet she must have little love for the persecutor of the Protestants." Anna leant forward, put her arm on the table, and stared rudely at the Countess across the gold and silver, china, and porcelain of her own luxurious table. "I did not come to Brussels, madame," she said, "to bicker with the cardinal and flout his majesty, nay, nor to live cooped away like a sick pigeon within four walls." "Anna!" said the prince, turning in his chair. "Hush, Anna!" The princess faced him with sudden frenzy. "I may speak at my own table. I may say what I wish. Do you think that I am Griselda in the silly tale to suck my thumb patiently while you do what you please? By the living God, I would that I was back in Saxony. But little you care." "Anna!" cried William. "Oh, Anna!" "Anna! Anna!" she mocked him. "How long is Anna to endure it?" The Countess of Egmont rose in her place and beckoned to Rene. "Her Highness is ill," she said quickly. "It is a shame to expose her." The prince caught at the words. "Yes, you are ill. Let them see you to your chamber." "I am not ill," cried Anna, with a look of hate at the Countess, "but heartsick with the treatment I get." She rose too, glittering in her brocades and dragging the cloth awry. "So I am to be sent from my own table," her railing continued. She swayed on her feet and burst into hysteric tears. The prince caught her arm. She turned and struck him feebly with her other hand. Count Louis rose and clapped his hands, and the musicians began to play, while Rene and the prince led Anna from the dining hall. As they reached her room, the little German girl came running to meet them with a frightened face. "What is the matter with her?" demanded William sternly, as the sobbing, protesting princess collapsed, a shaken heap on a chair. "She is ill," said Rene. She could not bear to look at him, so pale he was, so suddenly grave and sad, all look of youth gone from him. Rene felt personally shamed. "A strange illness," he replied. "I can but hope that she will improve as she becomes older." He was turning away when Katrina broke out. "Your Highness, it is the wine. Tonight when I was arranging the room I found these." She pointed to a dismal row of empty flasks on a side table. "And the steward told me he brought them to Madame in pounds of sugar. It is the wine that makes Her Highness ill." Rene shuddered at the girl's boldness in thus unveiling what the waiting woman had concealed even from herself. But perhaps, she thought desperately, it was as well that the prince should know. "Is that it?" exclaimed the prince. He flushed, and his voice was full of an extraordinary bitterness. He turned and looked at the intoxicated girl in her disarrayed splendor and her imbecile tears. Rene knew as well as if he had spoke that he was thinking how dear he had paid for this wedding, which he had so long striven for and so triumphantly achieved. Anna struggled up, supporting herself on the arm of the chair. "I wish you had left me in Saxony," she sobbed foolishly. "What life is this for me?" "It is not over sweet for me, madame," replied the prince. "But do not think that you can trouble me further." I now know your worth, and can dismiss you from my mind." She was frightened, half sobered, for never before had he spoken so coldly to her, and the finality of his tone struck even her dazed brain, and she dimly realized that she had lost him. "This comes of all these quarrels," she muttered confusedly. "Your livery, your rhetoric play." "There is no need for a rhetoric play wherewith to mock me," interrupted William. "Your Highness plays a sorrier morality here than any mouthed in the streets." He left her. He went back to his guests. René and Katrina, helped by another frightened woman, got the princess to bed. They then sat down, drearily enough, to their supper, and conversed in whispers of Egmont's livery, their mistress, the rhetoric play, and the things, big and small, which went to make their life. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, The Jesters and the Rhetoric Players. That winter, Count Adolphus, who had been seeing service with the King of Denmark, joined the Nassau household at Brussels, where Count Louis was already living. He too hoped for some post under his brilliant brother, and meanwhile eagerly joined the party of the Grandees and closely associated himself with the band of young and reckless cavaliers, such as Count Louis, Count Hoogstraten, young Mansfield, and Henry Briderode. It was a gorgeous life, an extravagant life, a life in every way reckless and opulent that these seigneurs led on the edge of revolution, on the edge of the king's wrath, on the edge perhaps of a worse thing than any of them dreamed. There were hunts, falcon parties, entertainments at their magnificent country seats, balls, feasts, dinners, masques in the great places in Brussels. Even Cardinalists, Ehrenberg, Aarschot, and Bartholomew mingled in this joyous and spendthrift society. But it was the party headed by Orange, Egmont, and Hoorn which went in the furthest in splendor, display, and open defiance of the Cardinal and the edicts of the Inquisition, edicts which two stadtholders at least, Bergen and Montigny, resolutely refused to enforce in their provinces. Granvelle smiled and wrote his long dispatches to the king, carefully giving instances of the pride and insolence of the Grandees, and declaring that not only were they set against himself, but against the authority of his majesty. Margaret raged and wept, and grew daily more confused. All had forsaken her council board save the cardinal and his creatures, and her pride began to revolt against Granvelle's obvious treatment of her as a puppet. Her secretary Armenteros, one of the sly Spaniards bred in the school of Madrid, urged her to assert herself, and she could not but see that Granvelle's policy, however acceptable to the king, was most likely to raise a religious war in the Netherlands, which she, a foreigner in fact, though nominally a Fleming, dared not attempt to coerce without the aid of the stadtholders with their immense local influence. Early in the new year, it became secretly known to the Grandees that Margaret had lately sent a letter to the king representing the desperate financial state of the country. The firm hold heresy had, the immense feeling against the Inquisition, the impossibility of counting on the nobility while Granvelle remained in power, and the advisability of recalling the cardinal for a while. This news was received as a triumph, and Egmont, with his usual recklessness, gave a great feast, where the toast to the departure of the man in red was enthusiastically drunk. It was past midnight when a party of young nobles, Adolphus of Nassau, Hoogstraten, Montigny, and Bredfor, left Egmont's mansion and turned homewards through the moonlit streets of Brussels. They would not so soon have left the festival if they had not been inspired by a project of daring mischief. Briderode had a sheaf of violent pasquils under his brocade cloak. Hoogstraten in the same manner concealed the pot of paste, and Adolphus and Montigny were to keep watch while the other two placarded their insults over any bare wall that offered. It was a fair night, and the moonlight fell unclouded onto the streets, casting sharp shadows from gables and balconies, and rendering the work of the young cavaliers as dangerous as they could wish. Even Egmont had warned them against proceeding too far, and William had perpetually forbidden his brothers to indulge in dangerous jests, for William knew Philip. But they were young, enthusiastic, warmed with wine, absolutely fearless, and where Henry Brederode was, there could never be caution. This nobleman was not wealthy, but of as ancient a descent as any in the Netherlands, being the last representative of the former Counts of Holland, of whose vast possessions, however, he retained only one lordship. As he stood now leaning against the church door on which he was engaged in pasting his Paschal, it was easy to see the fascination which kept him the friends of men who believed him worthless. For there was a winning charm in the handsome laughing face, the thick curls shading the bold impudent eyes, the humorous mouth, showing the man of ready wit, of endless daring, of quick temper, and ready good nature. He was dressed, altogether beyond his means, in purple and gold brocade. His ruff of Flanders lace was stained with wine, and in the gold silk twist of his garter he carried a dagger. Near him stood Anthony Liling, Count Hoogstraten, a chosen friend of the Prince of Orange despite his youth. He was short and very slender, and looked almost like a page as he offered the paste pot, his dark mantle wrapped from his eyes to his knees, his hat pulled over his brow, the only part of his festival attire visible being his rose-colored silk hose. Adolphus of Nassau also muffled himself in his cloak, and Floris de Montmorency, the Seigneur de Montigny, a dark splendid cavalier, kept watch at the turn of the street. The yellow lights of the 2 oil lamps flickering before a gaudy shrine to the Virgin set in the angle of the houses opposite the church showed that the streets were empty, and that no one spied from the windows. Alike all dark and shuttered, but as Brederode, with a laugh of enjoyment, was pasting a crude but effective likeness of the cardinal rapidly journeying to hell in the company of the devil next to the lampoon which he had already firmly affixed to the church door, Hoogstraten and Montigny both gave a sound of warning, but too late. A carriage, singularly light and noiseless, swept round the corner. The nobles, whose own reckless laughter had concealed the sound of the wheels, found the vehicle on them before they could fly. One of them, at least, did not wish to do so. Brederode turned around, the paste-brush in his hand, ready for any defiance. The other 3 crowded close to the door, hiding with their persons the distinct white squares of the still wet lampoons. "What carriage in these streets at this hour?" whispered Montigny, who, as the most prudent, was also the most nervous and anxious. His curiosity was not long in being satisfied. The blinds of the carriage were up, and from the window nearest the church looked out the serene smooth face of Cardinal Granvelle. Even Brederode concealed the paste-brush, and the others lowered their faces into the folds of their mantles. But the carriage stopped, and Granvelle looked straight at Brederode. "Good evening," he said. "You enjoy the night air of Brussels?" "As well on foot as your eminence in a carriage," replied the Baron, throwing back his head, his eyes beginning to dance with defiance. "Oh, I," replied Granvelle, his glance travelling over the other cavaliers, "I am returning to La Fontaine after supper with the Regent." "I also am returning home," replied Brederode. "My host was the Count Egmont." "Did the Count win any more dice throws?" asked the Cardinal. "Nay, we were not occupied in gaming," said Brederode. "But had we played," he added, with his reckless loyalty to Egmont, "I doubt not the Count would have won." "Ah, he has luck," smiled the Cardinal, "but he may find the throw of the dice that made him the designer of the liveries a perilous victory." The 3 cavaliers drew closer together. For all their high spirits and youthful bravado, they knew what power the Cardinal had with Philip, and what the King's wrath meant. There might be an eventual death for all of them if Granvelle saw what was pasted on the church door behind them. But Brederode answered dauntlessly, "Is there not some peril in your eminence driving abroad so late and unattended? Best be on your way, you are not so popular in Brussels." Granvelle smiled. "I am well aware that I have enemies capable of assassinating me, but I am able to despise them even," his glance again swept to the silent 3, "if these here are among those willing to lie in wait to do me a mischief." "Whoever advised you so lied," cried Brederode. The Cardinal leant further from the window. "Who are those behind you?" he asked. Methinks I know the figure of the Seigneur Hoogstraten, or is it some page, and a member of the house of Nassau. Would it be now Adolphus or Louis? Adolphus, answered the knight, who would not involve his brother in his adventure. And by your leave we have as good right to be abroad as yourself. An amorous adventure? Smiled Granvelle. Yet a church door is a strange rendezvous. Your eminence knows best of that, said Brederode, with utter recklessness. There are others beside you who know how to reconcile love and the church. Granvelle was well known to be far from saintly, and the thrust caused him to wince. Adolphus caught Brederode's sleeve and besought him to hush. How many insolences go unchecked in the Netherlands, said Granvelle softly, but the king is not so easily mocked. Your names are all noted in Madrid. Go there and remind his majesty of them, answered Brederode, and place my name high on the list, and say I sent you there to write it. Hoogstraten pulled him back, and Montigny, disdaining to be disguised now as his companions were discovered, moved forward, while Adolphus deftly set his back against the placard. Your eminence will take no notice of the count, he said, since he is obviously far gone in wine. I take no notice of any of you, replied the cardinal, and I think you are more drunk with treason than with wine. Treason? Shouted Brederode. Who dares give that word to me? And he was hurling himself on the cardinal, but Hoogstraten and Adolphus held him back and forced him against the wall. He laughed and broke loose from them, disappearing in the shadows behind the cardinal's carriage. Ah, Floris Montmorency, cried the cardinal, is this the place for the stadtholder of Hainault? I but amuse myself with my companions, replied Montigny, with a smile, though he was deeply conscious of his false position. The nobles of the Netherlands choose dangerous amusements, said the cardinal, and the Prince of Nassau dangerous company, he added, glancing at Adolphus. The three nobles, bitterly irritated at the cardinal's questions and his delay, could hardly restrain their impatience, especially as they suspected that he knew well enough of what they were about, and what they had concealed behind them on the church door. You think I too dare something in reprimanding you, said Granvelle, yet I cannot believe that the chivalrous houses of Nassau, Lichen, and Montmorency would combine against a defenseless priest. Your eminence need have no fear of that, replied Montigny, though we are not among those who have found priests defenseless, nay, very much the opposite. The March air, replied Granvelle, is too keen to give a relish to this banter of wits with boys and roysters. We wish no conversation with your eminence, cried Adolphus angrily. You might have driven on for us without a word. I am sorry, said the cardinal, with a keen look at Montigny. Yet I say again that I am sorry to see the stadtholder of Hainault in such company. With this remark, which Adolphus and Hoogstraten received as an insult and Montigny as a threat, Granvelle signalled to the coachman and leant back in his seat. As the carriage drove up the slope, Montigny looked anxiously for Brederode. Where is he? Fled? Adolphus asked. But a shout of laughter answered them. The count was standing at the corner under the shrine and pointing up to the cardinal's carriage. When the other three cavaliers looked in the direction, they could not forbear laughter either. On the back of the carriage in which Granvelle was taking a stately departure was pasted the lampoon and the picture of his eminence hastening along with the devil. While the others had been using their wits, Brederode had used his paste-brush, and to greater effect. Par le cardu, cried the count. His face will turn yellow when he sees that. But he will guess who did it, my Brederode, said Hoogstraten, and what kind of exploit will that show in us? Give me the bills, added Montigny. Here is enough for one night. Hoogstraten cast his paste-pot over the wall of the garden nearest, and Adolphus was glad to end the perilous jest. The night air, the conversation with the cardinal, had cleared their minds of the fumes of wine and excitement. It had been a dangerous moment while they stood with their backs against the placards on the church door. The news of this may reach Madrid, continued Montigny, endeavouring them to disarm Brederode of his brush. Madrid is a great way off, returned the turbulent count. But Philip has a long arm, said Montigny. He took the rest of the pascules from Brederode and thrust them into his own doublet, and cast the brush over the wall after the paste-pot. Brederode was inclined to be angry, till two of them passed an arm in his, and the four of them went up the street, the Count shouting a song loudly enough to bring the solitary watch to the street corner as they went by. They had almost regained Egmont's palace, where Hoogstraten and Montigny were lodging, when their progress was suddenly interrupted. A man stepped from a doorway and stood right across the path of the four nobles. Their first thought was of violence, and all of them clapped their hands on their swords, but the fellow threw out his hand to show them he was defenseless, and then they noticed he wore the famous livery, the camlet robe with the hanging sleeves embroidered with a bunch of arrows. "There is only one of you with his face uncovered," he said in a low, eager voice, "but he is the Seigneur Brederode." "At your service," said the Count. "Whose fellow are you?" "Alas, I am no one's fellow," was the reply. "This livery is but a disguise, bought with my last ducats. Titleman is after me." "Are you a heretic?" asked Montigny. "I am nothing at all, but I played the part of the cardinal in the Rhetoric play, and the bonnet maker where I lodged betrayed me to the Inquisition. But the boy of the house warned me, and I crept out and got this habit, and have been in the streets ever since. And if some great noble will not take me into his house, the titleman will get me at the last." "I like your humor," said Brederode instantly, "and all enemies of the cardinal are friends of mine." Montigny checked him and turned to the stranger. "Fellow," he demanded, "is this tale true, or but some ruse? Answer me truthfully. I am the stadtholder of Hainault." "Before God it is true," answered the other earnestly, "and I speak in dread of my life, and with no object but to gain protection. Ever since it has been dark, I have been creeping from corner to corner, hoping to find some seigneur—" "Friend," interrupted Brederode, "I could take you if my house was bigger and my debts less. But Egmont," he added, with his usual admiration of that nobleman, "Egmont will give you shelter. His house is as full of heretics as Geneva itself." "Then I will hasten to throw myself on the protection of the noble Count," answered the other gratefully. But Montigny, fearing the recklessness both of Brederode and Egmont, was for seizing this stranger, who might be anything that he did not say he was, even one of Granvelle's spies, when Adolphe said, "Surely I know his voice, his look." He dropped the mantle from his face as he spoke, and gazed keenly at the other, who gave quick exclamation, "It is the Count Adolphus of Nassau! Then, out of his princely goodness, he can vouch for me." So saying, he thrust back the hood of his habit, revealing the smooth, keen face, the agate brown eyes of Dupré, the Elector Augustus's squire. "Yes, it is he," said Adolphus, "who predicted a bloody death for all of us, and now you are in fear of death yourself," he added, with a smile. "It is strange that one who can read the future cannot foretell his own perils." "Alas, noble seigneur," replied Dupré, with his usual mingled impudence and reverence, "the angels became capricious, and would not give me any more good advice, and I, growing restless, must needs leave a good master and go on my travels which have brought me here, and will lead me no further than the stake, unless one of your princely graces have pity on me. I have seen," he added with a slight convulsive shudder, "men burning who have beheld angels in the flames and died happy, calling on Christ. But I have always been profane, and am more like to see devils and die blaspheming my God." "You would deliver no one to death for such an offense as yours," replied Montigny, "and since the Count Adolphus knows you, he will take you to the household of his Highness, where you will be sheltered." The squire bent and impulsively kissed the young knight's hand. "Can he converse with angels?" demanded the Count, who had kept silence so long with difficulty. "If so, he may bring them for me." "Alas, my magic table is lost," replied Dupré, "and the impression of the mystic seals, they went down on board ship, off Havre." "But you can tell my fortune," persisted Brederode. "You will find it in the bottom of a wine cup, may God forgive you," cried Hoogstraten, dragging him on. "Yes, best go home before more befall us," said Montigny, and the four parted, Brederode and his two friends back to the mansion of Egmont, and Adolphus, with the squire humbly behind him, to the Nassau palace. End of section 11. Section 12 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Grandees. The huge and lavish household of the Prince of Orange, which included counts and barons, easily afforded shelter to the poor squire. William listened to his story, gave him a place among his people, and straightway forgot him. But Dupree, after his late miserable adventures, was sufficiently happy to find himself under this gorgeous patronage. He had his room, his laboratory, his weekly wage, and by means of the devices he had learned from his late master, Van de Linderen, he earned many an odd ducat from the numberless people who came and went in the mansion of the prince. He gained, too, a considerable dole from Anne, who was overjoyed to see him again, and rejoiced at the diversion a visit to his laboratory afforded. He worked on her childish vanity with perfumes, soaps, lotions, cosmetics, and on her idle credulity by foretelling the future by means of cards and mirrors, and with the ready wit and facility which were his stock in trade, he speedily became a favorite with the princess, who was the only member of the household sufficiently idle to be able to afford him limitless time, patience, and encouragement. For Anne had no friends, and she was not interested in her second child, who lived apart with nurses and maids. While William was becoming more and more absorbed in the task of defeating Granvelle and the policies he stood for, Anne was becoming more and more addicted to her fortune-telling, her magic experiments, her wine-drinking, and her bouts of fury, which rendered it almost impossible to find anyone to wait on her. Only Renée Lemont remained at her task, patient, impassive, serving her interests with as much devotion as if she loved her, concealing her faults as much as possible, and doing all in her power to make Anne preserve a reputable appearance before her world. It was a thankless, bitter task, but Renée performed it with as complete self-abnegation as any anchorite his daily round of prayers and penances. Anne had drifted completely from her husband. The passionate affection she had once evinced for him never revived in one single moment of tenderness. His quarrel with Granvelle, which had closed the regent's court to her, his absorption in affairs in which she refused to take the slightest interest, and the neglect she fancied she had received from all in Brussels, had produced in Anne a bitter disappointment from which grew an equally bitter dislike of her husband, whom she regarded as the author of those evils. But William, eminently generous, peace-loving, and used to domestic gentleness and serenity, made more than one attempt to restore amity. Anne's character bewildered and confused him. Soon after he had received the momentous news that Cardinal Granvelle had requested the regent's permission to accompany his brother for a few days into Burgundy to visit their mother, and that Egmont's offer to go to Madrid and explain the affairs of the provinces in person had been declined, and that the king's answer to the petitions of Orange, Egmont, and Hoorn to remove the cardinal had been a dry and stiff note bidding the three once more take their places at the regent's table. William summoned a meeting of all the Grandees who had leagued with him against the cardinal. The prince was serious that day. He was often serious lately. Matters in the Netherlands became daily worse. The daily sight of the horrible executions of the Inquisition were driving the people to frenzy. The estates and cities were protesting against the abuse of their charters, and Margaret was helpless. She advised moderation. She promised moderation, but she did not enforce it, for Inquisitor Titelman was daily in her antechamber, and she was as afraid of Peter Titelman as she was afraid of Granvelle and of Philip. So the Prince of Orange, looking about him, beheld confusion, tumult, mystery, danger, and blood. The sky was dark, the air heavy with menaces, and to his acute ear an even more deadly sound was discernible, the first low roll of drums beating up for war. The day of the gathering of the Grandees, passing through a little cabinet on his way to the chamber where he was to meet them, he unexpectedly saw his wife, leaning on her side in the window-seat, arranging strange Eastern cards in frantic patterns. Behind her a glory of colored glass cast blue and crimson and gold light over the smooth, paneled wood walls of the little room. over the bent figure of the princess in her trailing, untidy gown of white and black Venetian velvet, and over the crudely colored and grotesquely pictured faces of the cards she was arranging with such care. On a stool near her, but out of the stream of the light, sat Renee, her brown dress scarcely distinguishable from the paneling in the shadows, but her fair face, her vivid hair, brilliant above the plain linen of her small ruff. William paused on seeing the two women. Anne glanced up, and then down again without saying a word. Renee rose and curtsied. The prince hesitated a moment, then crossed to his wife and laid his hand on her shoulder. "Mamie," he said gently, "what occupation is this for you?" "I am telling my fortune," returned Anne, "in the hope that the future may be fairer than the past. I am telling little Anne's fortune in the hope it may be better than mine." "Why in this public place?" asked the prince. Anne violently threw down 2 cards she held and rose. "Because I am tired of my rooms. I am tired of everything. Why do you interfere in my movements?" William caught her small, hot, and feeble hand. "If you would live more in accord with me, I could make life sweeter for you," he said, almost wistfully. She stood sullenly, looking away. "Listen, Anne," he continued. "It means much to any man who has difficult affairs on his shoulders to know his wife is bearing her part with patience and discretion." "Ah, now you are preaching like my uncles Augustus and William," cried the princess fiercely, "and that princely highness is what I would never endure." She swept all the cards savagely from the window seat to the floor and turned away. The prince's anger was checked by the sight of the limp that marred her walk and impeded her haste to be gone from him. Renee began picking up the cards. The light fell over her now, glorifying her opulent beauty that neither her plain dress nor her own cold indifference could eclipse. "Where is the princess going?" asked William. "I think she will go to the workshop of her alchemist, as she calls Dupree, the Burgundian whom your highness is sheltering." The prince looked keenly at this fair woman who might have so easily been brilliant, and who was so extraordinarily passive and so unnaturally patient. It was not the first time he had noticed her utter self-effacement. "Child," he said kindly, "I fear your service is a dull one, and your mistress difficult." "I hope for nothing better, your highness," replied Renee quickly. "You are very pretty to be so meek," smiled William. The warm color rushed to the waiting woman's face. She stood looking down at the gathered cards in her hands. "Her highness keeps me out of charity," she said. "My father was slain as a heretic. We lost everything. I am quite friendless and quite penniless, but for her highness." "I am sorry," replied the prince gently, "but do not speak of charity, and what you gain is hardly earned. I have marked that." "What were your estates?" She named them. "They were confiscated by the Inquisition," she added. William sighed, well knowing that such property was impossible of recovery. "When you find your husband, I will dower you," he said. Renee lifted her face. He could not understand the look in it, which almost startled him. "I thank your highness," she said. "Shall I now attend the princess?" "Yes, keep with her," returned the prince. He was turning away when he added, "Whom does she meet in this workshop?" "Very few, highness. Sometimes there is a certain Rubens, a lawyer, and his wife, who are friends of Dupree's." "That is not the company for the Princess of Orange," said the prince. He frowned, hesitated, then turned sharply away. But the princess was not in Dupree's laboratory. The waiting woman found her in her room, sunk in the apathy that was the usual result of her fits of passion. She suddenly bade Renee leave her alone, and that lady turned away. Idleness and the whole afternoon before her. Katrine had already slipped out into the garden to meet some cavalier. The other women each had her own duty or her leisure. There was no company for Renee. She went out into the beautiful galleries, empty for once, and turned rapidly towards the hall where the prince was to meet the Grandees. It was one of the principal chambers of the mansion, and had a large musicians' gallery from which Renee and the other waiting women and pages often watched the balls, masques, and feasts going on below. Renee now tried the little door leading to the private staircase of the gallery. It was unlocked, The meeting was no secret, and precautions against eavesdroppers had not been taken. With a heart strangely beating, Renee mounted the little dark stair and came softly out into the gallery, which was shadowed and partly concealed by long crimson brocade curtains stitched and fringed with black. Sheltered by the heavy folds, the waiting woman peeped down into the hall, glowing from the light of a great fire which flamed up the huge chimney, and sparkly from the winter sunlight pouring through the colored glass of the high long windows. On the walls hung tapestries of silk run with gleams of bullion. They represented the story of Medea and Jason. Against the brilliant background regrouped all of the grandees and nobles who were leagued against the cardinal. Renee's glance went eagerly from one to the other. There was Egmont in a camlet doublet with hanging sleeves embroidered with a bunch of arrows, in imitation of his famous livery. There was Horn, aloof, silent, gloomy, disliking his company only less than he disliked the cardinal. There was Montigny, young Mansfeld, and Hoogstraten, gorgeous young knights in brocade and silk, the two graceful younger Nassau counts, the Marquis Bergen, heavy and corpulent, Brederode, the Seigneur de Glion, Meghem, alert and warlike, and William of Orange, the man who was the acknowledged leader and center of these Netherlands seigneurs and stadtholders. He was leaning over the high back of a gilt leather chair, talking earnestly of the instances of the atrocities of the inquisitors which had come to his ears, and of the necessity for resisting them and their protector Granvelle to the utmost. Granvelle has asked for leave to go to Burgundy, he finished. From secret information, I believe he has asked for leave on Philip's advice. But, be that as it may, it must be our charge to see that once he has left the Netherlands, he does not return. He ceased speaking, but did not move from his easy yet thoughtful attitude, while the groups about him broke into animated speech, while above all could be heard the voice of Brederode, offering to wring Granvelle's neck if he ever should again set foot on the Netherlands once he had left them. Renee gazed at William as he stood quietly observing others, his dark face resting on his slim brown hand, a confusion of gold and crimson light falling over his slender figure. She noted the violet sheen of his Sicilian brocade, and the stiff points of the open-work double ruff which encircled his small, well-shaped head. Renee remembered how she had first seen him coming up the stairs of the town hall of Leipzig to greet his bride, and how, on the evening of his wedding day, she had looked down from a gallery on him, as she was looking now, and seen him move through the slow figures of the dance, and sit beside Anne on the gold couch while the mummers brought them lilies and sweetmeats. Renee had long since reversed her first judgment of the prince. She no longer thought him an idle, extravagant courtier. She had seen him proved brave, able, resolute. She knew that he set his face against the tyranny which put the Netherlands under the Inquisition. And now she heard him speak for liberty of conscience, for tolerance, for justice for the heretics, those poor creatures about whom great nobles usually concern themselves not at all. He cared, however. She had heard him speak in a moved voice of Titelman's burnings and slayings. She had heard him dare to declare that these things should not be. She found that she believed him, strangely, intensely believed him. It seemed to her that he was the only half revealed even to these men about him, that there was a part of him as yet known to no one, and that he had qualities which never had been guessed. She believed he would go farther than he said, do more than he promised, be indeed a buckler and a shield, a light and a sword, to her country. She drew completely back behind the curtains and put her shuddering hands before her face. She knew now why she had stayed with Anne, enduring everything. It was because of him, because she wanted to serve him, to hear of him, to be near him, because she thought he was the hero whom she had despaired to find, because she loved him. Erect and motionless she stood, hearing his voice again as he spoke to his friends, the voice and tone of a self-reliant man, but one who eagerly wants sympathy, who almost wistfully asks for trust and belief. Renee had noticed before this gentleness of strong nature, this affectionate friendliness of the astute wit, and they were to her eminently lovable traits, for by his gentleness she judged his strength, the greatest strength that is ever allied with sweetness. As she stood there hidden, listening to his voice, the strangeness of life smote her almost intolerably. He was a great prince who would never notice her save with that kindness of utter indifference which he would show to any of his servants. There was she, helpless to serve him, bound to eternal abnegation, yet dedicated to him with her whole untouched heart and soul. And there was Anne, his wife, to whom he turned for companionship and sympathy, repulsing him fiercely, almost hating him, preferring the society of Dupree, the charlatan, or to drink herself stupid in her chamber, rather than share any of his aims and cares. And to keep her from utter degradation, to soften her furies, to coax her good humour, to excuse her, to put the best of her forward and conceal the worst, that was the only service Renée could render the prince. A little thankless service, one that would never be rewarded, not even noticed in its true worth. Yet she was glad to do it for this man who was standing for her country and her religion, this man whom she loved. She heard the Grandees leaving, their pleasant voices, the mingled footsteps, the opening and closing of the door. When silence fell, she looked again over the edge of the balcony. The prince was alone, seated by the fire, his head bent. By his side was a pretty little white hunting dog, and William's right hand absently caressed its long ears. His face was in profile to Renée, and the firelight played over the fine lines of it, the low forehead, the straight nose, the firm mouth and chin, the compact head, with the dark, close hair. He was slightly frowning, and his brows were drawn over his eyes, usually so wide, open, and vivacious. In refinement, precision of outline, exactness of proportion, an expression both of elegance and force, he looked that perfect type, at once intellectual and athletic, which the ancients gave to their heroes, a type so removed from coarseness or grossness as to appear almost delicate, yet in reality strong, with the supreme strength of a brain perfectly adjusted, and a mind perfectly balanced, and a body admirably made. The twilight began to enter the sombre, magnificent chamber, and all the colors of the glass windows, rich furniture, brilliant tapestry were blended into one deep, glowing shadow, in the midst of which the dying ruby gleam of the fire brought out the figure of the prince in his gorgeous brocades. His thoughtful face, now serene as a fine mask, leaning back in his gilt chair and gazing in the flames, so wholly unconscious of that loving spectator who watched him so breathlessly from the gallery. At last she moved away, quietly through the shadows, down the dark stairs and back to her duty. Anne was in her usual place by the stove, drinking sugared beer, and little Katrine was moving about the room, sobbing under her breath, with a great red mark on her face where her mistress had slapped her for being late. Renée whispered to the girl to go away, and herself commenced the duties of putting in order all of the princess's disarranged things. Anne began railing at her in a voice broken with tears. The waiting woman hardly heard, for in her ears were the words that she had just heard the prince speak, and before her eyes the picture of him in the twilight, alone and thoughtful. End of section 12. Section 13 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Departure of the Cardinal. Cardinal Granvelle had asked and obtained leave to go to Burgundy to see his mother, whom he had not beheld for 19 years. That was now common knowledge, and a tumult of rejoicing broke forth, which frightened the region almost more than the tumult of rage and hate which had preceded it. For it seemed as if the people believed that with the departure of the cardinal, all their wrongs and miseries would end and the golden age begin. Pamphlets, lampoons, caricatures, issued in hundreds from the secret printing presses, were scattered in the streets, pasted on the walls of the churches, and found their way even to Granvelle's cabinet in Margaret's antechamber. The rhetoric players became daily bolder and performed their satirical plays before huge audiences who forcibly protected the actors. Heretic preachers addressed their followers even from the pulpits of churches from which the priests had been driven, and 2 of them, condemned to the flames by the Inquisition at Antwerp, were rescued even after they had been chained to the stake by the furious people who carried them back in triumph to their lodgings. And it was not only the people who thus recklessly displayed their joy at the departure of the hated minister. The victorious nobles, particularly Egmont and Brederode, openly exulted in the downfall of their enemy, for none of them believed that the object of his visit was more than an excuse, and it was generally thought that his journey to Burgundy was a mere pretext for retiring with dignity from a position he could no longer maintain. Various rumors were abroad. Some said the cardinal had asked to be removed from the Netherlands, others that he was obeying secret orders from Philip and was furious at leaving the contest with the Grandees. But whichever of their surmises might be correct, it was certain that he was leaving, and almost as sure he would not return. Already a wit had pasted a notice, "To be sold," over his Villa La Fontaine, and a much laughter was provoked by the famous statue with "Durate" on the pedestal, which word had a mocking sound now. But through all this hearty, intense, noisy rejoicing over the Netherlanders, the cardinal remained serene. Perhaps what gave him his calm was his knowledge of the other side of the picture. He knew Madrid. He knew Philip. He knew, too, how all this present rejoicing would be paid for some day. How Philip had marked and noted the names of these gay nobles who had driven out his minister. How all the reckless jests, pasquinades, and speeches, the famous insolence of Egmont's livery, the disloyalty of Bergen and Montigny, were all known to Philip, and by him patiently and painstakingly noted down. Philip knew how to wait, but he had a memory no detail escaped. Granvelle was not vindictive, and he was too polite to be inclement. He had no desire to be avenged on the men who had caused his downfall, and his last words to the regent were to advise her to overlook the present disorders. Indeed, he disdained all his opponents save one only, the Prince of Orange. He saw that, without him, the other nobles would be nothing. He was the guiding spirit of Egmont and Horn, neither of whom could have stood alone, and the first of whom, at least, would easily have been won by the cardinal but for Orange. "He is a dangerous man," said Granvelle with admiration, and loyally warned his master then, with an unruffled spirit and a smile for all, set out on his journey to Burgundy. Brussels seethed with excitement and joy. The members of the great trade guilds, the armorers, the cloth-makers, the glovers, the gardeners, turned out in bands and paraded the streets. Many of the shops closed while the servers and apprentices went out to see the cardinal pass. Parties of Protestants went about singing the hymns of merit and defying the law. It was a general holiday, and the only people angry and discomfited were the Cardinalists, Bartholomew, Aristot, and Vigulus, who saw their power at an end. Even the regent was glad to see Granvelle go, for she hoped and imagined that the seigneurs would be easier to manage than the astute and able priest. "Poor Madame Parma," remarked the cardinal to his brother, the Seigneur de Chantenay, who accompanied him in his carriage. "She cannot manage her charge at all. His Majesty should send a man to the Netherlands." "The Duke of Alva, for example," replied Chantenay, who hated the Netherlanders. "Alva is too severe," returned Granvelle. "These are people who will not bear too light a curb, too heavy a yoke. Alva has already recommended the taking off of the heads of Egmont and Horn." "Why not?" said the other, who was vexed at his brother's fall, and extremely irritated by the joyous and insolent farewells being given to the cavalcade as it passed towards the gates. "They are little better than rebels. Egmont is more useful to his Majesty alive than dead. Better buy him than behead him." "Is he to be bought?" "Easily. Poor, extravagant, vain." "But he is under the influence of Orange," said Chantenay. Granvelle smiled. "There you have the crux of the situation, my friend," he replied. "The Prince of Orange, that is the man to strike. The others are boys and roysters, but he knows how to use them. If it had not been for him, I should not have been leaving the Netherlands now." "Why is he so disloyal?" asked Chantenay peevishly. "Who knows what game he plays?" replied the Cardinal, rather warily. "He is serving neither king nor church, so he must be serving himself. Ambition." They had now nearly reached the gates of Coudenberg, and the Cardinal's escort, princely train, and numerous equipages were blocked for a moment by the narrowness of the streets and the pressure of the exulting crowds. Chantenay was afraid of violence, even of assassination. There had been rumors of hired murderers lying in wait for the Cardinal, ready to take the first opportunity of attack, but Granvelle, who had driven alone and unarmed at night out to his country residence, was not to be frightened now, though the crowd might very well be dangerous. He looked steadily and keenly out of the coach window at the faces of his enemies. "They are sturdy people," he remarked, "who will give the king much trouble. And what truly grieves me is to see what little respect there is for holy things. One might say that there is no religion left in the land." "Yet the great nobles have taken the Cardinal's hat from the livery, I observe," said the Chantenay, "and have put instead a bunch of arrows." "The Duchess requested it," returned the Cardinal, who was still intently observing the crowd. "But what helps that? The hat but meant insult to me and God's poor priests, whereas the arrows mean that they are banded together against the king, which is a declaration of rebellion no monarch should endure." The carriage now moved on, and the Cardinal leant back in his seat. He had been looking to see if any of the nobles were among the crowd, for he wished to report very exactly the behavior of these seigneurs to Philip. So far he had noticed none above the baser sort, but presently, as they neared the gate, he looked out again, and up at the house near whereby he knew Brederode had his lodgings. And there at one of the windows was the Count, together with Count Hoogstraten, the two of them laughing and throwing up their caps and clapping their hands in undisguised triumph and delight. This boyish exultation brought to Granvelle's cheek an angry flush the stately victory of William of Orange had failed to evoke. The brilliant minister, the skilful politician, the haughty priest tasted humiliation when he saw himself the butt of the malicious wits of these two young cavaliers. He drew into the farthest corner of the carriage, but they had seen him, and leaning out of the window shouted their farewells with redoubled pleasure as the procession finally passed through the gates. Then, with the common impulse not to let their defeated enemy escape too cheaply, they rushed down to the courtyard. "I must see the last of the old fox," cried Hoogstraten, and he flung himself on his horse which stood waiting for him. "I too," laughed Brederode, "and as I am not booted, I will come with you." So saying, he leapt on the Count's croupe, and they dashed through the street and gates in pursuit of the Cardinal's stately cortege, which was attended by a number of sumpter mules lent him by the Duchess. The two knights on one horse, Hoogstraten in his buff and gold riding suit, his black velvet cap with the long heron's feather fastened by an emerald, his violet mantle, Brederode in the tawny damask satin, Flanders lace, scarlet points, and silk hose, in which he had danced nearly all through the night, were at once recognizable by the crowd, and cheered and applauded as heartily as the Cardinal had been hissed and execrated. Brederode gaily waved the mantle he had snatched up as a pretence at a disguise, and laughed over the edge of his triple ruff, which was something broken and something stained, and the couple plunged through the gates and out onto the road where Cardinal was commencing his stately, if tedious, progress towards Namur, the first stage of the journey. There were several others following the cavalcade, notably one of Egmont's gentlemen, and the one who was in the employ of Marquis Bergen, the nobleman whom the Cardinal disliked and feared next to the Prince of Orange. But there was no representative of the House of Nassau dogging the retreat of his eminence, and William would have been far from pleased had he known of the exploit of Hoogstraten and Brederode. For a while these two cavaliers kept a discreet distance from the Cardinal, and remained at the side of the road in the rear, and near to the baggage mules. But this did not satisfy Brederode. He wished to ride by Granvelle's actual carriage, and to let him see who was escorting him on his journey. And so, when the road fell into a little ravine, the two cavaliers rode along the edge of the height until they were beside the carriage and could look down into it. When the way was level again, they reappeared at the edge of the autumn forest, near enough to his eminence's coach to look in the window. Granville's attention was attracted by Chantilly to the spectacle of two men on one horse, and he looked out of the carriage. Hoogstraten had thrown his mantle over the lower part of his face, for Brederode's reckless face was uncovered save for the brown curls the March wind blew across his brow and cheeks, for he was hatless. The Cardinal knew both instantly. "They are buffoons," he remarked, but though he tried thus to dismiss the incident, it vexed him. However, the annoyance passed when he reflected how dearly the jesters were likely to pay for their jest. The two cavaliers, regardless of the fact the Cardinal had seen them, and that therefore a full account of their exploit was certain to reach Philip, continued to follow the cavalcade in its slow progress over the rough, muddy winter roads until they reached a high piece of rising ground that commanded a full view of the surrounding country. Bare woods, fields, hedges, disappearing into the cold blue mist of the distance. Here they waited, and looking scornfully down on the Granville's coach as it passed, watched it lumbering along the road to Namur until a turn hid it from their eyes. "At the first stage Granville will write of this to the Duchess," remarked Hoogstraten, in a grave voice. His high spirits had left him. His prudence, though not his courage, was alarmed at what he had done. But Brederode laughed. Prudence was as unknown to him as fear. He had a far better claim than Philip to the Countessship of Holland, for his ancestry went unbrokenly back 500 years to the ancient sovereigns of that province. In his heart he regarded the king as a usurper, and he had no respect either for him or his ministers. Indeed, his fierce loathing of Granville and his policies was based on his hatred of seeing his native land, where his forebears had ruled, in the hands of foreigners. "Well, we have seen the last flick of the fox's tail," he said joyously, "and now we may go home to dinner. This keen air has given me an appetite." Hoogstraten turned the horse's head towards Brussels. "Yes, the Cardinal has gone, but his disciples remain," he answered thoughtfully. "The seigneurs will see to them," said Brederode confidently. "I know not," remarked Hoogstraten. "I believe Armenteros, the Regent's secretary, has more influence with her than Orange himself, but we shall see." "Aye, we shall see, my Anthony," returned Brederode. "For my part, I do not think so gloomily. If Armenteros behave as Granville has, then he may follow the same road. We have cast down a cardinal. Do you think we are to be baffled by a clerk?" And he began to sing a cheerful song in a merry bass voice, which rose very pleasantly over the still winter woodlands. When they reached the Gothenburg gate, they found the city still full of joyous emotion, and received a noisy greeting as they had done on their departure. Hoogstraten would have dismounted at Brederode's lodgings, but that nobleman would by no means permit it, and they continued their progress through the city, exchanging joyful congratulations and greetings with those who were making a festival of Granville's departure. As they made their way up the high streets which led to the ancient Brabant palace, which was the Regent's residence, they were hailed by a half-laughing voice, and the Prince of Orange galloped alongside them. "We have escorted his Eminence on the road to Namur," cried Brederode. "And though hungry and thirsty and cold," added Hoogstraten, "we are now joining in the rejoicings of the good citizens." "Ah, seigneurs," said William, with a little smile, "one day your pleasantries will end in mischief, I fear." "To our enemies, yes," replied Brederode. "Where is your highness going?" "To wait on the Regent." "So soon?" "Aye, Margaret having flung away one prop must seize another. She is a weak woman, and cannot stand alone," remarked Hoogstraten. "Shall we see you to supper tonight?" asked Brederode, as the prince touched up his horse. "Nay," smiled the prince, "a wise man avoids your suppers, my Brederode, at least when he has business to perform." "I have an excellent cook," pleaded the count. William, still smiling, shook his head, and rode on towards the Brabant palace. He went slowly, without parade or single attendant, greeted affectionately and loyally by most of the people, for though some were doubtful of his attitude, the bulk believed that he could defend their liberties. The great number, even of the heretics, had their hope in the great Catholic prince, who had already spoken against the Inquisition. Today, too, he was regarded by the people with added respect and interest, for it was clear that now the cardinal had fallen, the prince, as the principal member of the league that had brought about Grandelle's downfall, could be the greatest man in the Netherlands. Many wistful eyes were turned towards him as he rode, for many felt their fate was in his hands. His deportment was not that of a man either triumphant or joyous. He was pale beneath the clear brown of his proper complexion. His eyes were guarded and thoughtful, and though he smiled with his usual pleasantness at those of his acquaintances he met, his manner was absent, and he seemed neither so gay nor so careless as he had done even a few days before. When he reached the Brabant palace, he met Egmont leaving the gates. The Count was flushed with pleasure at the reception the Regent had given him, and loud in his protestations of loyalty to the Church and King. He was disposed to be frank and generous in his triumphs, and to heartily forgive all his enemies now the chief of them had been removed. William regarded him affectionately, but said very little, and his air was still grave as he entered the palace. End of section 13. Section 14 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, the Regent, the Prince, and the Cardinalist. Margaret received William warmly. She already spoke of the Cardinal with dislike and vexation, declared herself rejoiced to be rid of him, and showed every intention of flattering the men who had replaced him and his party, and who must henceforth be supreme in her councils. But the prince was not captured by these compliments as Egmont had been. He had his agents at the Spanish court. He knew something of the other side of the picture, and while Margaret was speaking he was looking at Armenteros, the arrogant Spanish secretary, who remained in the chamber. And this man, known to be deep in Philip's confidence and intimate with the Duchess, William beheld Granvelle's true successor. At the same time, he was perfectly well aware that Margaret knew his great influence, his unique position, and was sincerely desirous of attaching him to her. Indeed, it was quite clear to the prince that the Regent, despite her haughtiness, her pose of firmness and independence, was sorely bewildered and confused how to manage her perilous wardship of the Netherlands, and eager enough for help and counsel. But the prince was not the man to sympathize with an arrogant woman unequal to her charge. He deemed a woman as out of place in government as a man at a spinning wheel. The one who was queen by right and not by choice would have had his deep loyalty, but Margaret, however, was practically a foreigner, and lording in a place not her own, and neither the character of this woman, who assumed with such masculine qualities, and was in reality so weak and futile, nor the rank of this princess, whose mother had been the daughter of a poor weaver of Oudenarde, could inspire any respect or admiration in the prince. He considered her as but a poor instrument of Philip's policy, and even while she was offering him the courtesies she thought so diplomatic, he was wondering how long she would hold her place. Margaret on her side was uneasy. She could not read the prince. She did not wholly trust him, yet she knew him to be necessary to her. With Egmont she had felt far safer. Whatever his extravagances, he was obviously loyal, obviously a good Catholic, and she was sure of the prince on neither of these points. Indeed, the painstaking regent, sincerely eager to do her duty towards Philip and the church, was secretly sorely puzzled on how to deal with William. She proceeded to endeavor to win, and if possible, deceive him by cajoleries and blandishments, as she had already won and deceived Egmont, for her politics were those of Machiavelli and Loyola. "Now the cardinal has gone," she said, "I can surround myself with my good friends whom he kept from me, and I hope all will go more smoothly and prosperously, both in my councils and the states, without this meddling priest." William smiled into his ruff. By her abuse of Granvelle he could measure what she had said of him to the cardinal, which she would, most likely, be writing to administer within a few hours. "There will be more prosperity for his Majesty's subjects, and less anxiety for all those who serve his Majesty, if his Eminence's counsels are reversed," he said. Margaret regarded him with anxiety she could not altogether conceal. Her full bosom heaved beneath the gathered lawn and the Genoa velvet, and the quiver passed over her majestic face, which she endeavored to keep so regally impassive. "It is supposed to be his policies are to be reversed, Highness," she answered, "since his enemies will take his place." Then, remembering that the cardinal's absence was supposed to be only a temporary one, "It may be some while before he returns to the Netherlands, and meanwhile we need not consult him," she added. "Will he return at all?" smiled William, looking straightly at her. "I scarcely think so, madam." The Duchess, who had Philip's secret instructions to allow the Cardinal to desert, and who knew that the visit to Burgundy was an elaborate ruse to disguise the downfall of the minister, was startled at the prince's words. How much does he know? She thought, and her respect and awe of him increased. The Cardinal's return must be in His Majesty's good pleasure, she replied, smiling in her turn. Meanwhile, we have other things to think of. I have asked your Highness here to this private audience because I know you to be of a nature as noble as your rank, and because I want you to aid and support me in the task I have before me, which is not, the Virgin help me, a light one. Behind the obvious flattery of the words was a sincere feminine appeal for help, and her eyes were turned on the prince with a real anxiety. Surely, madame, replied William, you do not think I should be disloyal to you. I know I have been greatly slandered, but I trust you have never believed disloyalty of me. Nay, nay, said Margaret, I did not even think of disloyalty, but I have had to complain, with justice, that you have so obstinately kept aloof from my counsels. Because my presence was useless where no one was listened to save Granvelle and his creatures, madame. That is over, replied the Duchess, and now I rely on the seigneurs, and principally on you, Highness. I hope to deserve that trust, said William, and to advise your grace for the peace and welfare of the states. Margaret felt the words formal. She perceived that he could play with phrases as well as she, and that she was unlikely to gain much from this way. While she was turning over in her mind the best way to gain him, William spoke again, using a frankness that was more subtle and more baffling than all of Margaret's tortuous methods and policies. Your Excellency will not enforce the Inquisition? He asked. He was looking at Margaret, but he noted the little movement the silent secretary made at his words. I have recommended mercy and gentleness to Peter Titelman, replied the Regent, and I ever beg His Majesty to use clemency towards the Netherlands. But you will enforce the Inquisition, persisted the prince. It cannot be supposed, answered Margaret suavely, that the king will endure heresy among his subjects. It is then his intention to extirpate heresy? Asked William, and he remembered the conversation with Henry of France in the woods of Amusements. An intention known to all the world, asserted Margaret. His Majesty would rather lose his kingdoms than endure the heresy should flourish under his rule. They were almost the same words that Granvelle had used in the gardens of La Fontaine. Nonetheless, added Margaret, His Majesty awaits the decision of the Council of Trent before proceeding severely against these wretches. Meanwhile, said William, the inquisitors are burning, strangling, torturing in every town in the States. Margaret flushed angrily. Those who are thus punished are miserable blasphemers. Will your Highness speak for a man who remained covered while the host passed, or one who mocked a statue of the Virgin? I would not burn them quick, replied William. Nay, I would not touch their lives at all, nor yet their properties. Your Highness has of late been dangerously clement towards these heretics, remarked the Duchess. It is but natural, replied the prince, with a smile, since most of those dearest to me are heretics. But I did not speak from clemency, but from policy, when I advised your grace to toleration. Again the secretary made that little movement. William could imagine the letter he would write to Philip. Toleration? Cried the Duchess angrily. Do you advise me to accord toleration to heretics? Yes, said William, and he looked at the Spaniard sitting quiet in his corner, for he felt he was speaking not to Margaret, but to Philip, and that his words, spoken in this chamber of the Brabant Palace, would soon be known in that cell of the Escorial where the laborious king sat painstakingly annotating his lengthy and innumerable dispatches. The Duchess knew not what to answer. All her policy of flattery and consolation were overwhelmed by the rage and contempt she felt for William's views, which vexed her the more as she vaguely knew they were, from the point of policy, right. The Netherlands, continued William, will never take the Inquisition. They will never give up heresy. If they are forced, they will be maddened into a revolt. The king will know how to deal with revolt, returned Margaret haughtily. The king, said William, again turning his dark eyes on Armenteros, will scarcely provoke a revolt. He has too much wisdom and too little right. You question the king's right? exclaimed the Duchess aghast. "Madame," the prince reminded her, "the states and the cities have charters and liberties older than the sovereignty of the House of Burgundy, and both His Majesty and the Queen Mary, the late Regent, swore to protect these liberties." "But the king cannot, will not endure heresy," cried Margaret. "The Emperor was as good a Catholic as His Majesty," said William, "and he suffered heresy in his dominions when he was leaguing with the Protestant princes of Germany. Therefore the king may suffer it sooner than spoil, ruin, and lose the richest portion of his realms." "They would not revolt, they would not dare," said Margaret. "They will dare a great deal, these Netherlanders, once they are roused," returned the prince. "As your grace may have observed in the great numbers who refuse to recant their heresy, even for their lives, and in those who proclaim their faith, knowing well what the penalties are. Your Highness is very zealous in the cause of those wretched people," said the Duchess with some bitterness. "Call me zealous in the cause of His Majesty," replied William. "Before God, all I say and do is loyally said and done, and with the sole desire to preserve peace and contentment and obedience in these states." "I do believe you," returned Margaret hastily. She was unwilling to provoke further disputes, and considered it easier to take the prince at a mere face value of his words than to endeavour, as she might so easily have done, to find offence in the possible meanings of them. "I believe and trust your Highness, and shall look to your help and counsel to assist me." The question of the enforcement of the Inquisition was thus evaded. It was a question Margaret preferred not to have to answer, and one William saw no use in insisting on. So well did he know the mind of the Regent and the King on this subject. "Time," he contented himself by saying, "will prove if I am right in what I say, and also my honest purpose to serve His Majesty and your Grace." He rose, and again his glance travelled to the keen, sharp face of the secretary, who had now risen also and stood very respectfully in the corner. "Does he think I do not know that he is a spy on me?" considered William, as he kissed the Regent's hand. "Does she think I am going to be her tool to do the hangman's work?" He took his leave, Margaret gracious and smiling, pressing him and his family to come to her banquets, beseeching his frequent presence at her councils. The secretary all deference and stately homage. When William had closed the door behind him, he laughed softly. Then, as he turned away down the tapestried corridor, he sighed. It might be easy to read Margaret, even a manager. It might be easy, too, to influence and control those who composed her councils. But behind Margaret was the most powerful, the most fanatic, the most unscrupulous, the most obstinate king in the world. And behind him and his Inquisition was a more powerful force still, the entire might, the whole weight of the Holy Roman Church, armed not only with the fire and sword of this world, but the punishments of hell and the rewards of heaven. The liberties of the Netherlands were signed and sealed in laws and charters, but what could parchment and ink avail against the temporal power of Philip? The heretics might be courageous and unyielding, but what they were compared to the spiritual power of the Pope, supported by all the great princes of Europe. But William had been educated at the Emperor's court. He had been for a while intimate with Philip. He knew by heart the intricate policies of the court, the blind fanaticism, the narrow vanity, the dull obstinacy of the king, and as surely as if he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew that his name headed a list of seigneurs that the king had kept until he could one by one strike them off the paper, on the day when they would be struck off the earth. Therefore he knew the difficulties, the perils of his position, that did no one else in the Netherlands, and he had reason for looking thoughtful, while Rhetoric jested and the others laughed. As he was passing down the great stairs, he met Bartholomew coming up. This man, Granvelle's most detested follower, and the one who had betrayed to him the secrets of the league of seigneurs formed against him, was now entirely in disgrace. The Duchess received him with rudeness, and those who had formerly fawned on him now rushed to pay court to his ascended enemies. He was white and haggard with humiliation and vexation, his eyes red with bitter tears. He looked up, colored at seeing William, and paused. The prince came down slowly, a slender figure in a cross-cut doublet of a peacock color, a mantle of red and black fur. He carried his cap and switch under his arm, and was fastening his fringed gauntlets with a gold thread. "Your Highness has soon come to the sense of triumph," said Bartholomew. William turned serene eyes on him. "Ah, Baron, I do not triumph," he said half sadly. "I think your Highness does when you step into the place of the man you have cast down." "It was not I," replied William. "It was the Netherlands that would not endure the Cardinal." "You take refuge behind that," said Bartholomew bitterly, "but it shall not save you. Now you exult. Now you think to put your foot on our party, and for a time you may, but I tell you that you have won a perilous victory." "I know it," said the prince. "Now you are supreme, now you are the favorite," continued the fallen minister, "but the king is not so easily dared, so safely affronted. As surely as you are now uppermost, Philip will call you and those behind you to account, to a very stern account, Highness." "You speak as the mouthpiece of Madrid," said the prince, "and doubtless have good authority for these threats. Tell those who instructed you that I know my position and their power." "I speak for myself only," replied Bartholomew, "to let you know that I am only for the moment disgraced and humiliated. Down as I am, I would not change to stand in your Highness's place." "Nay, I would not wear your present honors at the cost you must pay." "I do not believe it," answered William. "But you and I are different men, Bartholomew, and my house has never shirked perilous honors." He bent his head and passed on, lacing again his glove. About the bottom of the stairs a flood of crimson light lay, cast by the two windows filled with red and gold glass, through which the last rays of the winter sun was streaming, and as William descended, it gradually enveloped him and dyed him red as he was passing into a sea of blood, over his feet, to his waist, to his shoulders, closing over his head. Then he passed into the darkness of the shadowed hall beyond, and was lost to Bartholomew's watching eyes. End of section 14. Section 15 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, The Pigeon. The sunshine of late summer was mellow in the beautiful room that looked on the garden where the last roses bloomed amid the heavy luxuriance of foreign shrubs and flowers. Golden the fair light of afternoon filled the chamber as amber-colored wine might fill a dark cup, and there was no sound save the incessant ticking of the tall clock in the corner. The room served no particular purpose, but was a mere antechamber to the library or quarter between that and the great chamber used for receptions and feasts. Renée Lemon stood at the window looking on the hushed and sunny garden. She liked this chamber, and spent her little leisure there. She was not commonly disturbed, as the prince's luxurious household seldom used this handsome library, and she had come to be fond of the room, to regard it almost as her own, more of her own than the hot little bedchamber under the eaves, where she was within sound of Anne's persistent bell and ceaseless shrill demands. She knew and liked the several pieces of furniture here, the large dark cupboard opposite to the window, which was polished till it gleamed like steel, the Spanish chairs with gilt leather-fringed seats either side, the waxed and shining picture, as bright as a jewel and as flat as a mosaic, that hung above the door into the library, and the other picture, a portrait of a fat, stern gentleman in black, handling the massive chain round his neck, which was opposite above the other door, and the tall wooden clock with the delicately engraved steel face and the numbers cut in flourishes fine as pen strokes. There was no other furnishing save the 3 brocade cushions that filled the seat over the high Gothic window, yet the chamber had an air of richness and beauty and peace. Renée's eyes lifted presently to the picture above the library door, and dwelt there curiously. It was a Flemish painting, perhaps 100 years old, and represented a young saint, Agnes, Barbara, or Cecilia, being led out to martyrdom. The Virgin, robed in white, with fair hair combed carefully in thin curls over her slanting shoulders, stood in the midst of a neat and flowery field, on which daisies and other little plants shone like stars. She lifted her round and smiling face, which was freshly colored and seemed never to have known care nor trouble, to a clear and lovely blue sky. Behind her, the executioners, elaborately clad in ruffled scarlet breeches and embroidered doublet, stood ready with rope and axe, and in the distance a hill town showed against the blue horizon with the distinctness of a toy model. The picture fascinated Renee. It was so serene, so pleasant, so far removed from horror or disgust, terror or pain, that it might make a tired soul long to die that way, calm and smiling in a daisied meadow that was but one step from the paradise where a martyr's crown was already being plaited by the angels and saints. There were martyrs now, men, women, and children as pious, as steadfast as any of the early Christians whom heathens slaughtered and to whom altars were set up all over Europe, died every day in the Netherlands, but not that way. Renee knew it was not that way, the way of peace with flowers beneath and blue heavens above. Nay, it was in the common daytime, amid the sordid surroundings of the marketplace, with insults, with jeers, with flames, smoke, the shrieks of fellow victims, the frenzied preaching of the monks, the groans of the crowd, with their ravaged homes perhaps within sight, their frantic children driven back by the soldiers, with all the details of pain and misery and dreariness, with none to comfort nor encourage. Renee knew that this was how the Netherlanders died daily by every manner of torture, by every form of terrible and horrible death. There were some who were never seen in the marketplace, nor on the public gallows. These were they who were thrown into the prisons of the Holy Inquisition, and never more came forth from the dark, only lit by the glare of the torture fires, where the silence broken only by groans of mortal agony and the calm adjurations of the monks. Renee turned her eyes away from the picture. It was never like that, she said to herself. It lies, and who can tell that the heavens opened to receive them, and the saints crowded to welcome them? Who can tell? Who has seen it? She gazed into the prince's garden, but the fairness of it brought no peace to her heart. A warm breeze waved the costly flowers and the carefully tended trees in the groves and alleys. 2 young men were playing tennis in the foremost court. The white balls sped gracefully against the green. The soft-shod figures moved noiselessly to and fro behind the nets. In and out of the gables and crevices of the palace pigeons flew. Their hoarse cooing was steady in the stillness. Now and then their strong wings beat past the window, and presently one settled on the open lattice, and moving its flexible head, gazed at Renee with an eye as red and bright as a ruby. She looked at the bird with admiration. It was an exquisite thing, white and black, shot with purple, all gleaming in the sunlight and ruffled with pride. Then suddenly, as Renee looked, it flew straight past her into the room and beat against the black bureau. Renee rose and clapped her hands to frighten it away, but the bird clung to the polished wood, fluttering the gleaming wings, the soft body panting and quivering. As she approached, it flew again with a powerful stroke of the fine wings cutting the air, and it beat frantically from door to door, passing and repassing the open window. Poor silly thing, cried Renee. So do we all beat about in our prisons when the door is open on the sky. The pigeon settled on the frame of the Flemish picture and looked down, palpitating, the tumbled breast heaving, the bright eyes alert and anxious. Renee stood helpless by the open window, her hand on her bosom and a little flush of color in her grave face. The opening of the door from the reception room caused her to turn with a start. She was so seldom disturbed in this chamber, and the pigeon to fly up and around the ceiling. He who entered shut the door instantly and gave a quick glance at Renee in her warm, opulent beauty and severe blue gown, and then at the bird flashing like a gleam of light in the dusky darkness of the high ceiling. It was the prince. Renee stood in foolish confusion. It was long since she had seen him save at a distance, and his sudden appearance bewildered her completely. "The bird is a prisoner?" he asked, and he spoke quite gravely, though he smiled a little. "It will not see the open window, Highness," she replied, and as she spoke, the pigeon circled lower in exhausted fashion, and settled on the back of one of the black chairs. The prince put out his hand gently and easily and caught the bird by the wings, and so held it out. The coral-colored feet contracted, the red gold-rimmed eyes bright with fear. He took the struggling creature to the window and let it fly. It sped far away, above and beyond the tennis court. He turned to look at Renee. Their eyes met. Words rushed to her lips, and she spoke almost without meaning to and against her own awe and shamefacedness. "Oh, Seigneur," she exclaimed, "you are so tender with the little bird. Will you not do something for the Netherlands?" His look was surprised, almost startled. "Do I not do something for them?" he asked. "I do not know." It was wrung from Renee's bitter heart. "Your Highness is orthodox, your Highness conforms. There were great hopes of you. I among the first believed. But now the time goes by, and you do nothing." Then, seeing his expression of marvel, her face became burning with a painful red, and she turned her head quickly away. "It must be to your Highness as if your dog should turn to speak of you," she said humbly. "I entreat you to pass on and forget." "No," replied William, with perfect graciousness. "It is not my way to either pass on or forget. Tell me what you mean." "I cannot," said Renee. "My heart is very full, and prompts me to foolishness. I am a heretic, and therefore life cannot be pleasant to me." "But you are safe here," answered the prince gently. That stung her into again forgetting who he was and her own insignificance. "That makes it more horrible," she cried, and she turned towards him. Her flushed and glowing face was very beautiful in its utter unconsciousness of either beauty or allure. "I am safe, but others better than I die every day, die horribly, burned alive, tortured to death. The Netherlands are a shambles, Seigneur. The smoke of human sacrifice fouls the air, and it will be worse." "Aye," said William quietly. "If the king enforce the findings of the Council of Trent, it will be worse." "He will not dare!" exclaimed the girl, "for that would mean to exterminate the Netherlanders." "I do not know what he would dare," returned William, in the same low, quiet tone. "I do not know." Renee bit her lip to keep the hot words back. The long habit of her servitude controlled her to silence. She stood dutifully waiting for him to go from her presence and forget her amid the thousands of incidents of his gorgeous life. But instead, he stopped directly before her and spoke again, kindly, but with a certain challenge. "What makes you appeal to me? What makes you think I could or would do anything for these heretics, against whom the infallible voice of the Church has just cried, 'Anathema, 3 times anathema'?" His tone spurred her to answer. "Because you are the greatest prince in the land, because the people have faith in you." "But I am only half trusted," he smiled. "You may see as many pasquils pasted on my walls as on those of any man in Brussels." "That is because your Highness will not declare yourself. At one time, when you led the faction against the cardinal, we all hoped—" Her voice faltered a little. "But since then you have chosen to be secret, close." "There are others," he said. "Rhetoric, Egmont, Horn." "Ah," replied Renee, lifted beyond her tumultuous fear of him, the sweet dread of his presence. "None of these is the man we seek. In the people is the strength, the ardor, the force. These nobles dance and jest and brawl and spend. But do they believe? Do they care? Will they die for their God? All in the hands of Philip, all conforming to church and state, all bowing the neck to the Regent and Peter Tettleman with his holy Inquisition." "You do some wrong," said William. "Montigny and Bergen have refused to enforce the Inquisition in their provinces, and all the nobles have protested to his Majesty against the dicta of the Council of Trent becoming law in the Netherlands." "Forgive me," said Renee. "I fear I grow bitter. I forget all bounds. I forget even that I am your servant." "Speak to me," answered the prince. "I would hear your thoughts. It is not often I meet with one so well versed in affairs and so warm-hearted. You are a fair young maiden," he added, with great gentleness, "to be so weighted with sad business." The blood flowed back on her heart and left her unnaturally pale at these kind words from him. She dared to look into his face. He stood near enough for her to have touched him with a half-outstretched hand. Her quick glance saw that his face was tired in expression. His dress, black, gold, and crimson, less gorgeous than usual, almost careless compared with his habitual magnificence. The small head, with the close waves of stiff dark chestnut hair, was held a little droopingly. The charming, ardent countenance, brilliant and dark, the dusky complexion showing the fine blood and warm tints, the wide, vivacious eyes, the lips soft and firm, was overcast, the level brows knitted, the firm chin fallen on the double ruff of gold-edged cambric. What was troubling him, servant of King Philip, principal adviser of the Regent, most powerful noble in the Netherlands? What care had he, unless the woes of these wretched thousands the Council of Trent had condemned, fire for soul and body touched and moved him? In his gravity, in his look of fatigue and preoccupation, Renee found hope. She stepped back from him and stood with her shoulders pressed against the window embrasure, where the waxed wood gleamed in the sunlight that was reddening to the west. "Oh, you could do so much. You could do it all," she said, and her gentle voice was rough and unsteady with passion. "I have dreamt it. Others have thought it. You might be the man. You might redeem us from slavery, from tyranny, from misery unutterable. You are he who might defy Philip." "I am his subject," said William, narrowing his eyes on her face, "and I am a papist." "But you are united to Protestant princes, and the young princess, your brothers, are heretics," she answered, as if she was pleading with him. "I am in Philip's service," he said, and lifted his head, looking at her straightly and intently. She was quick in her reply. "But your first loyalty is to the statues of this land, which Philip rends and spurns, and your first obligation is the freedom and liberty of the land you help to govern." "Ah, you know that, do you?" exclaimed the prince, and his expressive face changed, and it seemed for a moment to be joyous. Then the look of reserve closed over the flash of daring and animation, and he added quietly, "The Regent has sent a protest to His Majesty, telling him it is impossible to enforce stringent laws against heretics in the Netherlands, and it is likely, it must be, that the king will see reason in our arguments." "Is it likely?" asked Renee, looking steadily at the prince. "Your Highness knows the king." "Why?" "If he does not," said William, then suddenly checked himself. "If he does not," repeated the girl swiftly, "what will your Highness do?" He seemed to utterly withdraw into himself, and his face was smooth and serene as a mask. "I see you still have hopes of me," he smiled. She could not answer. She felt that he was lightly putting her off, gently showing her she had overstepped all etiquette only to speak folly. Her enthusiasm, her exultation were swept away by a wave of humiliation. She stood with downcast eyes, trembling in her place. William looked at her. "My child," he said, with that note of pity and tenderness in his voice Renee found unbearable. There was never tyrant yet without someone to withstand, nor any oppression or cruelty some strength did not break through. Take courage, hold up your heart. Someone will arise to face even King Philip and his Holy Inquisition. She could only bend her head and say, "Forgive me, forgive what I have said." He raised his hand with a little gesture as if he would check her protestations, then turned away and entered the library. There amid the rich furnishings, in the silence, broken only by the call of the pigeons, without, he stood thoughtfully, as if he had forgotten what he had come here for, the sunshine, red now as molten gold, flushed with the tapestries, the rows of gilded books, the carved walls and ceilings, the bureaus of gleaming Chinese lacquers, the brocade and velvet chairs, and the slender figure of the young man standing erect, frowning, with one hand on his hip, and his face strangely somber for one so young and splendid. End of section 15. Section 16 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Loyalty of Lamoral Egmont. Presently he turned and mounted the little step leading to the low gallery which ran round the bookcases that lined the rooms to the height of a man. The prince put his hand over the backs of a row of ponderous books in gilt and calf, which dealt with the laws and statutes of the Netherlands. Then, not finding the particular volume he required, or losing interest in his impulse, he turned away and crossed to a rare bureau of Chinese work, the smooth brick-red lacquer surface of which was heavily encrusted with gold birds and flowers, and there seated himself and stared across the rich room to the garden filled by the warm light of sunset. His face was very grave, almost wary. His mouth was set tightly so that the lines of it were strained, and his nostrils slightly distended. Presently he took from his pocket a little notebook of scented leather and slowly turned over the vellum pages, which were closely covered with numbers and calculations. It was only lately that the prince had deigned to take more than the most superficial interest in the management of his vast affairs. He had been too great, too rich, too powerful for any misgivings as to the future, but recently it had been forced on his attention that his fortunes needed mending. His debts were enormous. Many of his estates mortgaged, half of his French lordships were not paying their revenues, many others were let at below their value. For 15 years, ever since he had an establishment of his own, he had been spending money like water to maintain a life and a magnificence such as many emperors had not attained. His houses, his horses, his falcons, his kitchens, his entertainments were the most splendid in the land and famous in Europe, and even his enormous income had felt the strain of such lavishness. None of his services under Philip had been lucrative. His mission to offer the crown imperial to the new emperor on the abdication of Charles had been a costly honor, as it had been undertaken at his own expense and had meant the expenditure of a fortune. His employments from his present offices did not touch his outlay, and he was outside that circle of the regent's favorites, such as the Spanish secretary Armenteros, who enriched themselves from public funds, nor had he ever received any of the rewards and benefits which had permitted the Cardinal Granvelle to retire a rich man. His second marriage, put through in face of so much opposition and difficulty, had proved a disastrous failure. Anne, unbalanced from the beginning, was now almost a maniac, a disgrace and a humiliation to her proud husband. Her dowry had done little more than pay for the wedding festivities, and the alliance with the German princess, her kinsman, which William had hoped to create, remained more than doubtful. There were his brothers, Louis, now sick and at Spa, Adolphus and Henry, who had just left the College of Louvain, looking to him for advancement. For John, who had set up his household at Dillenburg, was too limited in means to do anything, and there were his own son and the little daughters, responsibilities, burdens, anxieties, there were in plenty, and he stood alone to meet them. Certainly he was at present the most powerful person in the Netherlands, and had been since the fall of Granvelle, but he knew perfectly well that this power was principally rather in outward seeming than in reality, and that his position was more perilous than glorious. He did not trust Philip. He knew that monarch hated him, and was only waiting for the opportunity to hurl him down, and he knew Philip hated him because he feared him. Egmont had lately visited Spain, and there had been caressed and flattered and cajoled by the king into forgetting his grievances and those of the country he represented. Montigny and Bergen were ready to accept an invitation to Madrid. Horn stood out to trust his majesty, but William of Orange was not for a moment to be deceived, nor cajoled, nor lured. He knew that king, and he felt a great loneliness in this knowledge, a great sense of standing alone. Everyone seemed to be either Philip's tool, Philip's puppet, or else utterly deceived by a few sweet words from the royal lips. It astonished as much as it grieved William that Egmont should be so deceived, that Philip's kindness, Philip's presence, Philip's hospitality should make the envoy of the wrongs of the Netherlands forget his errand, and return praising Philip's charity, Philip's clemency, Philip's generosity. The thought of Egmont's folly spurred William to his feet. He walked out of the room, frowning, thinking how was he, the only man who did not fear nor trust Philip, to act now. Supposing Philip forced the Inquisition, and in fury of his bigotry exterminated the Netherlands in seas of blood and flame. William stopped short in his pacing to and fro. "You shall not," he said suddenly, as if he spoke to a living man in front of him. And indeed it was not difficult for the prince to conjure from the dusk the figure once so familiar to him, the meagre form, the pallid face, the mild blank blue eyes, the projecting lower jaw with the full and tremulous under lip, the yellow-red hair and beard, the figure of the man who, with less brains than the meanest of his clerks, with more bitter, insane bigotry than any frantic devotee, imposed the terror of his rule over half the world. William could picture him as he had last seen him in the streets of Flushing, the pallid face livid, the lips twisted into a snarl that showed the broken teeth, the foolish blue eyes injected with blood, while he stammered in answer to the prince's serene and courteous excuse. "Not the States, but you, using the first person as if he had addressed a servant. William had turned on his heel and left him, not even escorting him as far as the shore where he was to embark. They had not seen each other since. In spite of his constant promises, it did not seem as if Philip would ever set foot in the Netherlands again, and William would have as soon walked into fire as have gone to Spain. Yet the presence of the king was ever with him, an intangible foe, an all-pervading enemy. The prince did not know which of his servants, nay, which of his friends, was secretly in the pay or service of Philip. But William had also been trained at the court of Charles V. He had his spies in the Escorial, his agents in Madrid, and he was better informed as to the king's doings than the regent herself, who was but a puppet in that vast game of triple intrigue and interwoven duplicity, that confusion of lies and counter-lies and manifold deceptions which the court of Spain called statecraft. William's thoughts went back to the same point again and again, the point that was indeed the center of his problem. If the king forces the edict against heretics, what to do? The final issue of slaughter, torture, emigration, and woe unutterable he saw with a vision unconfused. He foresaw, too, the ruin of all the great Flemish nobles who refused to be Philip's executioners. All stadholders, all magistrates, all officials who refused to enforce the king's orders would be dismissed from their offices, probably imprisoned, certainly disgraced. Their estates would, of a necessity, share the inevitable ruin of the country. Their fortunes would be lost in the general bankruptcy. So much was obvious. It was obvious also that the only way to escape this ruin would be to submit to Philip, to support his policy, to fulfill his decrees, to obey him in everything with implicit loyalty. And what was Philip going to demand? That these noblemen, of as proud a birth as his own, become inquisitors, executioners, the despoilers of their native land or the land of whose charters and liberties they had sworn to protect? Impatient with his own thoughts and with circumstances, William left the library and returned to his cabinet, where two secretaries were working by the light of lamps and red Florentine copper. William had scarcely entered when Lamoral Egmont was ushered into his presence. The prince took his friend by the hand, and greeting him pleasantly, led him into the outer chamber, already lit by tall candles and polished brass sticks, shining like pale gold. William had not so much of the count's company of late. Egmont was generally in attendance on the regent, who flattered his vanity by affecting to lean on his advice, and since his return from Madrid he had rather shunned the society of the prince, for he was a little uneasy, a little ashamed, at the ease with which Philip had lured him from his ancient allegiance to the plans and policy of his friends. He stood now awkwardly, like a man with something on his mind, his fine and gallant head held rather defiantly high, his handsome features flushed and troubled. The prince observed him closely, but was silent, waiting for him to speak. "I have been with the regent today," said Egmont at last. "She commands my assistance in the preparation of these wedding festivities. It becomes wearisome," he added, with some impatience. The prince made no comment. He was not very interested either in all these pompous feasts and tourneys which were to celebrate the marriage of the regent's son, whom Egmont had brought back from Spain with him, and the Princess Maria of Portugal. It was an ill time for this extravagant and lavish rejoicing, and neither bride nor groom pleased the prince. Besides, the memory of his own costly wedding festivities was still fresh and unpleasantly vivid in his mind. The Regent heard today from Spain, added Egmont suddenly. The prince looked at him sharply. Was it an answer to the protest about the decrees of the Council of Trent? He asked. I do not know. She would not make the news public. But I know the tidings were ill. The tears were in her eyes, and her breath came short, and on the first excuse she could, she hurried from me and retired to her chamber. And later, I heard the young prince, her son, say that if all the heretics were exterminated, God would be well pleased. He will be a rod and a scourge, that youth, remarked William. I never met with one with so much pride. So Philip will cut the Netherlanders to the measure of the Pope's yardstick? I do not say so, replied Lamoral Egmont hurriedly. Nay, but in your heart you know it, returned the prince. Now you are away from the seductions of the Escorial, you know that Philip is Philip. The stadtholder of Flanders winced and flushed. I see no cause to mistrust the king's word, he answered obstinately. He spoke to me graciously, with charity and kindness. My poor Lamoral, exclaimed William with a sarcasm he could not restrain. And could a little sweetness, the false Spanish honey, so easily lure you into the net? Do you really believe in Philip's caresses, Philip's promises? I have always been loyal, said Egmont. I have never offended his majesty. You have, we all have, answered William. Do you think he has forgotten that we forced him to remove Granvelle? Do you think he has forgiven the jest of the livery? The count laughed. Why, I have dined at the regent's table in Camlet, Dublay, and the Device, and she has smiled and flattered. She is Philip's sister, remarked the prince dryly. Trust none of them. The king is only waiting for his revenge. Egmont paled a little and looked at William uneasily. He felt himself again coming under the prince's influence, again affected by the prince's warning. He began to entertain a horrid doubt. Philip's sincerity. If that was a snare, if the king was offended with him beyond appeasement, his very soul shuddered before that possibility and what it meant. William saw his hesitancy and spoke again, spoke earnestly and ardently as a man would to save a friend. Egmont, believe none of them, he said. The king loves us not. He has those about him who do not allow him to forget. Keep out of his power, eschew his flatteries, trust neither him nor his creatures. But Philip's blandishments were still too fresh in the count's ears. He was too secure in the consciousness of his own loyalty to give more than a passing heed to any warning. Much as he was impressed by the force of the prince's strong character, he reassured himself by recalling the regent's favor, the king's promises of benefits and rewards, and he was a man hampered with debts, with daughters to dower presently, a man who needed magnificent splendor, the atmosphere of courts, a man ductile under the flattery of the great. You are too prudent, too cautious, he answered, with a vehemence to cover his momentary hesitation and alarm. I cannot overstep loyalty. You sail near to defiance of his majesty's authority. If the king forces the Inquisition, what will you do? Asked William suddenly and abruptly. Egmont flushed and stammered. I must stand by my duty. It is true these heretics must be uprooted. I am treating them with severity. You will stand by the king? Said the prince briefly. What else? Demanded the count. I am satisfied his majesty will not push matters past prudence. Do you call it prudence if he insists on measures being forced on the country which will mean every inhabitant being put to the sword or flying overseas? That will mean the ruin of every trade, every industry, every business. Nay, said Egmont, the heretics will come back to the true church. William smiled at the weakness of this. If Philip were to send every soldier he possesses to the Netherlands to force the Inquisition and the decree of the Council of Trent by the sword, not one of these people would change his faith. You speak as one too favorable to heresy, cried the count. I speak as one knowing well these heretics and the power of the faith they hold. Would we could extirpate that cursed faith, exclaimed Egmont impatiently, which like a foul weed in a fair garden has brought confusion and misery where there was order and peace. You are a good Catholic, said William quietly, and you too have tried to put a bridle on men's consciousness and whip them to the mass. You have hanged and burned to clear heresy from Flanders, but you will never succeed, Count Egmont, and all your efforts will not save you from King Philip, loyal and pious as you are. You too are a good Catholic, answered Egmont. Ah yes, I am a good Catholic, replied the prince indifferently. He turned aside to snuff the candles that stood on the low table by the heavy carved fireplace. Egmont was silent. With every moment, with every word, these two, once so inseparably friends and allies, were widening the distance between each other. It was evident that in the struggle between Philip and William for Egmont, Philip had won. The stadtholder of Flanders stood firm to church and king. He had been bought, as Granvelle had always said he could be, by a little flattery, a few promises. But still the charm and power of the prince held him. He regretted the old confidence, the old alliance. "What will your highness do?" he asked, a little wistfully. The prince smiled, and, turning towards him, pressed his hand. "Whatever I do, I think I shall stand alone," he answered. "You will remain my friend, though, Lamoral?" he asked. And his dark eyes were eloquent with affection. "Always," replied Egmont. "Come what will, I do not leave my friend so easily, prince. We will talk no more of politics when we are together, and so we shall keep our conversation sweet. The times are difficult and bloody, and it is well to forget them," replied William. They spoke together while on different topics, their hawks, their hounds, their debts, the last extravagance of Brederode, Montigny's approaching marriage, and the arrogance of the young Prince of Parma, Margaret's son, and the severe piety of his bride, the Portuguese princess. "Was Count Horn of your mind?" he asked, as he stood with his guest on the great stairs. "About trusting Spain?" he explained. "Ah, yes," said Lamoral Egmont. "And Hoogstraten?" "That I do not know." They parted affectionately, and William returned in his palace, which, for all the magnificence and luxury and splendor, and the moving to and fro of servitors, was somehow lonely and desolate. The prince mounted the gorgeous stairs slowly, with his eyes downcast. As he gained the first landing, he raised them to see the figure of his wife. She was going up the stairs before him, half crouching against the wall and dragging at the tapestries. Her heavy, handsome skirts trailed loosely after her. Her white headcloth was soiled and disarranged. She was sucking a stick of sweetmeat, and her pale, flaccid face, clouded with an instant expression of dislike and annoyance, touched with fear, and she observed her husband. He glanced away, and turned across the landing to his cabinet. She kept on up the stairs, muttering to herself, and looking back at him with a half-snarl like a malignant animal. So now the prince and his wife met and passed. End of section 16. Section 17 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Amusements of the Princess of Orange. Dupree, the scryer, alchemist, and religious refugee whom the Prince of Orange was sheltering, had arranged the two chambers allotted to him as half shop, half laboratory, in the fashion of Van der Linden, the Elector Augustus's alchemist and Dupree's former master. This fellow, partly charlatan, yet genuinely gifted, and not without a wild flash of genius at times, and real moments of spiritual insight and exaltation, had contrived by the fascination of the supernatural arts he professed, and by his wit and reading in following the politics and scandals, the rumors and whispers of the hour, to attach himself a considerable following, both in the prince's household and among those who came and went in the palace, and whose visits to the alchemist, as he chose to call himself, though he had little real pretension to any of the honors of Hermetic philosophy, were not noticed amid the manifold distractions of the huge establishment. The Princess of Orange continued Dupree's most ardent patroness and most credulous dupe. She spent hours in his laboratory watching him tell her fortune by means of melted lead, by the markings in the blade bone of a freshly killed sheep, by the arrangements of strange Eastern playing cards, or in observing the fusing and transformation of various chemicals into powder and essence which Dupree's declared were the first steps to the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone. Anne was hot in this pursuit. The events that shook the Netherlands, the threatened upheaval which might overshadow her husband, the daily torture and death of heretics, the cries arising from the tortured prisoners, the regent's anxiety and confusion, the enigmatic attitude of the awful Philip, none of these things interested the Lutheran princess whose father had been so splendid a champion of the Reformed faith. But to stand over glass retorts and glowing furnaces, to listen to the Frenchman's tedious and learned explanations of matter she could not even begin to understand, to meddle with signs and wonders, to attempt to raise spirits, to experiment with perfumes, dyes, and cosmetics, all this had a deep and irresistible fascination for Anne of Orange. And Dupré made his full profit thereby, for he obtained from her considerable sums of money, and when she had not these to give, jewels, ornaments, and even costly articles from her chambers, René Lemong had known Dupré at Dresden, and then believed him to be a worthless though cunning creature, and she found it hard to stand by and see him fool the princess and mock the prince. But William and all the members of the Nassau family who came and went in Brussels treated Anne and her doings with magnificent indifference. Dupré was beneath their notice, and it was not in René to play the tale-bearer and carry complaints of her mistress to her master, so she too had to spend the dreariest of hours listening to Dupré's jargon and watching his futile experiments, while the sickly smell of perfumes and the acrid odor of chemicals made her head heavy and feverish. But when the princess began visiting the laboratory alone, and the whispers and laughter grew among her women, René went through an agony of hot shame and bitter indignation, compared to which the dullness of her former life was a peace. Anne was making a jest of herself, and René winced as if she had herself been humiliated, not because of Anne, but because of the name she carried. Towards this momentous winter, when Brussels was brilliant with the pompous marriage of Alexander of Parma, Anne's women began to openly laugh at their hated mistress. They had ceased to believe that she went to Dupré's studios solely to study magic and alchemy. "It is to meet that young lawyer, Jan Rubens," they said, and made a mock of her behind her back. René, sick of living, sick of loving, weak and pale with watching the ruin of her people and her faith, roused at this. "The charlatan must go," she said. And all the women laughed again and asked why. If Anne was quiet with these amusements, why take them from her? But René repeated, he must go. She meant to take the desperate step of frightening the fellow into leaving the palace, and so closing Anne's dangerous means of communications with the outside world. The Princess of Orange and a Flemish lawyer! It was impossible that she should stoop so low or he look so high, yet in her heart René did not trust Anne, and meanwhile, if nothing else, she was trampling on her husband's dignity and giving cause for little men to laugh at him. It was a wild winter day when Anne, in a bitter and stormy mood, had locked herself into her darkened chamber, that René went on her distasteful errand to the Alchemist. Rain was hurled against the palace windows with a force that shook the painted glass in the frames, and lay in great pools beneath the swaying, broken trees and bushes in the garden, until a great gust of wind would come and suck up the water in the hollows and dry the wet lashings on the windows and make the whole great building tremble. Then it would die away reluctantly, and another black cloud would burst, drenching all again. René shuddered in her worn velvet, and of Anne's women went splendidly, as she passed through the magnificent corridors and stairways to the obscure chamber where Dupré lodged. To her surprise, as much as to her relief and satisfaction, she found him alone, though she had to use some authority to gain admission from the idle lad who kept his door. Dupré was in his outer room, which opened directly from the antechamber. He was bending over an alabaster table set on gilt legs, which stood in the corner by the high window, and mixing several brilliant liquids by means of a long silver spoon. At the sound of René's firm step he turned, and the sight of his face startled her, for he wore a glass mask bound tightly round forehead and chin by straps of black leather. "Mademoiselle Lemont," he cried, in tones of surprise and vexation, and quickly, covering his mixtures with silver lids, he took off the mask and looked at her keenly with his bright, tired eyes. "You did not wish to see me?" remarked René. "No," replied Dupré, at once courteous and composed. "You are wrong. No one could have been more welcome, but I am engaged on an important experiment, and told the lad I did not wish to be disturbed." "Oh, Monsieur Dupré," said René, "do not seek to delude me with these labors of yours. I knew you in Dresden." He placed a deep-seated leather chair for her in front of the cedarwood fire, which emitted a perfumed heat, and he answered calmly, You despise me and what I do, but there again you are wrong. If I can make invisible ink, potent sleeping draughts, swift poisons, keen medicines, and cosmetics to keep women beautiful, am I not of some use in the great affairs of the world? Ah, you suit your argument to your listener, replied Renee. Since you cannot dazzle me with your magic and your alchemy, you speak straightly, and I am thankful for it. Blasphemy, neither magic nor alchemy, he returned thoughtfully. All miracles are possible, but our wit is so muddy we may not yet achieve them. I have talked with angels and glimpsed infinity as certainly as I have been drunk and a cheat. Maybe, said Renee. She sat still, looking round the strange room full of curious pictures and diagrams, planetary signs, shelves of bottles and jars, rows of ancient books and astronomical instruments. She was tired, as always, and as always sat in spirit, and she felt that what she had to say was in an effort difficult to make. Dupree came and stood the other side of the wide hearth. His long black gown, his flat velvet cap, the thick gold chain round his neck, his grave, pallid, and wasted face gave him the air of a scholar long closed from the light, but his restless hands and reckless eyes were those of a man in action. You have heard what is taking place in Brussels? He asked keenly. I hear nothing, said Renee, but the last scraps of gossip from the pages and servants. I never leave the palace, and hardly the princess's apartments. I can tell you this, said Dupree, with an air of lively interest, that the younger nobles, Brederode, Colenberg, Hoogstraten, the Hames, have organized a league against the enforcement of the decrees of the Council of Trent. They had a meeting on the very eve of the Parma wedding. What do you think of that? He added, smacking his lips. Does it not look like splendid times ahead? Confusion, chances, war perhaps? Was the prince in this, or Egmont, or Horn? Asked Renee. None of those. But the Count Louis and Egmont's house is as full of heretics as Geneva, while our dear master is hardly a very good Catholic, nor a very good loyalist, he added, with a slight unpleasant smile. The waiting woman flushed and felt her heart beating fast. I must come to my errand, she said, before we are interrupted. Yes, your errand, repeated Dupree keenly. But first, lest we misunderstand one another, are you in the confidence of your mistress? As much as anyone is, perhaps, replied Renee. He looked at her searchingly, then his eyes fell. The waiting woman was conscious of a sudden wave of disgust, of a loathing for him, and all the pretentious details of this room so obviously arranged to impress the foolish and ignorant, and this feeling gave her strength and courage to speak. You must leave the palace, Dupree, she said. It would be better if you left Brussels, but this you must leave, and at once. His whole face paled and hardened into a set look of defiance and alarm. What do you mean? Who asked you to say that? He asked roughly. Renee rose. I speak on my own authority, she said quietly, but if you refuse to take my warning, I will go to the prince. Dupree winced so palpably, and looked so hideously alarmed that Renee was slightly astonished, slightly softened. Go at once, she added, following up her advantage. You have made enough plunder, and now you may try your fortunes elsewhere. Dupree rallied himself. His eyes flickered to the fire. What have you against me? He asked anxiously. You are a plague spot, a fester in this house, answered Renee. You seduce the prince's people with lies and foolishness. You bring those here who have no right to enter these doors. The princess wishes me to stay. Go to her with these complaints, and hear her answer, cried Dupree, with a sudden snarl. His words woke Renee's lurking anger. She flushed from coldness to heat. The prince maintains you, shelters you, saved you, not his wife, and your gratitude is to pander to her foolishness and drain her of her very jewels by your tricks. And there is worse than that, Dupree. She meets here with those whom she should not meet. She degrades herself by consorting with idlers and the charlatan's company. You know this. Again, I tell you as a warning, you must go. Who gave you authority to talk so boldly? Exclaimed the alchemist in a rage. If my honored lady deigns to come here to watch my poor experiments, what is it to you? I will not argue on this theme, returned Renee, but if you are not gone within the week, it shall be put before his highness that you bring disgrace and disorder into his house. A curious expression of dislike, rage, and half amusement gleamed in the alchemist's narrowed eyes, but Renee, already hot, agitated, and half ashamed of her own errand, her own plain speaking, was turning quickly and resolutely away, when a sudden sound caused her to stop and turn violently towards Dupree. It was a woman's laugh she heard, a high, shrill, long laugh. It came from the alchemist's inner room, and was unmistakably the laugh of Anne of Orange. In a flash, Renee remembered the private door from the princess's apartments, which Anne had affected to have locked and hidden under the tapestries. In a flash, she recalled the hours Anne had been seemingly enclosed in her chamber, and that it was all clear enough. "So she comes thus," said Renee, with tears in her eyes, "and you have been the go-between." "No one is here, no one," stammered Dupree, but he backed before the door, and he was colorless and quivering. "She is there, and I will take her away," cried Renee. "Who is with her? Who?" "Go, go," implored Dupree. "There is no one here but a young wench who serves me. O gods and angels," he cried in real terror, as Renee slipped behind him and seized the handle of the door. She thought he was going to strike her or use his short dagger on her, and she did not care, but the irresolution and the mocking fatalism that were so strongly in the man's character kept him from action. "There is an end now," he said cynically, and stopped behind the great chair where Renee had sat. The waiting woman opened the door. The inner room was glowing with a rich firelight, which warmed the chilly gleam of the stormy daylight. The round table was set with a lace cloth, and all manner of sweets, cakes, fruits, and wines, and before it on a long couch sat the Princess of Orange and Jean Rubens, the young lawyer. One of his arms was around her waist, one of hers around his neck. Their flushed faces were pressed together, and they were endeavoring to drink out of the same goblet, a rare thing of wrought crystal in the form of a fish, mounted in rubies and gold. All this Renee saw in a breath, and while she saw she realized her own utter failure, the uselessness of all her years of effort, of watchfulness, of endurance, of patience. She had been so outwitted like a fool. Anne had eluded her, and gone straight to that shame, that degradation from which Renee had labored to save her. Not even this service had she been able to render the prince, and that was the bitterest thought of all. She stood silent, holding the door open, and the two at the table stopped their foolish laughter and rose. Rubens dropped the goblet. The wine spilt over his crumpled ruff and his violet velvet suit. "Go to your room, madame," said Renee, and spoke as a mistress to a servant. Anne was too frightened to answer. She shrank together as if she expected to be beaten. The young lawyer tugged at his sword. "That fool Dupree," he kept saying, "that fool Dupree." Renee could see he was half intoxicated. She turned her back on him and spoke again to Anne. "Go, go," she cried. "Do you realize that you are playing with death?" This last word seemed to recall Jean Rubens to his senses. "I am ruined," he cried. "I have a wife and children. God forgive me. Oh, God forgive me." He turned his face away and put his hands before his eyes, and limped towards the door. "Oh, make haste," whispered Renee through strained lips. Dupree came forward. He was the most composed of the four, though there was terror in his eyes, and his hands shook. "Mademoiselle will not speak," he said in a low voice, catching hold of Renee's sleeve. "A little foolishness, a little indiscretion. Mademoiselle would not make mischief for that?" "A little foolishness," repeated Anne vaguely. She began to weep. "May I not have my amusements? You are always hard, Renee. Do not be hard." "See," said Dupree, in a quick, eager whisper. "Keep this from the prince, and I will go away. He will leave Brussels." "Make no bargains with me," cried Renee passionately, exasperated with disdain of the cringing attitude of all of them, by Anne's utter lack of dignity, by the horrid sordidness of the thing she had disclosed, which sickened her as one might be sickened by lifting a smooth stone and discovering beneath a foul reptile. "You will go, all of you, and at once." The young Fleming now stumbled forward into the outer room. He was a big, clumsy man, fresh-colored, blond, fair-bearded, and blue-eyed. His face was gray and distorted with terror. He stood before Renee, shuddering like a lashed hound. She noted with further contempt for his utter cowardice that he neither tried to bribe nor threaten her. Will it be the rope?" he asked. "Or would the prince grant the sword for my family's sake?" "Go," cried Renee. "Escape from here like the thing you are." She caught Anne's limp hand and dragged her to the door. "If he kills me," said the princess sullenly, "he will take a life that is worth nothing to me." She twisted round in Renee's grasp to throw insult at the two men standing foolishly side by side. "And you could neither strike a blow nor say a word, tricksters and churls." She said nothing more while Renee led her back through the palace until they came to the great staircase window which looked on the courtyard. A cavalcade, muffled against the weather, was leaving the palace gates. "My husband going to the council," muttered Anne. "My husband." When they reached the princess's apartments, Renee locked the secret door and took away the key, and watched from where she crouched over the fire. "I suppose you despise me, hate me now?" she asked. Renee turned her beautiful, haggard face towards her mistress, and for the first time in her long bondage she spoke what had ever been in her heart. "I always despised and hated you," she said. "I knew it," answered Anne apathetically, and sat silent over the warmth of the flames till she fell heavily asleep. But the waiting woman paced her little chamber in agonies of torment, weeping unbearably bitter tears of pain and shame and unavailing regret. End of section 17. Section 18 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. Philip's Mandate. William of Orange rode up to the beautiful Brabant palace in company with Egmont, who had been dining with him, and several gentlemen who were in attendance on both of the noblemen. Egmont was very silent, uneasy, almost sullen. He felt that Philip was not carrying out the golden promises he had made in Madrid, and that he had been more or less deceived and cajoled, and though his loyalty was not shaken, he was humiliated at appearing as a man of straw in the eyes of William of Orange. The prince too was uneasy. He knew by means of secret information the regent had received dispatches from the king during her son's marriage festivities, and had kept them concealed. He did not think they seemed as if they contained good news. He saw everything very gloomy and black ahead, very troubled and difficult, but at least he hoped that the king had taken some definite attitude. To a man of William's temperament, Philip's endless irresolution, interminable delays, shifty evasions, blank silences, and long inaction were the most unbearable of policies. They reached the palace wet with rain and blown with wind, to find most of the other members of the council there before them, and already gathered in the presence of the regent in the splendid council chamber of the ancient dukes of Brabant. Baron de Barlaymont, the last representative of the fallen party of Granvelle, was there seated humbly in his usual quiet corner, where he was seldom noticed and seldom spoke. His colleague Vigilus, president of the Privy Council, was also present. He had but recently recovered from an almost mortal illness which had seized him while preparing an answer to the Prince of Orange's speech against the Inquisition and the corruption of the court, and had been left by it almost useless, almost senseless. Thomas Armenteros, Margaret's Spanish secretary, was there, and Admiral Horn, gloomy and sad. The Duke of Erskot, the one noble who had unflinchingly supported all Philip's measures, and Sieur de Glyan, completed, with the arrival of the prince and Egmont, the members of the Council of State. But the ancient and feeble Vigilus was supported by several of the learned doctors of law who composed the board of the Privy Council, of which he was president. The regent sat in her usual place at the head of the long table, working nervously at the usual length of embroidery which served to give employment to her restless fingers. She had aged of late, her face had hardened, and there were strands of white in her thick, heavy hair. The firm set of her powerful jaw and her majestic deportment gave her a resemblance to the emperor her father, but her eyes were the eyes of a woman overwhelmed and frightened. When all the councillors were seated, she dropped her work onto her lap and looked keenly and anxiously from one face to another. The dark, handsome face of Orange, the old, feeble face of Vigilus, the downcast, bitter face of Barlaymont, the beautiful, uneasy face of Egmont, the brooding, sullen face of Horn, and the sleek, smiling face of Armenteros, the secretary, who held the dispatches in his hand. Margaret spoke. Her shaking voice was rendered half inaudible by the sound of the rain beating on the leaded casements, where glowed the arms of Brabant, and the wind struggling with the heavy window frames. William rested his hands on the soft Persian cloth that covered the council table, and he, in his turn, looked steadily at the regent. But he was not considering, nor reckoning with, Madame Parma. Behind the figure of this confused, agitated woman, whose task was too great for her wits, William saw the real master, the pale king going to and fro his masses, and his cell in the Escorial, from whence he directed the destinies of the Netherlands. "You shall hear the royal command, seigneurs," finished the Duchess, and she glanced at those two finely shaped hands of William of Orange resting on the cloth in front of him, and her look of fright deepened as if they had held a bared sword towards her breast. "Read, read," she cried to Armenteros. In great agitation she caught up her work, but tears were in her eyes, and she could not see the stitches. The secretary rose. He was a mere clerk, but since Granvelle's downfall he had grown fat on the spoils of the corruption of the court, and now affected the great lord. He was dressed in the Spanish style, closed doublet, and short cloak in plain black velvet which disdained the French and the Flemish finery of button, lace, and feather, and wore a great ruff of wired cambric so stiff that he could not turn his head. He bowed but formally to the councillors, and announced that the present dispatches had been received a few days before the Parma wedding, had been placed before the Privy Council, and by that body reported on, which report would be read after the royal commands. Horn glanced at Orange. Egmont kept his eyes down. Vigilus seemed scarcely less agitated than the Regent. He shook as if slightly palsied, and the water stood in his eyes. Armenteros read the dispatches in a high-pitched, clear voice, which rose above the outer tumult of the wind and rain. His dark, precise figure showed clear-cut in the grey winter light against the dark panelled walls of the council chamber. Philip's dispatches were prolix as always, but this time they were neither obscure nor irresolute nor enigmatical. The king had hesitated long, but now he was resolved, and he spoke out his resolution with no uncertain words. The decrees of the Council of Trent were to be enforced with full rigor. The Inquisition was to be given full power and authority. All the placards and edicts against heretics issued by the late emperor were to be enforced. Such heretics as were at present in confinement awaiting judgment were to be at once executed. In brief, the ancient religion was to be re-established by sword and fire and faggot, by fine, by banishment, by ruin, if need be, by the extermination of a whole people. There was to be no further temporizing, no appeal. The secular judges were commanded to give all possible assistance to the inquisitors, and the stadtholders were adjured to protect them. All loyal subjects of the king were to assist him in his ardent desire to uproot heresy, or to be reckoned among those they protected. The passionate sincerity of the writer, who would rather die 100 deaths than be lord of heretics, illuminated the diffuse and rambling letter as a flame does darkness. The fierceness and force of this tremulous decision was a mighty thing, the power of one overmastering passion, giving to a little man the semblance, the terror of greatness. When the secretary folded up the letter and sat down, a sound like a sob went through the room. Then a bitter protest, like a cry of despair, broke from the pale lips of Egmont. "This is not what his majesty told me. This is not what was promised. Before God, it is not." "His majesty has written to you, Count," said Margaret hurriedly. "Yes," admitted Egmont, "and the written words were different enough from the spoken ones. Yet I hoped, I still hoped. Ah," he broke out again passionately, "by Christ I hope for something better than this." So had Margaret. The empathetic severity of the king's mandate, the now obvious hopelessness of his ever coming in person to the Netherlands, the ruin ahead of the whole country if the royal orders were obeyed. These things had kept Madame Parma from the rest, and ease ever since she had first read the fatal dispatches, and now her doubt, fear, and vexations were beyond concealment. Horn spoke now. He was not given to many words, and his speech was commonly to the point. "What do you intend to do, madame?" he asked grimly, and his usual disdain of women was heightened by the sight of Margaret's obvious weakness. "His majesty must be obeyed," said Bartholomew and the heir shot almost in a breath. Vigilus and the secretary murmured an assent. Only William of Orange remained silent, still looking down at his peaceful hands folded on the edge of the table. "Read the comments of the Privy Council," said the Regent desperately, and the secretary rose again, and in his clear, expressionless voice read out the tedious report of the Privy Council, which merely amounted to a strong recommendation to the State Council to endorse the royal commands. When he had finished, a passionate murmur broke from Horn and Egmont. "What can I do?" asked Margaret, answering them before they spoke. "I have made all representations to his majesty. I have told him of the state of this country, your own protests. You, Count Egmont, have yourself been to Madrid and laid the case of the Netherlands before his majesty." "I will undertake no such mission again," cried the stadtholder of Flanders stormily. "It were wise not to," said Seigneur de Gléon with meaning. "What is to be done?" asked Margaret weakly. And she looked at Armenteros, the man on whom she had learnt to rely. He in his turn gazed at the rain-splashed panes of the tall window at his side. William of Orange spoke for the first time since he had entered the council room. "There is nothing to be done," he said, "but to obey the mandate of the king." They all looked at him, half in terror, half in relief. Egmont almost incredulously. "You!" he exclaimed. "You who were ever so hot against the Inquisition, against religious oppression, you who would leave the very weavers and laborers free to choose their faith?" "What I have said I maintain. I think you know, Count Egmont, that I maintain my words. But I have said already, at this very board, all I can say. And now the king's attitude is clear, his commands are definite, his wishes unmistakable. Let them be fulfilled." So saying, the prince turned his dark eyes on Margaret, and there was an expression of challenge, of reserved strength and judgment in them that caused the regent to feel doubtful of the support William so calmly offered. "To obey is to put a match to straw," she said in real terror, "but to refuse is impossible." "Aye, impossible," said William. He pointed to the dispatches lying before Armenteros on the many-colored cloth. "There is Philip's mandate. Let it be obeyed." "We have no excuse to disobey," added Horn sourly. "But what will the Netherlanders do?" "What will any of us do?" smiled William. "Let his Majesty's wishes be put in force, and then it will be seen what all will do." These words seemed to further frighten Margaret, who had always been in awe of the powerful Prince of Orange. "I count on your highnesses to support me in these troubles," she said anxiously, and her tired eyes, full of tears, fixed searchingly on William's serene and inscrutable face. He slightly bowed his head, without replying. Egmont traced the lines of a yellow tulip in the pattern of the cloth with his forefinger. Horn stared desolately in front of him. Airshot, Glan, Barleyman appeared amazed and frightened. An air of gloom, foreboding, of dismay rested on all, with the exception of the Prince of Orange. All seemed like men confused. Margaret turned desperately to the secretary. "The edicts and placards of the Inquisition, the decrees of the Council of Trent, must be published in every village immediately." Then Vigilus rose. He had been one of Granvelle's hottest partisans, one of the sternest upholders of the Inquisition, one of the most uncompromising believers in the extermination of the heretics. But now that the fiat had gone forth, now that the die was finally cast, he was afraid of a whole nation driven to the extreme of agony and despair. In a long, confused, and wearisome speech he feebly spoke for delay, for compromise, for the avoidance of scandal and riot, in general for a further evasion of that final issue which Philip had suddenly forced. He shook with age and sickness. His hands beat the air with palsied movements. He altered and retracted his words. The burden of his speech was fear and terror obviously in every sentence. When he at last sat down, wiping the tears from his eyes, the other councillors moved impatiently. All felt that the moment had come. The sword so long suspended over the Netherlands had fallen, and further procrastination was useless. "The matter is now between the king and the people," said the Prince of Orange. Put before them the king's commands, and hear their answer. Again Margaret trembled to hear him speak. Her blurred eyes strove to pierce the fast encroaching winter dusk that was descending on the council chamber, so that she might read his expression. "His Highness is right," said Egmont. "The placards and the edicts must be issued." "I see us all ruined," muttered Horn, tugging at his black beard, "but we must obey." All agreed. No one supported Vigilus, who sat shaking in his chair, counseling, "A little delay, a little delay." "You have resigned, learned President," William answered him. "Before the storm breaks, you may be safely in shelter." "Methinks this will be a storm from which there will be no shelter," murmured the old man. "Speak encouraging words, or hold your peace, good sir," cried Margaret, distractedly. And turning to Armenteros, she gave the orders for the enforcement of the edicts and placards. No one noticed the increasing darkness, which now almost prevented them seeing each other's faces. No one heard the sound and wrath of the storm without, the whirling of the waters, the combat of the winds. All were listening to the scratching of the Spaniard's quill while he took down the instructions which were practically the death warrants of a whole nation. All watched him as he leant sideways to catch the light, him and the white blur of the paper over which his quill was moving. At length it was done. The regent bent from her chair, took the pen, and blindly signed. William of Orange drew a great breath. "Now we shall see the beginning of the most terrible tragedy the world has known," he whispered to Horn, and his tone was almost one of exultation. the tone of a man who sees his enemy face to face, out in the open at last. The Admiral crossed himself in silence. Egmont gave a passionate ejaculation. The rest were dumb and motionless in the darkness. And so the thing was done, and Philip's mandate obeyed. Margaret rose and called for candles. Our mentors put up his papers. The councillors got to their feet. Severally they took leave of the Regent. When the first candles were brought in, William of Orange was at her side, and she saw his face, pale, and extraordinarily aglow with some inner emotion. He took his leave with no added word, and she could find none with which to detain him, though she longed to try and test him. He was on the palace steps with Lamoral Egmont at his side. They paused a second, watching the loose, fiercely driven clouds flying over the 7 churches and proud palaces of Brussels, the long, broken lances of the rain dashing on shining wet roof and spire. 'Tis the angel of death riding the whirlwind. The clouds of havoc gather from the 4 corners of the earth, said the prince. God send us a good deliverance. End of section 18. Section 19 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, The Knight-Errant. As the Prince of Orange returned to his palace, he passed a mansion which defied the stormy night with light and music, and from the great doors which emitted rays of rose and gold onto the bitter rain, a band of young cavaliers came forth, mounted and turned their several ways, with joyous farewells to each other. William recognized the persons and voices of several: Brederode, Hoogstraten, Cullenberg, Nicolas de Hames, commonly called Golden Fleece, and his own brother Louis, who was newly come to Brussels. The prince reined up his wet and steaming horse and waited for the count, who bared his head to the rein at the sight of his brother. "From the council?" he asked, as he brought his horse alongside his brother. "Yes," said William briefly, and neither spoke again, as bending before the weather they made their way to the Nassau palace. For once the prince did not appear at the almost public table he kept, but dined alone with Louis in his private apartments. The princely chamber was warmly lit by the yellow glow of fair wax candles. The gay tapestries, the heavy furniture gleamed with gold. Among the crystal and lace of the dining table gold shone too, and in the brocade of the chairs, and in the great heart of the fire burning behind the sparkling brass and irons on the wide brick hearth. In the magnificence of their persons, the 2 young men were worthy of the gorgeous setting. The tawny velvet and violet silk of the prince's attire was drawn and purfled with gold. The triple ruff that framed his dark face as high as the close waves of hair above the small ears was edged with gold lace. Gold flashed again in the chain, which was twisted in heavy links round and round his neck. Louis wore black satin cut over yellow velvet and a falling ruff of Malins lace. His fair and charming face was as fresh as a flower. His eyes flashed as brightly as any gold in the room, and the ruby clasps fastening his doublet rose and fell with his eager and impatient breaths. William usually ate with a hearty appetite, and enjoyed the luxurious pleasure of a richly set meal, but tonight he let the courses pass almost untouched, and broke the pieces upon his plate, and left them. Neither did he speak much, though it was not his habit to be taciturn. After he had given his brother a brief account of the momentous council, he was silent, but Louis glowed with swift anger and boundless enthusiasm. "We have not been idle," he declared. "The festivities, the weddings of Parma and Montigny, have been a fair pretext for our meetings. We have already a league amongst ourselves." "I know something of that," answered William. "It will be as dangerous a matter as Egmont's livery." "Do you bid me hold back? Now?" cried Louis impetuously. "I bid no man hold back," replied the prince quietly. "Who are with you in this design?" "Brederode, Steeldegond, Cullenberg, Hoogstraten, de Hames, Montigny, all the younger nobility." "Montigny," said William softly, "and he has just taken a wife." "Is she not a beautiful creature?" answered Louis. "Half of those who jousted before her would have given half their rents to win Hélène d'Espanoy. Montigny loves his wife," he added, in a lower voice. "Did you not notice it at the jousts?" "I hope he will not go to Madrid," remarked William. I hear that he and Bergen think of undertaking an embassy to Philip. Egmont, will he not go again? No, he is still sore at the success of his last mission. The prince rose and crossed to the hearth, resting his elbow against the chimney side and his face in his hand. Louis, still seated at the table, glanced at his brother wistfully. "You take my news coldly," he said, in a tone of disappointment. "I thought that you would be rejoiced to hear that there was still this league to protect the rights of the nobles and the liberties of the people." "It was no news to me," answered William. "I knew your designs. You are all young and ardent and reckless. God keep you all." Louis bit his lip and drank the last drop of yellow wine that lay like liquid amber in his sparkling crystal glass. "We do what we can," he said, with great emotion, "and none but a coward would do less at such a time like this." William went silent. His face was turned away from his brother, and his shoulders drooped a little. The young count flushed all over his sensitive face at what he thought the prince's disapproval. He rose and stood before the brilliant disorder of the dining table in the attitude of a man justifying himself. His ardent gaiety had gone. He was passionately grave, passionately in earnest. "If your highness will not support me in what I do, I must go on alone. I too am one of those doomed people. I too am a heretic. I am one of those whom the Church and Philip have thrice cursed, thrice damned, and every poor artisan whose flesh smokes above the marketplace, and every wandering preacher who is tortured to death is my brother in God. I cannot speak of those things without tears. We may tourney and dance and feast, but the nation is bleeding to death from 1,000 wounds, and I cannot go on in my own easy safety. It is not your country, Louis, nor your quarrel." "Yes, it is my quarrel," returned the young count eagerly, "because I too am a heretic. This cause I espouse, to this quarrel I devote myself." "You are Knight-Errant," said the prince. Louis flushed again. "No, I am nothing but a poor soldier, as which I shall live and die." William suddenly moved so as to face him. "How far will you go?" he demanded. "As far as any." "Would you take up arms against the king?" "With all my heart, and I think God's blessing," answered the young man gravely, "if Egmont should lead a rising against the king." "Egmont!" said William quickly. "Egmont never will. Egmont is a good Catholic. Egmont is loyal to Philip. Even now, he is not the man of this moment." "Brederode will lead us then," replied Louis. "Brederode is reckless, imprudent. He is popular, loyal, brave. Then there is de Aldegond, another fiery spirit, a poet too. Culemburg, then de Hams, too low in rank. You yourself are better suited than any of these." Louis replied soberly, "If I am called, I am willing to serve, to the death." "I know," said William. "I know." Louis stood, doubtful, distressed, his brown fingers pulling nervously at the edge of the fine tablecloth. "Would you not be willing for me to take this charge upon myself?" he asked earnestly and imploringly. The prince did not reply. His face seemed drained of blood beneath the brown skin. His dark eyes were black with the dilation of the pupils. "And you, urged Louis, "what will you do? Bow the neck to Philip?" He moved away from the table, crushing his hands together. William turned now and spoke. He made an effort with his words, choosing them carefully, arranging them exactly, often faltering in the endeavor to force his wide and far-reaching thoughts into speech. In all he said there was great patience, great sincerity, great gentleness. "You must not think me cold. Indeed, I am not cold. I know Spain and Philip better than you, better than your friends. I know his power, his resources, his persistency, above all his power. 'Tis the king of half the world, and now he has spoken. He will not go back on his word. Do you think the Regent will long serve his turn? Before this present crisis she will fail utterly. A dull woman. Philip will send Alva and an army, the finest army in the world, Louis. It was Alva who advised this stern decree, I know that. A great soldier, the Duke of Alva, a loyal Catholic. He will come. Nothing will stop Philip now. No laws, no charters, no promises. He has condemned to death the Netherlands, and he will not fail to send the executioner." Louis listened intently, one hand pressing the ruby buttons on his breast, his eyes eagerly on his brother's face. I have been like a watchman over this land since King Henry spoke to me in Vincennes Wood. I have seen havoc and ruin and desolation coming nearer and nearer, continued the prince mournfully. I see it very near now. I see this country overwhelmed, as if the dikes had been cut down and the sea were rushing in. A flood no man can withstand. And do you think I wish to see all I love dash forward vainly, to be swept away by the first wave of this deluge? Ah, Louis, he added, in a tone of anguish, what is your defiance against Philip's might? What are all the gentlemen of Flanders against Alva's army? But a stone in the way to be flung aside and forgotten. Are we then to submit? Asked Louis in a low voice. The prince took a restless turn about the room. Philip is not to be defeated by knight-errantry, but by subtle ways, like to his own, by policy, by patience, by long years of endeavor and waiting. He is not to be met openly in the field, but snared in secret places. Meanwhile we shall grow old and palsied, cried Louis, and all the hot blood in us will go for nothing. You see the glory of the combat. I see the anguish of the defeat, said William slowly. You remember the squire in Leipzig, how he saw the future in the Krystal, and the end all blood and blackness. To me, it seems like that, darkness ahead and death, the sacrifice of all our house. Speak words of good import, cried the count. Why should God utterly forsake us? Will ye not set high the standard of the good cause? William looked at him thoughtfully. Yeah. If one gave all one had, if one suffered and waited, if one sacrificed all for what one dared think was right, perhaps God might help one. God. But doth he help, or rather leave us to depend on our own poor energies? Louis was startled by the emotion in his brother's voice, by the look of his pallid face on which the dews of anguish had started. What do you mean? What will you do? I do not know, said William. I do not know. I say I see it all dark ahead. Last night the stars were red and flashing through the blackness of hideous clouds, and methought it needed no great fancy to believe these tales of spectral battalions, who nightly combat in the skies and rain blood upon the earth. 2 days ago at Leyden the sentries felt warm blood upon their hands, and heard the shouts of battle overhead. Louis shuddered. At Utrecht and Haarlem they saw armed men fighting in the air, he answered. One told the very pattern of the flintlocks and the manner of caps they wore. I would consult my squire, smiled William sadly, but the strange rogue has left me on the sudden, and we need no squire to warn us of what is before us, and no portents in the air to prepare us. And I, what must I do? Asked Louis, with a noble and winning deference to the other. Wait, replied the prince, wait. Persuade the others to do so too. Put no other checks upon yourself but prudence. Be secret. Take only those on whom you can rely into your league. Watch the Algond, Brederode, and the Hams. They are too reckless. Do not trust Charles Mansfeld. Rely on Hoogstraten and Cullenberg. Ah, what can I say? I passionately caught the young count by the shoulders. I leave it to your own heart, your own judgment. But remember that you will be needed. Do not fling yourself away. Princely brother, answered Louis, and the tears stood in his eyes, I am always at your service, and I only ask to die at your feet. William kissed him on the brow, then releasing him, drew from the gilded pocket that hung at his own waist a curious iron ring, set with a large opal, the color of milk, and holding blood and fire in the heart. Wear this, said the prince. It is an Eastern talisman which shall protect you from evil. Louis slipped it on his signet finger. When another than myself brings you this, you will know that I am dead, he smiled. God grant that I may never see it save on your hand, exclaimed the prince. And now I give you leave to go. You are due at Hoogstraten supper? Yes, will you not come? Not tonight. My duty to all until tomorrow. Adieu. They touched hands again, and each looked at the other with a certain wistfulness, as if their hearts were full of a yearning affection they did not dare express. When Louis had gone, William returned to the fire, which was falling into ashes at the edges. Of all the conversation with his brother, one phrase suddenly leapt to his mind unbidden. He seemed to read it in the dying heart of the flames. Montaigne loves his wife. The 4 words gave the prince a strange pang in the remembrance. He crossed the room and looked at a little painting of Anne van Buren, the first Princess of Orange, which hung on the opposite wall. The pale grim face, her gentle eyes, her drooping mouth, the very dress she wore, and the jewel round her neck which he had given. He recalled her so clearly, even as she was painted now. Yet how remote she was. She had made no impression on his life, and he never thought of her now save as he might think of some playmate of his youth. For they had been married at 17, and she had died almost before he had reached full manhood. But she had been to him what the wives of most great nobles were to their husbands, a little more than wives of Horn and Bredrode were to them, a little less than Egmont's wife was to him. In the misery and humiliation of his present marriage, he could recall her gratefully. But love, Montaigne loves his wife? The words came again to him, like the echo in a shell held to the ear, and sounded sadly in the loneliness of the prince's heart. If a man had great difficulties and a hard, toilsome task, a loving wife would be a marvelous comfort, he thought. Then he laughed at his own fancies. A man must not depend on women. There are things to be done in which no woman can help. He went to the window, opened the shutters, and looked out upon the storm. The rain had ceased, and the bitter winds were tearing the black clouds apart and hurling them across the heavens. The curled thread of the new moon glimpsed here and there amid the vapors, like a frail bark amid the wreckage of a hideous sea. The fair fields of Brabant and the proud gay town of Brussels were blotted out in the darkness, but a faint strain of melody rose fitfully on the winds. It was the carillon from some hidden clock tower. William of Orange stood silent, holding the window casement open with either hand, and listening to the storm that for him held the sound of gathering armies, the tramp of feet, the galloping of horses, the flapping of banners straining at their poles, the coming of great multitudes onrushing in the agony and the exultation of supreme conflict. End of section 19. Section 20 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, The Edicts. Throughout the Netherlands, the Inquisition was again formally and officially proclaimed. It was answered by a cry of passionate wrath and hate, and a bitter despair and agony, intense enough to have reached Philip in the cells of the Escorial. Foreign merchants and workers fled. Houses of business were shut up, shops closed, banks ruined. Commerce, nay, the ordinary business of life, was almost suspended. Whole districts emigrated, abandoning their work and their property. In a short time famine threatened, riots broke out, and the daily barbarous executions were scenes of frantic rage on the part of the maddened population, which the officers of the crown sometimes found it difficult or impossible to repress. More than once the victims were rescued from the very stake. Brabant hotly protested that the introduction of the Inquisition was illegal and expressly against the distinct provisions of the joyous entry, and the 4 principal cities came forward with a petition to Margaret which she could not ignore. The matter was referred to the Council of Brabant. Even the creatures of the government had to admit that no ecclesiastical tribunal had ever been allowed jurisdiction in Brabant, and that great province was declared free of the Inquisition, with the result that it was soon overcrowded with desperate refugees from all other parts of the ravaged Netherlands. Pasquils, lampoons, open letters issued by the thousand from the secret presses, and every morning saw fresh ones pasted on the gates of the great nobles in Brussels, Egmont, and Orange, as the most powerful and most popular nobles were passionately called upon to come forward and protect the country. Nor did these people, middle-class artisans, weavers, tanners, dyers, printers, carvers, merchants, shopkeepers, farmers, all the great mass of the population, the industrious, sober, quiet men,
who were slowly building up the prosperity of the country, lacked for generous championship, even from those nobles who were Catholics. Baron Montigny, in the first flush of his joyous marriage, the Marquis Bergen, who had always been unflinching in his refusal to acknowledge the Inquisition, the younger Mansfeld refused to enforce the edicts within their provinces. Egmont lent his authority to the work of persecution in Flanders, but Orange declined to support the Inquisition within his stadtholderships. Meanwhile, Louis of Nassau was consolidating the famous compromise, or league of which he and Aldegond had laid the foundations during their meeting at Spa, and which had been joined by a significant number of the young nobility. While Horn and Orange, Hoogstraten and Montigny had been jousting in the lists at the Château d'Anton before the beautiful bride, Helene d'Espagny, Louis and Aldegond were going from tent to tent, from cavalier to cavalier, laughing, jesting, and secretly obtaining promises of signatures to the compromise, which consisted of a vow to resist the tyranny of foreigners, and especially the Holy Inquisition, as contrary to all laws, human and divine, and the mother of all iniquity and disorder. But early in the new year, the energies of Louis and Aldegond, both of whom had been active during the extravagant marriages feast of the proud Parma prince, had secured over 2,000 signatures from the younger nobility. The great nobles and stadtholders did not attempt to approach, the secret compromise being so zealously passed from one eager young hand to another was scarcely a document anyone in authority could sign. But Montigny and Bergen knew of the League, and were prepared to protect the members. The Prince of Orange, if he did not openly encourage, at least made no effort to check the ardent labors of his brother. The full details of the scheme, nor the heights of daring to which the Covenanters had gone, were not disclosed to him. Louis feared the disapproval of the prince's wise patience, and the other young nobles were even doubtful as to which side his highness would ultimately espouse. So delicately did his discretion hold the balance, so completely was everyone in the dark as to his final intentions. On the very day of the Parma wedding, while the princely couple were being united with the full magnificence of the rites of the Catholic Church, 20 gentlemen of the Reformed faith gathered in the house of Count Cullenberg on the horse market and listened to the preaching of a famous Huguenot, Francis Unius, the pastor of a secret congregation at Antwerp. This man, young, brave, eloquent, already in hiding, combined with Louis of Nassau to draw up a petition or protest to the government on the ever-important subject of the edicts. So came, in the first stormy months of the year 1566, the price of grain rose to hitherto unheard-of figures, for the ground was untilled, the harvests unsown, all business with foreign lands was at a standstill, for no stranger would venture into a country which lay under such a ban, nor trust their goods in Dutch ports. Industry was paralyzed. The great busy cities, formerly some of the finest and busiest in the world, were silent, deserted, and desolate under the monstrous tyranny which had overwhelmed them. The Inquisitors General, de Bay and Tulatinus, had received personal letters of encouragement from the king. Peter Tittleman too received the royal praise, and the three continued their work of horror, terror, agony, and blood. Towards the beginning of the year, Bergen resigned his post, pleading his inability to obey his majesty in the matter of religion. Meghem soon followed his example. Egmont lamented that he had not resigned all of his offices when in Spain, as he would have done, he declared, had he known what his majesty's intentions were. He, however, maintained his official position and continued to behave with severity against the heretics in Flanders. So he vacillated, pleasing neither the nobles nor the regent, neither of whom dared rely on him. William addressed a letter of remonstrance and protest to the Duchess, plainly avowing his views, pointing to the state of the land, and condemning the policy of the king. Margaret in despair wrote to Philip, putting all these things before him, and beseeching him to reconsider the decision with regard to the Inquisition. Philip did not answer, and William of Orange, who did not lack spies in Madrid, knew why. The king was preparing the levies with which Alva was to try his hand at bringing the rebellious Netherlands to subjection. But if Philip was making busy preparations in secret, William was not inactive, still hoping by calm and patience to avert the worst of the disaster that so threatened, the arrival, namely, of Alva's army.
he summoned a meeting of the nobles and grandees at Breda, and in a series of conferences, disguised as hunting parties, endeavored to bring all to concur in some reasonable petition to be presented to the regent, the main scope of which was to be an appeal for the convocation of the States General. This project was too daring for the loyal nobles and too quiet for the Leaguers. The conferences ended with no result save that of sending Meghem, alarmed and disgusted by the violence of the younger nobles, definitely over to the side of the government. Indeed, soon after Meghem announced to Margaret his discovery of a widespread conspiracy among the heretics, who were ready, he declared, to the number of 35,000 armed men to march against Brussels, and he placed before the regent a copy of the compromise. These extravagant statements were supported by Egmont, who declared that there were great tumult preparing among the heretics, and that the government must act without delay. The alarm of the regent was intense, and was scarcely soothed by the Prince of Orange's calm recital of the sober truth, namely, that a great number of nobles and gentlemen were coming to Brussels to lay a petition or request at the feet of the regent. Meeting after meeting of councillors, of grandees, of knights of the Golden Fleece were now held, while the question was hotly argued whether or no the Covenanters were to be suffered to present their petition, the Prince of Orange claiming that they were entitled to all respect, Meghem, Aremberg, and Barlaymont insisting that the palace doors should be closed to their faces. The case grew so desperate that the Duchess proposed to fly to Mons, and was only with difficulty persuaded to hold her post. As to the petitioners, it was decided that they should be admitted, but unarmed, the guards at the city gates being strengthened to prevent any armed followers getting the entrance to the city. Brussels ran mad with joy at this concession. It was almost as if the Inquisition had been abolished. Margaret of Parma, sick with agitation and dread, shut herself up in her chamber and wept by the hour together. To her brother she wrote that the time had now come to either use force or withdraw the Inquisition and the edicts. Philip, intent on gathering together Alva's army, kept his sister in an agony of suspense, and neither let her know that her successor was already preparing to take her place, nor that he had finally decided to crush the Netherlands under the weight of the secular sword, since the spiritual authority of the Inquisition had failed. All through the tumultuous, anxious days, March sweetening into April, Renée Lamung watched the comings and goings of the prince from the window of her high little chamber. Early in the morning she would be awake and watching till the hour when he rode forth, while she came to know that early view of Brussels wrapped in the blue haze of morning with the gleam of the faint spring sun on the twin towers of the Stadtgalerie. Well, did she come to know the figure of the man she watched for, his way of sitting the saddle, the trick of throwing his cloak, the fashion of touching up his horse as he passed the gates. Sometimes it did not come before she was called to her duties, and the vigil would have been in vain. Sometimes she was not able to get back to her post before he returned, but there was hardly a day passed that she did not contrive to see him once. It was only for that one distant glimpse. She had not spoken to him since he had caught the pigeon for her, and her days were now entirely occupied with Annie, whose melancholy and fury daily increased, since Dupreez and all appertaining to him had left the palace. The princess hated Renée with a bitter, cowering hate that sometimes cringed, and sometimes threatened, and sometimes railed. It at all times made life a torment for the waiting women, a torment which was only endurable because of those moments when she could escape to her room, and perhaps also because of some inner and consoling conviction that she was standing at the post of duty, and that perhaps in the great events, the terrible events, so rapidly shaping, she too might take a not unworthy part. The very spring itself seemed sad that year. The green on the trees, the violets and daffodils in the prince's gardens brought no joyousness with them. The low winds were laden with melancholy. The long pale days, the chill nights, the cloudless sunsets, the cold dawns held no comfort nor cheer. In Renée's mind, as in the mind of every other man and woman of the Netherlands, was the thought of the fires in the marketplaces, the daily hideous executions, the cries of agony and despair, bereavement and madness rising from every town, from every village, of the exiles fleeing to England, carrying with them their skill, their knowledge, which was the wealth of the nation, of broken fields and unsown harvests, of children starving and lamenting in the streets. She thought of the great, magnificent churches all over the land, where every day costly and solemn ritual is performed, and where in the grave rich gloom of sanctified beauty, gorgeous music, gorgeous vestures, the loveliness of art, the splendor of texture, marble, silk, tapestry, colored glass, crystal, gold, jewels were all dedicated to the service of the god, whom were sent up in flames of the living torches which lit the marketplace, to whom was offered the blood of maids and boys, mothers and children, who had no sin beyond their steadfastness to the truth as they believed in it. And still he makes no sign, thought Renee, and still he sends none, angel nor man, to smite and deliver. When the first days of April came, she saw the Confederates, headed by Brederode and Count Louis, go past the Orange Palace on their entry into Brussels. The two leaders halted with the prince, who was entertaining them, and Renee, leaning from the window, heard Brederode say as he crossed the courtyard, well, here I am, and perhaps I shall depart in another manner. The splendor of the Nassau mansion was no longer what it had been, though it was still magnificent. Richly appointed tables no longer stood ready for all comers at all hours of the day and night. The great number of servants was reduced. There were fewer balls, concerts, and feasts. The prince bought no more tapestries, pictures, statues, rare books, nor costly plants. The jewel and the silk merchants no longer waited every morning in his antechamber, nor were vast sums any longer expended on hawks and hounds. But for these two guests a generous welcome was prepared, and William himself met them on the stairs, kissing each on either cheek. Renee crept back to Anne, who sat among her German women, lamenting, complaining against her husband, against the Netherlands, against her own miserable fate. The child played at her knee, but she regarded it with utter indifference. Renee picked up the little girl and carried it away. The sound of the princess's voice traveled across the apartments. Am I to be ruined for a parcel of heretics? Curse the day of my birth. Curse my marriage day.
End of section 20.
Section 21st from Prince and Heretic. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Petition. The third day of April, which dawned over Brussels fair as a refined silver, found Renee at her post, leaning from her narrow window, its harsh stone frame serving as a sombre setting for her face, so unconsciously beautiful and so sadly serene. She saw the prince ride away with his gentleman. The long green cloak in which he was wrapped could not quite conceal the glitter of the order of the golden fleece flaming on his breast. Renee knew that he was going to attend the Regent in council, for this was the day that Confederates, or Covenanters, as they were severally named, were to present their petition to Madame Parma. And to date, instead of going downstairs to her duties beside Annie, Renee put on hood and cloak of black cloth over her white linen wimple and her dark yellow gown, and went from the palace and out through the great gates into the street. She allowed herself this much advantage from the secret hold she had over Annie. This one day's holiday, the night before she had told her mistress of her intention, and Annie had said nothing. It was strange to be in the streets after the long confinement in the palace and the palace gardens. It was strange to be one of the people, amidst the ordinary life of a great city, after having been so long merely part of the machinery of a princely establishment. Renee received a sense of energy, of hope, of courage in thus finding herself free and one of the crowd. She wished she could learn some trade or art by which she could earn her own living. but she was too old to be taken as apprentice, and even were she not, she had not sufficient money to keep herself while she acquired it, nor of one friend or relation to whom she could appeal to help her. No, there was no means of life open to Renee but the one she was following, especially in these times of ruin and panic, when so many people were out of work, and those who had money were clutching it tight. But she was not one to be daunted even by hopeless difficulties. She asked so little of life, cared so little when it ended, that if she had been considering only herself, she would have left Annie's service and tried to find another great lady to take her, or have gone as a servant into some Protestant family. But she stayed with Annie because to wait on his wife, to control her, to soften her furies, to check her excesses, was the sole poor unknown service she could render the man for whom she would have gladly done anything. And now that she knew Annie's sordid and shameful secret, she had a power, an influence over her such as none other possessed it. Anne could restrain her and bring her to some reason when all else has failed. The prince might entreat his wife to appear on some state occasion, and she would rudely refuse, and when Renee insisted, she would suffer herself to be attired and go. So with a sigh, Renee relinquished her fleeting dreams of freedom and a sane, wholesome life among her own people. And she moved further into the city. She felt with overmastering pain how lonely she was, how utterly lonely. All of the companies she passed, women together, families, men with their wives and sisters, emphasized the terrible feeling of her loneliness. If it had not been for Philip and the Holy Inquisition, her life would not have been broken, her heart seared. She would have been as one of these. She would have had parents, money, position, friends, probably a lover, in a word, happiness. Then she remembered that she was only one of thousands left desolate, perhaps more desolate than she was. 50,000, she had heard, had died under the Inquisition and the Edicts, and how many aching, maddened hearts had each of these deaths left behind? Renee felt rebuked in her complaint of her loneliness. She shuddered as she went down the hill to the church of St. Gudule, shuddered though the spring breezes were soft and the spring sun warm. On the steps of the church, she paused and looked down at the city lying in the hollow of the hills, all the spines and veins of the town hall and the palace, of the various skiles in the market-place, rising delicate and erect into the pale and pure sky, while on all the irregular tumble-looking roofs and gables, the sun changed lead to gold and casement glass to diamonds. She turned, lifted the heavy curtain at the lower door into the greater door, and entered the church whose twin towers she had watched so constantly that they had come to mean to her the papist power which dominated the land. She had not been in Romish church since she was a child, and had crept into the great church of St. Baron at Ghent. She had not meant to enter this now, but a fascinated sense of horror drew her on. Horror because she could not regard this faith with toleration. It stood to her for an epitome of idolatry, cruelty, wickedness, oppression, and uncharitableness. She was not a Protestant by chance, but her whole nature detested the Church of Rome. She stepped forward into the gloom, pulling her hood further over her eyes. She could distinguish nothing but the 7 thick wax candles burning on the altar and the red lamps flickering their eternal light before the shrines. Then from the mystical shadow began to loom the shapes of pillars, massive yet so dimly colored as to seem impalpable, as if they were beneath the sea. Brocades, marbles, altars set with jasper, silver, and chrysolite became visible in the side chapels. Here and there the rapt faces of angels showed from some dark paintings on the wall. The air was redolent of the incense, the wax smoke, and the scent of flowers. This mingled perfume was near as ancient as the church, which had remained for so long enclosed from the light and air that it seemed as if built underground. Such light as there was streamed richly from the colored glass windows where saints and bishops blazed together in wheels and panels of glory. Renee fixed her eyes on the high altar, which was flushed with a shadow like golden red wine, in the middle of which the flat gold, ruby-studded doors of the shrine that held the entrance flashed and shone like the eye of God itself. Beyond, the pillars and arcs of the Lady Chapel rose up dim, and appearing of a translucent quality in the shade which here flushed with the light from gold-colored windows, was sea-green and amber behind the crimson of the altar. Round the huge candlesticks of dark red Florentine copper were alabaster bowls, almost transparent, veined with violet, which held the first lilies of the year in sweet clusters. The lilies from wood and field, called Easter lilies from the time of their coming. The church was empty, save for here and there the dark bent figures of a peasant before some inside altar. Renee could not bring herself to bend the knee before the idols her father had perished to dim sum. And with a trembling in her limbs, as if some physical power had seized her, and a choking in her throat, as if the sweet thick air was poisonous, she turned and fled quickly into the pale sunshine without. The excited people were already beginning to gather to watch the passing of the petitioner on their way to the palace. Renee did not know which way the procession was to pass, and she was largely ignorant of the city, but she followed the direction in which the great mass of the crowd was going. She particularly noticed this crowd and its demeanor, the somberness, the earnestness, the silence of these people. None of them seemed to be treating the occasion as a festival or as a holiday. If they showed a certain satisfaction, it was grave and serious. Very few of them were armed, and all of them were restrained in gesture and speech. There were some gentry, on foot and on horse, but the great number were bowers, traders, and apprentices belonging to the 7 great guilds of Brussels. Renee, following in the wake of this crowd, climbed the hill again, left the towers of St. Gudule below, and came out on the heights above the town, where stood the parks and mansions of the great nobles, and Barbarian Palace, which was the residence of the Regent. As she passed the palace, Renee caught sight of the spare figure and excited face of the Squire Dupriest, as he pushed his way through the crowd. Renee was disgusted to think the man was still in Brussels. She had hoped that he would find it wise to leave the Netherlands, or at least the town, but probably he had given up his dangerous occupation of rhetoric player, and with the spoils of the Nassau mansion had established himself as a respectable papist. Now a great movement shook the crowd. A low hum rose from the throats of the men, and the women began to tiptoe excitedly and to lift their little children to their shoulders. Renee was at the back and could see nothing, but the two men who had a point of vantage on the steps of the mansion near by gravely helped her up beside them. One asked her if she was a Fleming. "My father was hanged for a heretic in Ghent," answered Renee, "and I am in the service of Prince of Orange." It gave her pleasure to mention the prince and not his wife, and it was truly his service in which she was. The two men took off their caps to her. "The Spaniards will not hand many more Netherlands," one remarked, and they supported Renee against the balustrade of the step so that she could see over the heads of the closely packed people. Suddenly the humming changed into a clapping of hands and a deep shouting that made Renee's blood tingle with excitement and deep emotion. She pushed back the hood from her flushed face and gazed at Perception, which now appeared marching up the street and turning in at the splendid gates of the palace. All were on foot and unarmed. All were nobles, many of the highest rank, and all were young and gorgeously attired, so that it was a magnificent procession, such as all the great festivals of Brussels had not seen before, which now wound under the portals of the Brabant Palace. "He who goes first," said the man next to Renee, "is Philip de Belleau, and some think it an ill augury that he should be lame," remarked the other loftily. Renee had indeed remarked that the young nobleman who led the petitions halted unmistakably. "And he in the black and blue," added her informant, straining his voice to make it heard above the clapping and the shouting, "with the look of fire, who is answering the cries of people, is Nicholas de Hames, whom they call Golden Fleece, and he behind in the stable cloak is Saint Adalgond." Renee had already recognized those who, as well as several others whom she had seen at the Nassau Palace, and as the rich and brilliant company of gentlemen passed before her, there were several of the eager, proud, young faces she knew as related to some of the noblest families of the land. The enthusiasm of the crowd came almost piteous in its eager gratitude to those nobles who were making themselves the champions of the people, and protesting so openly and in such an imposing fashion against the loathed Spaniards and the loathed Inquisition. Encouraging shouts, adjurations, blessings, and thanks were showered on the petitioners, and some of the more reckless, as Golden Fleece and Saint Aldegond, replied by shouting curses on the Inquisition and the Cardinalists. Renee recognized Count Commenberg and Count Vanderburg, the Prince of Orange's brother-in-law, glittering in French brocades and Janus velvet, and great chains about their necks and round their heads. Finally, closing the procession, came the two leaders, Henry Brederode and Louis of Nassau. They walked alone, arm in arm, the last of all, and for them the affectionate greetings of the crowd aroused to a frenzy. Count Brederode looked fitted to be the hero of such a moment. His tall and noble figure, his military carriage, his handsome face flushed with pleasure and triumph, his eyes sparkling with a necklace fire, the 4 locks of blonde hair streaming on to his falling ruff, gave him the kingly presence of a leader of men. He wore a suit of rose cloth of silver, and a great mantle of peacock-colored velvet. In his high black hat was a long heron's feather clasped by a diamond. Besides his grandeur, Louis of Nassau looked very slight and youthful. He was more sombrely dressed in dark blood red, with a great ruff of many points rising up above his face. And whereas Grandees appeared mightily at his ease, and greatly pleased with his toss and his reception, Louis held himself more modestly, and looked grave and even anxious. But there was about him a gallantry almost moving. And so the last of them went into the palace, and the crowd broke up and stayed about in groups, talking eagerly together in excited voices, while they waited for the reappearance of the petitioners. Renée wandered into a side street and entered a baker's shop, which was filled with tired women and children. The waiting woman bought bread and cake and a kind of a sweetmeat, and while she ate she listened to the conversation that flowed around her like many currents of the one river. From the theme was always the same: the executions, the torturings, the ruin falling on trade and work. And all spoke somberly without laughter or jest, and many had eyes swollen and afraid from weeping. One only was unconcerned, a small child who stood in a world of his own, oblivious to the talk of death and ruins crossing above his head, while his eyes were fixed with an eager smiling look on the piece of sweetmeat Renée held. She found something marvelous and yet terrible in this utter absorption of the child in his own thoughts, in his calm and his pleasure. She put the sweet into his hand and left the shop. For more than an hour she wandered about the streets, and when she made her way back to the Bourbon Palace, the petitions were beginning to leave. Reports of their audience. They had been passed from soldiers and servants within the palace to those without, who already rifled among the crowd and eagerly repeated from one to the other. The Regent had wept when Bartholomew had made his speech. The tears had run down her face while the famous compromise was read. And when all the members of the deputation had came forward, one by one, to make the carol before the Duchess as a mark of respect, and she had thus had time to severally note their appointments, their importance, and their number, her agitation had increased, so that Barrowmont had tried to reassume her. "What, madam?" he had said. "Do you fear these beggars, who do not know enough to manage their own estates, and that must needs prate of state affairs? Had I my way, they should leave the palace quicker than they came." This is the Cardinalist who reported to have uttered loudly enough to reach the ears of some of the gentlemen, who repeated among themselves with wrath and indignation. Renée waited until the prince came from the palace. He rode out of the gates with Egmont, looking unhappy and troubled. At his side the two Grandees were greeted less warmly than the confederates, as neither had openly sided with the people, and as Egmont, at least, was a strict Catholic and something of a persecutor. They were not so popular as they had been in the days when they caused the downfall of Cardinal Granvelle. Renée stood in the roadway, where the passing of the prince cast dust on her gown. She had one glimpse of his dark, ardent face, and he was gone. Suddenly she felt very tired. The strangeness the unnaturalness of her life, without home or ties, without friends or interests or diversions, and always supervised by a dull and ceaseless tyranny, waited on her with the horror of tragedy. And this deep, concealed passion, this strong faith, this devotion that lit this dreary life like a beacon on the desert, was not in the nature of comfort. Nay, rather it was the light that lit up dullness, dreariness, and the barrenness which darkness would have mercifully concealed. Had not all the suppressed feeling in her breast turned to this worship, she might have been happier, for she would not have known so keenly what she lacked, as it was she knew not even the peace of apathy. Clouds were gathering over the April sky as she returned to the palace. Every one talked of the petition and what success it was likely to have. The streets were all filled with murmurs of hope, of doubt, of eagerness, and of expectation. This is the end of section 21st.
Section 22 of Prince and Heretic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen. The Banquet. Twice more in the ensuing days did Brederode and his following present themselves at the Brabant Palace, the first time to receive the petition which was returned to them with Margaret's answer. Madame Parma, as usual, referred everything to the king. The petition should be forwarded to his Majesty, from whose well-known clemency there was everything to be hoped. As for herself, she had no authority to suspend the Inquisition, nor the edicts, but she would give orders to the inquisitors to behave with discretion. Meanwhile, she adjured the petitioners to act as men loyal to the king and church. Brederode's third audience was for the purpose of answering this not very satisfactory concession. He urged the Regent to cease all religious persecution until the decision of the king arrived, to which her Highness replied she could not go beyond her former answer, but that Count Hoogstraten should show them the instructions to the inquisitors, commanding them to moderation. There was nothing more to be obtained from Madame Parma, and the confederates separated with such hopes as they were able to cherish, and such expectations of the good results of Margaret's letter to the king as their knowledge of Philip allowed them to entertain. The evening of the day that Brederode had been for the last time to the Brabant Palace, the Prince of Orange was dining with Mansfield, who was sick with an inflamed eye. His companions were Egmont and Horn, and the four nobles discussed with gloom and foreboding the situation which Brederode and his fellow petitioners had taken with such reckless gaiety. Egmont was the most uneasy of all. The memory of his late visit to Spain, and how deftly Philip had twisted him to his will, still rankled in his mind. He had seen that the king had not kept one of the lavish promises he had made. Yet the Count, though conscious of being fooled, he had utterly refused to go again to Madrid, yet could not wholly disbelieve in Philip, nor bring himself to any action that might seem disloyal to his Majesty. He had refused to associate himself in any way with Brederode's party, and he was one of the few stadtholders who obeyed Philip by using his civil authority to enforce the decrees of the Inquisition. Yet he saw as well as any man the utter ruin to which Philip's policy was bringing the Netherlands. His Brussels palace was full of refugee heretics, and he was still regarded by the people as their hero and their possible champion. He even ventured now to predict possible concession as the result of the forwarding of the request or petition to Philip. William glanced at him now with smiling eyes in a manner that brought the blood to Egmont's cheek. "You speak against your own wit," remarked the prince quietly. "You know that the king will not be moved from his purpose by the petition of these young men, led by such as Brederode." "It were better for all," interposed Count Horn sourly, "if Brederode had kept out of politics." "Politics?" smiled William. "Poor Brederode knows little of politics, but he is brave and loyal, Count. I can conceive good uses for Brederode." His present uses, said Egmont bitterly, seem to be to embroil us all. You know of this banquet tonight? Yes, answered Mansfeld bitterly. My son is there. I would to God he were elsewhere. There will be much treason talked, said Horn, and bread-road and wine is no better than a madman. William glanced at the clock in the corner. We are almost due at the council chamber, he said, rising. You work late, remarked Mansfeld. And to little purpose, said Horn, gloomily pulling at his black beard. Prince? To little purpose, truly, said William gravely. The affairs of the Netherlands are settled in Philip's cabinet in Madrid, not in the council chamber at Brussels. He smiled to himself thoughtfully, and picked up his long velvet mantle from one of the brocade chairs. We will go round by the horse market, he added, and see how this banquet progresses. Nay, I beseech you, said Mansfeld eagerly, keep away from all such dangerous sport. Not sport nor pleasure, replied the prince, but Hoogstraten is there, and I would bring him away, and if the company is riotous, I will disperse them, he added, with a sure and entirely unconscious certainty of power. Mansfeld shrugged his shoulders. His inflamed and bandaged eye irritated him, and he was deeply vexed at his son's connection with the Confederates. This is an affair well enough for boys, he returned peevishly, boys and roysters, but the Regent's councillors had best keep away. William knew perfectly well that Brederode's banquet was likely to be, and how it would be regarded by the government. He knew also that Hoogstraten had also persuaded to attend against his will, and wished to save him from too deep an implication in the riots in which the feast would undoubtedly end. Nor was William without some kindly feeling for Brederode, and a desire to check him in his dangerous recklessness. Horn disliked Brederode, but he would gladly have done a service to the gallant Hoogstraten, and Egmont was always eager to curb any display against the government. So the three nobles, on taking leave of Mansfeld, set out towards the Kuilemburg Palace, where Brederode held his dangerous feast. They had no sooner dismounted and crossed the courtyard of the mansion than the tumultuous uproar that reached their ears more than justified their apprehensions. The banquet of the Confederates had indeed degenerated into a riot and an orgy. An argument had been raised as to what name the party, now so loosely designated, was to be called. At the height of the discussion, Brederode had sprung to his feet and related what Bartholomew had said when they first came into the presence of Madame Parma. What, is your highness afraid of these beggars, people of little power who cannot manage their own estates? When this sarcasm of one of their greatest enemies was repeated to them, the company, inflamed with wine, were strung up to a fever pitch of fury at the insult which had been offered them, all gentlemen of rank and noble blood. Brederode seized the moment, taking a leathern wallet and a wooden bowl from one of his pages. He held them aloft over the glittering feast. Very well, he cried, they call us beggars. We will make them fear that word. We will contend against the Inquisition, and be loyal to the king until we are beggars indeed. He then filled the bowl with wine and drained it to the health of the beggars. The party name was received with mad enthusiasm. It took the humor of all present, amid yells of approval and shouts of applause. The wooden bowl was handed from one to another, and each drank to the new party name. When the circuit of the table had been completed, the bowl and wallet were fastened to one of the pillars which supported the ceiling, and the rites by which the petitioners received their new name were concluded by each member of the company hurling some salt and bread into his goblet, and repeating 2 lines of doggerel, which someone's heated wits had instantly produced. Par le sang, par le pain, par la bouchage, le goût ne changeront qu'aucun se fâche. This ceremony was at the height of unrestrained and reckless merriment, furious and unlimited enthusiasm, when the 3 nobles entered the banqueting hall. It was a wild and gorgeous sight on which they looked, a sight all of them would rather not have beheld. It was the chamber in which Francis Junius had preached to a group of young Protestant nobles on Alexander of Parma's wedding day, but it was more suited to the present scene of unlicensed revelry than it had been to that of sincere and ardent gathering. The ceiling and the upper portion of the walls had been painted by an Italian artist in the precise and airy style of decoration which adorned the Roman palaces. Delicate scrollwork, arabesques,
birds and animals interwoven wonderfully on a ground of deep blue and burnished gold. The lower parts of the walls were hung with tapestry of arras on brass rods, each panel representing a scene in the life of Jason, and between the tapestries were pillars with candle scones in heavy copper and brass, fashioned as flowers and figures, which lit the vast apartment, which was almost entirely occupied by an immense table at which 300 gentlemen were seated. At either end of the room, each side of the folding doors, stood buffets, still loaded with fruit, sweets, and wines, and attended by pages. Round the wall, at intervals, stood the servants in groups of 2s and 3s. The table itself was lit by a huge lamp of rock crystal, supported by 4 flying harpies, half gold and half silver, with wings and tails shining in red enamel. This magnificent light illuminated the whole table and left in shadow only the extreme center, where stood a gorgeous piece of confectionery, the master effort of Count Kulenberg's cook, representing the Confederacy entering the gates of the Brabant Palace. The little figures, each of which was a portrait, being molded out of sugar, cunningly colored and adorned with cuttings of candied fruits. This, on the huge raised comport of embossed gold, was untouched, but for the rest the table was in the wildest disorder. Almost every thread of the cloth of Brussels lace was stained with wine. Gold goblets, crystal beakers, dishes of fruit, of cakes, of sweetmeats were scattered right and left. At one end 2 young men were dancing on the table, clinging to each other, while their unsteady feet knocked over the glasses and plates. Several had mounted on the backs of their chairs, and sat with their feet on the table edge, while they shouted at the top of their voices. Others, their caps turned inside out, and their doublets torn open, danced about the room, vowing eternal friendship to each other and eternal fidelity to the party. A few retained their places at the table, and, with beakers at their lips, pledged again and again the party of the beggars. Most of them had baptized a neighbor into the Confederacy by pouring wine over his shoulders and head, so that flushed faces, rich clothed, and tumbled locks alike dripped red. The whole scene seemed colored red, the bright red of wine sparkling over gold. At the head of the table sat Count Brederode. His doublet of scarlet velvet was covered with a network of fine gold strung with pearls. Every thread of his ruff was gold. It came up to his ears and was scattered with brilliants. From his shoulders hung a short mantle of silver cloth lined with white fur. He leant his elbow on the table, and clasped between his jeweled hands a gold goblet carved with grapes and vine leaves. As he emptied it, the page at his elbow refilled it. The wine splashed down his ruff, his doublet, and his sleeves. He laughed long and merrily, and now and then shouted at the top of his powerful voice, "Par le sal, par le pain, par le besage, le goût ne changeront qu'aucun se fâche. Vive le roi le goût, vive le goût." Such was the scene that met the eyes of William and his companions as they entered the Kulenberg banqueting hall. The prince said nothing, but glanced to where Hoogstraten sat, half vexed, half amused, near his host, whom he was endeavoring to restrain. Egmont uttered an exclamation of annoyance and dismay. Horn frowned bitterly, and darted a look of contempt from under his heavy brows at the laughing Count Brederode. As soon as the 3 great nobles, the most powerful grandees in the kingdom, were recognized, they were hailed with shouts of welcome and surrounded by a crowd of intoxicated youngsters, who took their presence as a good augury for the newly named party. "No, no," said the prince, putting aside the beakers that were being forced upon him. "I have come but for the length of a mesure. We are here for the Seigneur Hoogstraten." That nobleman rose, glad of an excuse to retire, and Brederode, turning, saw the 3 newcomers. "Ah, Highness," he cried, staggering to his feet, "will you not come and drink the health of the beggars? Be seated, here, on my right." Then, looking at Horn, with whom he had recently quarrelled, he added, "And the Admiral also. I did not look to see your sober face at any feast of mine, Count Horn." At this taunt, the Admiral, who had been glancing at the Saturnia with genuine disgust and sincere vexation, flushed to his bald head, and fixed his dark eyes menacingly on the speaker. "I have come to save a better man than you, Count Brederode," he answered, "from the consequences of your folly." "Folly? Is it not more than folly? Is it not near madness and treason?" The dark blue eyes of Brederode blazed. Think your own caution will save you, Count Horn? I tell you Philip will spare you as little as he will spare any man in this room, and Granvelle holds you as damned as any heretic who ever ate a sausage on a Good Friday. The sinister truth of these rude words made Egmont blench, but the Admiral received them with gloomy scorn. He felt quite secure in his own loyalty. William, assailed by cries of "Long live the beggars," the meaning of which was utterly unknown to him, made his way through the revellers to where Brederode stood. The sight of the well-known slender figure, the calm in his face, the air of authority, the immense attraction and power the prince possessed, sobered the reckless young nobles. The two dancing on the table were pulled down, those seated were dragged to their feet, the uproarious shouting was partly hushed. "By heaven, this goes too far, Count," said William in a low voice. "The reckless things you have said tonight you will forget tomorrow when you have slept off your wine, but there are those who will not forget." "Spies," muttered Brederode, "spies." "Among these stupid seeming lackeys, maybe," replied the prince dryly. "Why, man, you are not a fool. You know the score of spies everywhere." "I care not," said Brederode, with a certain grandeur in his recklessness. "Why should we cringe to Spain's certain wrath? Nothing could bring us into favour at Madrid. Let us then defy monk and Spaniard, and prove we can defend our own." "Defiance of Spain given in this manner will be short-lived," answered the prince. "Do you think you serve the Netherlands this way, so you only gain laughter?" "Let them laugh," returned the count. "When the time comes, they shall see I can fight as well as I can feast." And he was seizing his replenished bowl with the toast, "Damnation to the Inquisition and the Spaniards," forming on his lips, when William sternly took the wine from him and turned it on the floor, sending the beaker after it to the Persian rug. "End this, Brederode," he commanded, and his eyes shone dark with anger. "This is not a pot-house. There are some high interests in our several keepings. For the sake of these reckless boys you have brought here tonight, stop before you endanger all beyond help. Oh, Brederode," he added, with a sudden smile, "go to bed, for you are very drunk." Brederode stared at him, suddenly laughed, then sat down silently, his glittering figure drooping back in the wide-armed chair. Egmont and Hoogstraat endeavored to prevail on the rest of the company to disperse. Intoxicated and excited as most of them were, they yet retained sufficient wit to rouse a sense of their own foolishness. To more than one, the red wine running over the floor and table and staining each other's faces and garments became a prediction of the red blood that might be flowing soon. They well knew that Philip was as prodigal of blood as the Netherland nobles of their wine. The sobriety and slight awe that had come over the gathering with the entry and remonstrances of the three was heightened by one of those trivial incidents that highly affect overwrought minds. The sugar foundation of the elaborate and costly sweetmeat in the center of the table suddenly gave way. The heat had melted it unperceived, and as its support flowed in sickly thick streams over the golden comport of the stained cloth, the little figures of the Confederates fell here and there, mere crushed lumps of sweet, and nothing remained of the gorgeous piece of triumphal confectionery but a sticky, discolored mess. Men of sugar," muttered the Admiral, "so shall this company melt away." The ugly omen was noticed by several. In twos and threes they smoothed their disordered habits and departed. Only Brederode remained where he was, wrapped in a sudden melancholy. "I shall die a poor soldier at the feet of Count Louis," he kept muttering then. "Capon and sausage on Friday. Who says I did eat it? Lies 20 feet down in his throat." Seeing the company was now dispersed, the three nobles took their leave, Hoogstraat accompanying them. They came out into the calm April night, which was moonless and full of sweetness. The stars lay entangled in little wisps of clouds. An under-breeze came fragrantly from the spring fields of Brabant. William glanced back at the brilliantly lit mansion behind them. "There is a silly short prologue to a long, dull tragedy," he remarked. "Tragedy?" echoed Lamoral Egmont angrily. "You speak always as if it were on disaster, Prince." William made no answer. They turned their horses' heads towards the Brabant palace, where Margaret, frightened and angry, debated matters of heaven and earth with Vigilus and Barlaymont. End of section 22. Section 23 of Prince and Heretic.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince and Heretic by Marjorie Bowen, Montigny's wife. Count Hoogstraten and the Baron Montigny were playing tennis in the pleasant courts of the prince's palace gardens. May was now fully in bloom, and at midday the sun was warm. The trees, newly covered with glossy leaves, cast a pleasant shade over the smooth lawns. At the foot of one, a splendid beech, Montigny's wife sat on a silk cushion and rugs, and resting her chin in her hand and her elbow on her knee, looked with a certain wistfulness at the figure of her husband as he moved lightly to and fro over the ball. Leaning against the tree was the Prince of Orange, and close by, on a seat shaded by a high box hedge, sat Anne, attended by Renee and the little German girl. Already utterly forgetful that she was there to entertain the young bride, Anne was dozing in the sun, her head falling forward in an ugly fashion. The prince took no notice of her, did not even glance in her direction. He was talking earnestly with Helene d'Espinoy, the Baroness Montigny. This lady, though her marriage festivities had but just concluded, and she seemed a creature made for joy and carelessness, followed with an interest almost pathetic the great and terrible events in which her husband moved. She was talking now of the field preachings and camp meetings which had spread with irresistible force all over the country, the answer of the heretics to the decree of the Council of Trent. "It is a wonderful thing, is it not, Prince?" she said in her soft voice, that seemed only fitted to sing a lute. "The people will do this for their faith. The penalty is death alike to all, yet they go, men, women, and children, risking death and torture, to stand in the fields to hear some unfrocked monk preach. Is it the devil makes them so strong?" "You might rather call it God," said William, looking down at her. She lifted her face now, a delicate, rather sad face, with beautiful eyes. She fingered her ruff, and eased it where it pressed against her cheek, and sighed. "You seem dismayed, madame," said the prince gently. "Yes," she answered at once, "because my lord goes to Spain." "He has resolved on that, then, finally?" asked William quickly. "Yes, he and Marquis Berrigan go this month." She tried to smile. "Is it not hard? I have had him so short a time." "He might refuse to go," answered the prince, with some eagerness. "He is reluctant, but he has accepted," said the lady, and again her glance turned towards the tennis court. "But I," she added suddenly, "I dread that he should go to Madrid." "You must not fancy disaster, madame," returned William. "I am not foolish," she quickly defended herself, "but I know he has offended the king by refusing to enforce the Inquisition in his provinces." "Ah, as to that, console yourself," said the prince. "Philip has a long arm. Your husband will be as safe in Madrid as his brother is here, madame." "You mean neither are safe?" she asked swiftly. "But there is a special danger in Spain. It is to walk into the lion's mouth for a Netherlander to go to Madrid. Count Egmont will not go again." "That will not save him if he has incurred Spanish wrath," remarked William with a sigh. Montigny's wife rose with an agitated movement. "What will happen?" she asked. "He will tell me nothing. Your Highness will be kinder and tell me what will happen." She stood like a child before him, with her childish request on her lips and her little hands clasped together on her white silk bodice. "If I could tell," smiled the prince. "All is a confusion. The regent is bewildered. She has no power to enforce her authority. The king is silent." He did not add that he knew what was behind the king's silence, that Philip was slowly and elaborately preparing the most exact and far-reaching punishment for those who had opposed his policy in the Netherlands, and that the Duke of Alva, with an army at his back, was soon to take the place of the overwhelmed and uneasy Margaret. To change the lady's thoughts, he reverted again to the field preachings, to the courage of these men who, with their swords at their side, went out to hear a man with a price on his head preach Jesus Christ. Sometimes they met in barns or houses, but more often in the open fields, outside the city walls, where preaching was forbidden. They went in hundreds, in thousands, so that sometimes the city would be empty and the hymns of Clement Marot would rise as fearlessly as if there was no inquisition waiting for them, with faggot and chain, sword and axe. William spoke warmly and with a lively sympathy. The mind and soul are not in the keeping of king nor priest. No man has a lordship over another man's conscience, he said. All history has proved that. Hélène d'Espinoy had never thought of this. She was sorry for all these people who had to die. So sorry did she not care to dwell on the thought, but questions of ethics were unknown to her. She only wanted peace and her own happiness secure in a happy world. She looked at the garden, so fresh and lovely, at the sky, so serene and soft, at the two young nobles laughing over their game, at her own luxurious apparel, and she wished, in a sad and simple way, that these things could endure, and that nothing would ever come to disturb them. "Ah, Seigneur," she said, "why cannot all men believe in the one true God?" "Each man's God is one and true to him, madame. The weaver of Tournai burnt to death over a slow fire for casting the wafer out of the priest's hand, found his God as true as Philip finds his. For to the least he called on him, and even smiled. I wonder," added the prince thoughtfully, "if Philip, in the torment, would find support in his faith." "It is terrible," answered Hélène d'Espinoy in a shaken voice. "And these people have power. They will fight. They will resist. It will not be so easy to subdue them." "Easy enough for Alva," thought William. "The Duchess is only helpless because she is without money and without men. Easy to subdue," he repeated aloud, and went on to tell Madame Montigny of the camp meetings at Tournai, where the reformers were 6-1 against the Catholics, and when the Regent sent orders to the trained bands to arrest the worshippers, it was found that all of them, the crossbowmen of St. Maurice, the archers of St. Sebastian, the sword-players of St. Christopher, were themselves heretics, who eagerly attended the preaching of Ambrose Will, the famous disciple of John Calvin, and Newcome from Geneva. "Since they are so much in earnest, these people," said Montigny's wife, "might not His Majesty allow them their faith and their preaching?" "His Majesty will no more ever allow the preaching than the people will ever give it up, and there is the great tragedy. These few poor people and the greatest king in the world." Montigny now left the tennis court and came towards the two under the shadow of the beech tree. His face, which had the dark coloring, the look of reserve and strength of his brother Count Horn, but none of the nobleman's joyless gravity, flushed with a look of love as he glanced at his wife. It was to the prince he spoke. "Tennis is a childish sport for these open days of spring. We should be trying hound and falcons in the open campaign." He put his arm lovingly round the prince's shoulder and drew him aside. Hoogstraten, the intimate friend of both, followed them. Hélène d'Espinoy glanced round for the princess, and Renée, with the watchfulness of one in charge of a puppet whose strings must be pulled at a given signal, touched her mistress on the shoulder and roused her attention. As soon as the three young men were out of hearing of the woman, Montigny left talks of hounds and falcons to speak at once of the state of things in his stadtholdership, and of the immense increase of the daring and power of the heretics. It was indeed a subject which no man, from the humblest to the highest, could long keep from his mind and lips. Montigny was inclined to think the Netherlanders had successfully asserted themselves. They had proved that they were too numerous to be stopped by force from exercising what religion they chose, and too courageous to be frightened by threats and punishment into abandoning their faith. And persecution, for the moment, had slackened. Brederode's party, the beggars, were strong, and much to the front. Their petition or request was now before Philip. That monarch was silent. Might he not be considering it reasonably? Thus Montigny, who shared the stubborn loyalty of his brother Horn and the credulous optimism of Lamoral Egmont. William saw the other side of the picture. He knew that the famous petition and the long deliberations which had followed had only resulted in the moderation decree, which the people instantly named murderation, since the only concessions it made was to sometimes substitute hanging for a more horrible means of death. This was without Philip's sanction, and only flung as a sop to the people by Margaret, while she waited for her brother's instructions. The prince saw, too, that the persecutions had only slackened because the regent found herself without men or money, and that, whenever possible, the heretic preachers were hunted down like wild beasts. Brederode might rejoice, Montagny might be hopeful, but William of Orange saw that the present lull was but the prelude to a more awful vengeance on those who disobeyed Philip than any that had yet befallen. He knew that the regent's attitude of moderation, her affected kindness to the nobles, her loud-voiced desire for concord and peace, was but a farce, and that, probably, in her secret letters, she was denouncing all of them to Philip. These things William did not say to Montagny. He had warned him so often, but he suddenly stopped in the middle of the flower garden and said earnestly, "Do not go to Spain. It is so useless." "You too?" cried Montagny. "All warn me, but how refuse? I have a conscience clear of disloyalty." "That will not help you in the Escorial," said William, with some impatience. "I have not offended his majesty," persisted the stadtholder of Tournai and Tournaisis. "Ah, Baron," cried Hoogstraten, "you offended all Spain when you refused to burn the poor heretics." "I detest and spurn the Inquisition," answered Montagny warmly. "I go to Madrid and protest against it, but never, Count, have I done anything to anger church or king." "That is known only to Philip and to Granvelle," said William, looking down at the bed of flowers at his feet. "Do not go. It is so useless." "Count Egmont failed," urged Hoogstraten. "I shall not be so easily caressed," returned Montagny. "The worse for you," answered the prince. "Those the Spanish cannot fool, they will win another way, and your going is for nothing. If Philip will pay no heed to what the regent writes, will he pay heed to what you and Bergen say? Did he pay heed to you before? Does he heed any argument?" "I am not hopeful," admitted Montagny, with a slight sadness in his voice, "but I have been chosen, and I cannot, without disloyalty, refuse." The prince still stood, looking down at the flowers, which were gently waving their soft, heavy heads together. "Do not go," he said for the third time. "Let another man take this mission. You are young, you are just wed." "Give me words of good omen," cried Montagny, with a laugh and a frown. "Good omen?" said William firmly. "I find no words of good omen in my heart." Yet he sought for the same consolation which he had given Helene d'Espinoy. "It is true that Philip can reach one here as easily as in Madrid." They turned now towards the house, to which the women had already gone, and presently the Montagnys took their leave, he being due at his last audience with the regent. "He is infatuate. Do you think he goes into great danger?" "I think neither he nor Bergen will return," answered William, "and I am sorry for that poor child, his wife, sorry beyond words." He turned away quickly, then turned back again and caught Count Hoogstraten warmly by the hand. "You will not leave me, Anthony?" "I am your poor servant always," replied the Count, with great affection, "content to be guided by you, and you alone, in all these troubles." Then he too left. William watched his little gallant figure ride away, and then returned to the antechamber where he had parted from Montagny and his wife. There sat Anne in the same listless attitude in which he had left her, with her elbows propped on a table covered with a rich tapestry, and her face sunk in her small, large-veined hands. And behind her, as always, was Renee, motionless like her shadow. It was usual for the prince to pass his wife in silence when he thus met her by chance, but now, though with an obvious effort, he came across the room. "Madame," he said, and then, "Anne." She looked up, her sallow face flushed, and she glanced down again, spreading out her hands on her skirt. Renee turned to go, but the prince said, "Stay." He stood looking at his wife in a silence that held no judgment. He gazed at her rather as if he were sought to throw the protection of tenderness over her sickly unloveliness, her miserable melancholy. Always in the prince's attitude towards his wife there had been this gentleness, which was at once gallant and touching. "Anne, I have been wishing to speak to you." She made no response. "You always disliked Brussels, did you not, madame?" he added. "Why do you ask that?" she demanded, with instant suspicion. "Because I find it necessary that you should go to my house at Breda," he answered kindly. "There is no need for me to keep open this mansion. Few of us live in Brussels now, and when I must come I can lodge more simply. At Breda you'll be safer than here." "Ah, this is your economy, your retrenchment," exclaimed Anne bitterly. "Do you not think I see how miserable this establishment has become? Half the servants we had formerly, and those with worn liveries, the stables half empty, the gardens neglected, and nothing increasing but debts." The princess exaggerated, but there was truth in what she said, as Renee knew, and as it gave her a strange pang to know. But William answered lightly, "I am not as rich a man as I was, and shall be, likely enough, poorer before the tale is told. But if I do not spend what I did, it is not through niggardliness, but because I may need money for other purposes than that of magnificence. You shall be well enough at Breda." "Not the devil and all his legions shall drag me to Breda," answered Anne, with great violence. "Nay, but your husband will," answered William, smiling. His good nature, that arose from neither weakness nor indifference, but from a warm compassion and a deep sympathy for others, never failed him. Not once had Renee seen him angry or rude to man or animal, and towards women he was always softly gentle. Anne seemed to recognize this quality in him, to realize that all her fret and fury might be expended in vain against his serenity. She rose, and without another word or look left him. The prince turned to Renee as she was following her mistress. "You are very faithful," he said, "and I know that you have no easy service." In these words, in his voice and his face, she read the bitterness of his sorrow and humiliation in his wife. She noticed how tired he looked, how plain, even careless, was his dress. He was already much changed from the splendid cavalier who had mounted the stairs to greet his bride that St. Bartholomew's day in Leipzig. "It is my one pleasure to serve," she answered. "There is no other interest in my life." He looked curiously at her warm beauty, on which her words seemed such a strange commentary. "I may be called to Antwerp, where there is great trouble," he said. "In my absence speak to the Princess Anne at Breda, for there she must truly go, shortly." He looked away, out of the window, as if he had already forgotten the waiting woman, and Renee silently withdrew. End of section 23.